A knife attack on one of the most famous authors globally, Salman Rushdie, has the world talking. The attack has sparked a global debate over Islam. Iran has pinned the blame for the attack on Rushdie and his backers, and they've denied any link or any involvement to this incident.
Iran's connection in Salman Rushdie's stabbing heats up. Clarifying links to the accident, Iran's foreign minister blames writer and his supporter for the attack. Insulting religion with his writing will not justify freedom of speech. Decades back, a fatwa was issued by Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, calling execution of Rushdie for his book, The Satanic Verses. The fatwa is now being linked with the assault of the author. Ever since the Satanic Verses hit the shelves in 1988, it led death threats to Rushdie from Iran, offering $3 million reward for his murder. His book challenged sensitive tenets of Islam, leading to ban in India and several other countries. Rolling into controversies and death threats since 1980s, Rushdie was stabbed 10 times on neck during an event in New York on Friday. After the brutal attack, he was immediately transported to a medical center. The accused was caught by the cops, identified as Hadi Matar, a New Jersey resident. Amid the ongoing investigation, Salman Rushdie is on his way to recovery and was taken off the ventilator. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of First Up. Stay with us here on India Today. We'll continue getting you all the top stories.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khubsurat Imandari. In association with Big Basket, India's largest online supermarket.
Hello and a very good morning. You're tuned into First Up here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, rounding up all the top national and international stories that we're tracking this Tuesday morning. Let's begin with the headlines. Tension simmers after clashes in Karnataka, Shivamogga. Man stabbed after Tipu Savarkar face-off. State Home Minister rushes to Shivamogga. Prohibitory order is now in place. BJP rally turns violent and ugly in Telangana. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay's brazen threat on camera says act now or face Gundaism. Billionaire Mukesh Ambani and family received multiple threat calls. 8 calls made in a matter of 2 hours under a fake name. Mumbai jeweler nabbed for threats. Central agencies continue investigation. Rajasthan Congress in fighting explodes. Chief Minister Elon takes a jumlebaz jibe publicly at Sachin Pilot. Says party workers are not being disrespected. Big blow for India. FIFA suspends All India Football Federation. Suspension over third-party influence and serious violation of FIFA rules. Women's World Cup 2022, which India was to host, also suspended. And let's begin with the big breaking news that's coming in from Karnataka. We've been telling you about the violent clashes that broke out in Shivamogga. Now the cops are cracking the whip. 2 arrests have been made over these clashes. Now we understand that one of the accused tried to run away when the cops tried to catch him, and the police shot at the accused, identified as Jabullah, on his leg, so he couldn't get away. At this point, the police have confirmed that 3 accused have been held, 2 arrested, 1 detained. A 4th accused who's been identified has absconded. All of this over a stabbing that was reported in Shivamogga over a face-off with Tipu Savarkar. Prohibitory orders have been put in place in Shivamogga over this violence that broke out in the district. This clash happened between Tipu Sultan supporters and Savarkar supporters. Prohibitory orders are in place right now. Home Minister Argan Yanendra also made his way to this particular district. Schools and colleges remain shut today. Priyanka Rudrappa is joining us live on this with more details. Priyanka, good morning. Take us through the latest on the investigation. You're reporting from Shivamogga. What's the situation currently around you?
Morning, Akshata. Prohibitory orders are in place in Shivamogga. Section 144 has been imposed. Schools and colleges have been shut, in light of the incident, the stabbing incident which took place yesterday in Shivamogga, allegedly over the poster of Savarkar, which was installed here at the mall, which is the Shivappa Nayaka Mall in Shivamogga in Amir Ahmed Circle. Now the victim has been identified as Prem Singh, who is originally from Rajasthan but who used to work at a clothes shop here. He was closing his shop and he was walking back when walking near the Gandhi Bazaar vegetable market when unidentified people stabbed him with a knife. Now, according to reports, posters of Savarkar had been installed at the mall here on the eve of the Independence Day, which led to clashes between supporters of Tipu Sultan and Savarkar. Congress and SDPI workers, they staged a protest and they tried to get out the mall as well, asking the police and the mall authorities to remove the poster of Savarkar. While the poster was removed later, this infuriated the pro-Hindu workers here, who then they also launched a protest here and took out a saffron flag march in front of the police station as well. Now, after the clashes broke out between the two groups, the police also had to resort to lathi charge, and which led to clashes. And this was when Prem Singh was stabbed here. Now, in order to maintain law and order and to make sure that there are no untoward incidents here, the police have reinstated, they've installed prohibitory orders here. Section 144 has been imposed. Schools and colleges have been shut, and Home Minister Gnanendra also took stock of the situation here. He visited the victim who is being treated at the Megan Hospital here in Shimoga.
Okay, Priyanka, just stay on with me as you track the latest updates and get us a ground report from Shivamogga, which is where this violence broke out yesterday. Let's round up for you what triggered these clashes. Remember, right now, prohibitory orders are in place in Shivamogga, and all of this violence broke out over photos being installed in a mall of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. So supporters of both sides then clashed.
A violent showdown in Karnataka's Shivamogga. The trigger, posters of Savarkar at the town's Amir Ahmad Circle. A move opposed by alleged supporters of Tipu Sultan, who tore down the posters. This despite there being heavy police deployment. The Savarkar versus Tipu face-off escalated rapidly into violent clashes, where one person, identified as Prem Singh, was stabbed.
Sir, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾಬಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ನನಗೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೇನ ಸರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಅದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೂ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ?
ಹೌದು, ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
1 ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga amid the unrest.
144 section has been imposed, and we have extra deployment as well that's happening. All the crowds have dispersed. We are requesting all the public not to move around unnecessarily, and our deployment is in place, and any unnecessary movement or violation of the curfew order will be looked at very seriously.
Continuing the protest over Savarkar photo row, two groups came off face to face at Hamid Ahmad Circle in Shivamogga city. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse this particular crowd. Unfortunately, a case of stabbing was been reported near Gandhi Bazaar area. Now 144 section has been imposed in Shivamogga city as well as Bhadravati town to ensure law and order is in place.
The incident has unleashed a political slugfest.
उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता. आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं. हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है.
BJP has blamed Congress and SDPI for the violence.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಾಜಕತೆಯನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ, SDPI ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಘಟನೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ತಡೆಯುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಘಟನೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ಘಟನೆಗಳಿರ್ತದೆ.
The prohibitory orders have been imposed till August 18th. The incident has once again highlighted the rising polarization in Karnataka as the state gears up for elections next year. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let me take this back across to Priyanka Rudrappa, because the update that's just coming in right now is that 4 people have been arrested right now by the police. We're just going to be updating that information on our screens as well. 4 arrests now that have been made by the police, who've been cracking the whip soon after these clashes broke out yesterday. Let me take this back across to Priyanka Rudrappa. Priyanka, who are the 4 accused right now who've been taken in?
Right, update coming in from Shimoga SP Lakshmi Prasad, who said that 4 people have been arrested in connection with the incident of stabbing which took place yesterday. Now, out of this, one person allegedly tried to escape, who's been identified as the A1 suspect. He was shot on the leg as well. So 4 people have been arrested so far in connection with the stabbing incident which took place yesterday. Now, remember, Prem Singh was stabbed when protests broke out, and police had to resort to lathi charge and disperse the crowd after protests broke out over posters over Savarkar and Tipu Sultan here at the Shiva Naika mall here at the Amir Ahmed Circle in Shimoga. Police have also imposed prohibitory orders in the area. Section 144 has been imposed. Schools and colleges have been shut, and all measures are being taken. Incidents. The protests broke out as 2 groups clashed over the installation of posters of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan in the area. So far, 4 people have been arrested, out of which 1 has been identified as the A1 suspect who tried to flee and who was shot at.
Right, thanks Priyanka for that update. We're going to keep coming across to you for what's playing out in Shivamogga as cops under pressure are now cracking the whip. 4 people have been arrested so far for the violence that broke out yesterday in Shivamogga on Independence Day. We also saw clashes breaking out in Telangana yesterday. Political rivalry between the ruling TRS, the Telangana Rashtriya Samiti, and the BJP turned violent as a physical clash broke out between workers of both parties. This was in Telangana's Jangaon. The violence played out during a BJP Padayatra to celebrate Independence Day. And here's why.
Stone pelting, sloganeering, clashes with the police. What began as a Padyatra to mark 75 years of India's independence turned into violent clashes between the ruling TRS and BJP workers in Telangana's Jangaon. While each side laid off responsibility for this violence, police say that both parties provoked the violent clash. An allegation vehemently denied by the BJP as they claim that it was TRS goons who started stone pelting and vandalism.
While addressing the gathering, certain people from TRS, the followers of Mr. Rivalry has started pelting stones on the BJP Karyakartas just to disturb this yatra.
The state BJP president's brazen threat to police was caught on camera. With Telangana set to go to polls in 2023, the political rivalry is only getting uglier. Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's move on to some other stories also. They were tracking this Tuesday morning. Tycoon Mukesh Ambani and his family were issued death threats on Monday. These threat calls were made to a number registered to a Reliance hospital in Mumbai. One person has been detained from the western suburbs of Mumbai for these threats to the Ambani family after a police complaint was filed by the Reliance Foundation Hospital. Now, here's what the Mumbai police has said on record. The accused, Vishnu Bhomik, used a fake identity to make these threat calls. Allegedly a South Mumbai jeweler, the accused made 8 threat calls in a matter of 2 hours to the Reliance Hospital number. While Central Agency's probe is underway to determine if the accused has any past criminal record, a case has been registered against him for criminal intimidation. And let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in this morning of politics that's broken out over the killing of a Dalit boy. This was an incident that was reported in Rajasthan, and a Congress MLA has now resigned after this incident came to light. Congress MLA Panachand Megwal has resigned. There's tension currently in Rajasthan's Jalore where this incident had happened. The MLA has shot off his resignation letter to Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, saying he has no right to hold the position. This after the Dalit boy was allegedly brutally thrashed by his teacher for touching the school pot to drink water. He succumbed to his injuries on Saturday. This incident had happened, in fact, on July 20th. He was in a critical condition for the last many weeks and unfortunately passed away on Saturday. The MLA now has resigned, saying he has no right to continue in his position. Another horrifying story of discrimination against Dalits that's led to a Congress MLA now resigning. The BJP has been questioning the Gehlot government over this incident that's happened in Rajasthan. And meanwhile, remember that Rajasthan goes to polls next year and the Congress party's internal fissures once again has come to focus. In a wheeled attack at senior Congress leader Sachin Pilot, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that some people are misleading party workers, saying that these workers and this cadre must be respected. He said that this has become a regular jumla now. Earlier, Sachin Pilot had said that party workers who bore the brunt of the then BJP government must be given respect and attention in the party. This isn't the first time, obviously, that the two leaders have very publicly been at loggerheads. Ever since Ashok Gehlot became the chief minister in 2018, the tussle between these two leaders has continued. In 2020, Gehlot called Sachin Pilot a nikamma, to which Sachin Pilot had also reacted very sharply. Remember that Pilot had even led a rebellion against Chief Minister Gehlot back in 2020 when he decamped with 18 MLAs, including cabinet ministers. It took the High Command's direct intervention for this to be ironed out. But now, once again, the politics and the differences are in focus.
कुछ लोग नेता हमारे क्या करें, भड़काते हैं कार्यकर्ताओं का मान सम्मान होना चाहिए, जुमला हो गया ये। अरे कार्यकर्ताओं को मान सम्मान तो आपने कभी किया है क्या? जानते भी हो क्या कि वो क्या होता मान सम्मान? हम तो मान सम्मान पाते पाते ही कार्यकर्ता से नेता बने हैं।
Now, on Independence Day yesterday, we saw an all-out war between the BJP and the Congress, yes, over Nehrus' legacy. Congress chief Sonia Gandhi lashed out at the BJP for downplaying the contribution of India's freedom fighters.
War over Nehru's legacy erupting once again on the 75th year of independence. Moments after Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the nation from the ramparts of the Red Fort, Congress chief Sonia Gandhi fired a massive salvo at the Modi Sarkar, accusing it of erasing legacy of freedom fighters like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru. Sonia, in her Independence Day message, claimed the centre is downplaying the contribution of India's great freedom fighters for political gains. She accused the government of misrepresenting historical facts, adding that the Congress will never accept any insult to freedom icons by what she called self-engaged government.
Kamala Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, all were in jail. None of the BJP leaders were in jail. They never fought for freedom. What Nehru family, Gandhi family has done to this country is also in history, which can't be changed.
Leaving out Nehru, what does it indicate? It shows the cheap mentality of the Bharatiya Janata Party and its leadership. That person like Nehru, who spent 9 years in prison for independence, to get us independence, those sacrifices have no meaning to these people.
Moments earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his Independence Day speech, had hailed Nehru's role in India's freedom struggle.
आजादी का जंग भी लड़ने वाले और आजादी के बाद देश बनाने वाले भी डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी हो, नेहरू जी हो, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल, अनगिनत ऐसे महापुरुषों को आज नमन करने का अवसर है।
जब दिल्ली के एक
A day earlier, the BJP had released a video on India's partition horror in 1947. The video had blamed the then Nehru-led Congress and Muhammad Ali Jinnah for the sufferings and bloodbath during partition.
वो आज कागजों में उनके सामने सच होने जा रहा था। सिर्फ 2 हफ्तों में भारत के खंडित होने की योजना पर मोहर लग गई। अब 2 टुकड़ों में बंटने जा रहा था। और अगर कोई इस विभाजन की योजना से अनभिज्ञ था, तो वो थी भारत की मासूम और निर्दोष जनता।
ನೆಹರು ಈ ದೇಶವನ್ನ ಒಡೆದಂತ ನೋವಿದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಭಾರತ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾರು? ದೇಶವನ್ನ ಛಿದ್ರ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ದೇಶವನ್ನ ಒಡೆದು 3 ಭಾಗ ಮಾಡಿದಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೇನೆ ನಾವು.
Congress had protested exclusion of Nehru's photo in Karnataka government's ad on freedom fighters. With face-off over Nehru legacy rising again, is a full-fledged political war imminent? With Sagar Raj in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
And BJP Rajya Sabha MP Harnath Singh Yadav has shot off a letter to Prime Minister Modi urging him to include details of Partition Horror Remembrance Day in children's curriculum. Now, what he said is essentially that children should also learn about the horrors of partition to set the narrative right, and that's why it should be included in the history curriculum of children's textbooks. This is a BJP Rajya Sabha MP who's written to Prime Minister Modi on this particular issue. And coming up on the other side of a short break here on Fest Up, we're focusing on the big news break that came in overnight. FIFA has suspended the All India Football Federation. Huge setback for the sport in India.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Huge blow for Indian football as FIFA, which is the apex football body, has announced that it's decided to suspend the All India Football Federation with immediate effect. FIFA has also stripped India of the hosting of the Under-17 Women's World Cup and suspended Indian football with immediate effect. What does this mean? This means that the Indian national football team will not be able to play any international games until the ban is removed. FIFA has said that the decision has been taken due to undue influence from third parties, which constitutes a serious violation of the FIFA statutes. FIFA is also assessing the next steps with regards to the tournament and will refer the matter to the Bureau of the Council if and when necessary. So this is the big news that's come in, huge setback for Indian football, a sport that's been catching up in the last few years here in India as well. Nikhil Nas is joining us with more details on this. Nikhil, good morning. Unfortunate news this morning, really, and you can only imagine what this means for countless football fans, for the football team as well. What's prompted this decision, Nikhil, from FIFA?
Well, it's been an ongoing saga for a very long time. I mean, it all started, just so that our viewers know, as you mentioned, it's not great news to wake up to. What that effectively means that India has the hosting right in October for the Women's Under-17 World Cup. That is not scheduled to take place as of now because FIFA has said India can't go ahead with hosting that Under-17 Women's World Cup. Apart from that, all international matches that the Indian national team plays, that will not be recognized by the Asian Football Council or the FIFA. So that's where Indian football stands at the moment. Just to give you a background, the last elections for AIFF Executive Committee happened way back in 2016. Ever since then, it was Praful Patel who was at the helm of the AIFF because there was an ongoing legal dispute in the court. And so no other elections took place. Now that matter went to court. What has happened right now is that, it's a catch-22 situation. What FIFA says is that because the Supreme Court is intervening in the matters of Indian football, according to their constitution, this is illegal. A third-party intervention is not allowed. But on the other hand, the third-party intervention has only happened because there were a lot of practices happening within the AIFF, which the Supreme Court thought weren't correct and not in line with the sports code that was passed by the country in 2011. So the Executive Committee was disbanded in 2022. 2 months ago, the FIFA committee came here and said, "Listen, set your house in order, have a new constitution, and have the election as fast as possible." The deadline of that was in July. Unfortunately, elections couldn't take place because of, again, a lot of to and fro within the court. What the new constitution has come up with, the Committee of Administration have come up with a few new, diktats, a few new rules to be followed, which the state associations aren't happy about. So the matter is ongoing in court. And because of this interference, FIFA has decided to take the step.
What does this mean overall, Nikhil, as far as Indian football is concerned? We've lost the rights also to host the Under-17 women's football, tournament. But besides that, is there a possibility of something being done in the next few weeks or months to reverse this ban?
Yes, the ban can be reversed, and the FIFA statement does say that they would want that impasse to be sorted as fast as possible. As you mentioned, one thing that is going to be of immediate concern is the hosting of the Under-17 Women's World Cup that is to take place in October. Apart from that, as I said, any international that the Indian national football team plays, that would not be counted. The new date of elections by the Committee of Administration has been set for the end of August. But will the election go ahead or not? That is going to be very, very crucial. If the elections go ahead and a new executive committee is set, then the FIFA can reverse their ban. But I think there are 2 or 3 key issues over which that entire impasse is. One of them is that the state association isn't happy that what the Committee of Administration are proposing, that apart from the 36 votes of the state association, there should be 36 players as well, each associated with a state association, that must have a voting right. This is what the state association is not happy about. This is what they're fighting in court, and which is why the election couldn't happen. Apart from that, there are certain other things that the state association want, like 5 vice presidents, the Committee of Administrators, their new ruling or the new constitution says that no, there will be no vice presidents. So there are a few little niggles or areas that are of concern for the state association, which are not in line with what the new constitution has come up with. So until that is resolved, the elections won't take place. Unless the elections don't take place, FIFA is not going to reverse their ban.
All right, let's hope something is done immediately by the higher-ups to stop this, because this will have a permanent dent really on the sport in India. Thanks, Nikhil, for joining us this morning with all of those details. With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on First Up. We'll be right back with the latest news break. Stay with us here on India Today.
Should you upgrade to 5G? Are you still wondering if you should get a 5G compatible phone? Well, it'd be a future-proof upgrade, especially with what 5G can really offer. 5G is faster, exactly 20 times faster than 4G. Experts are saying now that it's likely to bring a technological revolution. Unlike its predecessor 4G, which used longer airwaves, 5G uses millimeter waves, which makes it much faster. So say goodbye to annoying buffering when watching your videos. Why is 5G so fast? The millimeter waves are short, which means they have limited range and higher penetration. 5G also carries the promise of making latency disappear, which means that there's going to be less delay between sending and receiving information. So downloading heavy file sizes, of course, will take a few seconds. Can 5G make our cities smart? The idea is that 5G can create smart cities with more connected devices. For instance, increased use of connected or autonomous vehicles will impact lifestyle choices. This also begs the question of enormous amount of data it will generate. So, digital security will be an area of concern, of course, especially since 5G network is more difficult to protect than its predecessors. So, are you ready for the next upgrade?
All right, this morning, let's get your latest updates coming in from Karnataka, where there's an internal fight that's playing out right now within the BJP. An audio clip allegedly of the law minister of, in fact, the state has gone viral, and this has led to the BJP fighting it out within. This is Law Minister Madhusami's audio clip that's gone viral, after which several other ministers have spoken out against him. All-out crisis that's playing out currently within the BJP. In this alleged audio clip, he's in fact questioned several decisions that's been taken by the government that's led to other ministers, the likes of the horticulture minister, questioning Madhusami, questioning the law minister, saying power has gone to his head, and he's demanded his resignation. What will Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai do in the face of this internal fight that's playing out between the top ministers of his government? Let's first play out for you that viral audio clip allegedly of the law minister questioning several ministers in the government. All right, we're going to be playing out that conversation for you in just a bit, but a lot of reactions that are currently coming in from Karnataka ministers. 2-3 of them who've now spoken out against Law Minister Madhusami over, in fact, his comments against some of his colleagues. This is an audio clip that's going viral. He's in fact saying essentially that the government isn't functioning, but somehow we're managing at this point. Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai won't take kindly to that comment. It's happening at a time where there's been so much buzz about him being replaced as the Chief Minister. And with this kind of a comment being made, several other ministers within the BJP government, within the Bommai cabinet, have spoken out, ensuring that there is now a chorus for Law Minister Madhusami to be replaced, to be removed from his position in the cabinet. We will in fact track all the latest updates, particularly how Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai responds to this. But this is a purported conversation that's happened between the Karnataka minister, the Law Minister Madhusami, and a social worker that's gone viral. He's saying essentially that this government isn't running. We're somehow managing to ensure that it continues for the next 7 to 8 months, because that's when elections will happen. And based on this, several ministers, the likes of Somashekara, another minister, Muniratna, they've all spoken out saying that he must resign immediately from the law ministry, and the Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai must hold him accountable.
ಸರ್, ಇದು VSSN ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 50,000 ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ರೈತರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರೇ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳೇ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವರೇ ಫುಲ್ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ನ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತ ಇದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ.
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್,
ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಸರ್,
ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ತಿಂತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ ತಗರ್ತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅದ್ರೂ ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಂತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್
ಅವ್ರೇನು ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಮ್ಗೆ?
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ರೈತರನ್ನ ಒಂಥರ ಮಂಗಗಳ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರ ಸರ್ ಇವರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರು.
ನಾನೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ
ಸರ್
ನನ್ ತೋಲೆ ತಗೊಂಡವ್ರಿ.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ರೀತಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದು ನೋಡಕ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್
ಸಲೀಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಂತ
ಸರ್
ಕಲ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ನಾವು ನೋಡೋಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತರುಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು.
All right, Sagar Raj is joining us live from Bengaluru with more details on this huge embarrassment for the BJP government there, Sagar. Any action that could be taken really against Madhusami? There's been no reaction, yes, from Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai yet?
So far, the Chief Minister has not reacted on this, but his colleagues have reacted, especially Muniratna, who was part of the gang which was being made. They were from Congress who had joined BJP recently. And so talking about this particular conversation, Madhusami has resolved at Corporation Minister, saying that Cooperative Minister, saying that we have appraised the issue with the Minister, but he has not addressed. The Sotshekhar was part of MLAs who had joined from Congress to BJP. So that is the reason even Muniratna has came out in protection of a colleague Sotshekhar and demanded a resignation from the law minister, saying that a responsible person being a minister is making this kind of statement is not in a right pace, and if he feels that the government is not functioning and who is a part of the government, he should take responsibility and tender his resignation. All is not well when you see these kind of allegations which has been made, and especially on a conversation with an unknown person where Madhusami is making these kind of things. Doesn't leave, it doesn't allow the party to function in a right path. So this clearly shows that all is not well within the party. Few leaders are unhappy with the functioning of BJP.
Sagara, just stay with me. I want to play out now for our viewers how Madhuswami's colleagues themselves have reacted to this. Other ministers in the BJP cabinet are very publicly now lashing out at him and demanding that he step down, that he be removed and sacked from the government.
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇದೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಮೇಧಾವಿ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟು, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ತಿಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರ ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದುಹಾಕಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಮಂಡಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಅನುಭವ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಈ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೀನಿ.
This is the last thing, essentially, Sagai, that the BJP needed right now. You know, all of this is happening at a time when there's been endless talk about Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai being replaced. And what this audio clip, allegedly of the Law Minister, has done is it's confirmed that there's a lack of governance in Karnataka.
Absolutely, and this has been served in a plate to the Congress to target the BJP in the days to come. Remember, ahead of 2023 election, the BJP is trying to attack Congress, saying that there are indifferences within Congress. And now, when it comes to their own party, there are leaders who are including out at their own colleagues. And now you heard the statement of one of the ministers of Karnataka who said that Madhusami himself feels that he is a person who knows everything and he acts like a professor. So he should go ahead and understand that the history of Karnataka is large and everybody is aware about their duty. So they are looking at their own colleagues, taking that they are trying to overtake them, and probably need to wait and watch what High Command will do, whether they will try to douse off the fire much before it spreads amongst the party.
Okay, Sagai, thank you very much for joining us with all of those details. Big story coming in from Karnataka. We're going to be tracking all the reactions on this all-out fight within the BJP over an audio clip that's hugely embarrassed the state government. Now, Independence Day celebrations were held at the Bengaluru Eidgah Maidan, very contentious ground. The administration hoisted the tricolour at this ground, which has been at the epicenter of a communal controversy in recent times.
a historic moment at Eidgah Maidan in Bengaluru's Chamrajpet. National flag unfurled at the controversial flashpoint for the first time since independence. Assistant Commissioner of Bangalore Urban, M.G. Sivanna, hoisted the flag in the presence of local Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed Khan and Bangalore Central BJP MP P.C. Mohan. Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans reverberated at the Eidgah ground as public turned up in large numbers after being allowed to witness the Independence Day celebrations. Heavy police deployment was in place to ensure peace. The state government took over the land and decided to hoist the national flag at the over 2-acre Eidgah Maidan on Republic Day and Independence Day every year.
अभी हम वॉक बोर्ड से लहराने वाले थे, फ्लैग हास्ट करने वाले थे। ये हाल ही के अंदर आप डेवलपमेंट जानते हैं आप, ये बीबीएमपी वाले हमारी जगह नहीं है, ये रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट की ये जगह है करके वो ऑर्डर करने की वजह से आज गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हम लोग ने फ्लैग हास्ट किया।
द मिनिस्टर, चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ कर्नाटका, श्री बसवराज बोम्माई and the Revenue Minister Ashok for taking initiative and giving permission to hoist the flag. People of this area, not only this area, even the whole Bangaloreans and the Karnataka are very happy.
Earlier, competing demands surfaced from Hindu groups to hold Ganesh Puja and Waqf Board declining the same, citing ownership. Bengaluru Municipal Corporation had recently declared the State Revenue Department as the owner of the land, nixing the claim of Waqf Board. Revenue Department has also denied permission for any religious functions at the Eidgah grounds.
Today we are giving an announcement that our Assistant Commissioner, AC, will flag hoist in the ground. That is the order today we are issuing.
Meanwhile, in North Karnataka, a similar row surfaced after Hindu groups sought to celebrate Ganesh Chaturthi at Hubballi's Eidgah ground. However, Congress has threatened to protest if any religious festivals are celebrated at the Maidan.
After months of sparring over the ownership of the property between the Waqf Board and the BBMP here, Chamrajpet MLA Zamir Ahmed Khan and MP P.C. Mohan hoisted the flag here amid tight security, where students also performed various programs. While this property has been a bone of contention between the BBMP and the Waqf Board for months now, the independence celebrations took place peacefully amid tight security. With camera person Shivmurthy Gurumat, this is Priyanka Rudrappa for India Today.
Now, a Chinese ship will be docking at Sri Lanka's port today. This is largely deemed as a spy ship. Despite India's clear concerns in this matter, Sri Lanka has allowed Chinese entry. This is the Yuan Wang 5, which is docking at the Hambantota port today. From today all the way to August 16th, this particular ship will be docked at the Lanka port. And this is extremely concerning for India because Beijing is clearly trying to increase its presence in the Indian Ocean. China's bid to spy on Indian military installations is very, very evident right now. And China is trying to use the fact that they helped Sri Lanka financially to get some sort of military advantage from the same. And this particular ship is going to be docked at Hambantota from today all the way up to August 22nd, a matter of huge concern for India. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. There's been a lot of concern about whether Sri Lanka would allow Beijing to go ahead and dock its ship at their port or not. And now they have given the nod for the same. It's led to extreme concerns over what this will mean for India. Sri Lanka confirming that this will be allowed, that this spy vessel can actually dock at a Sri Lankan port, at the Hambantota port. And this is concerning because it also means that Beijing is increasing its presence in the Indian Ocean. India had made also very clearly exactly what our concerns were with regards to this. The fact that China is clearly trying to increase its military activity, but at this point, Sri Lanka maintains it's for replenishment purposes. That's what China also maintains, but the messaging here is very, very clear. Now, India had raised a lot of security concerns, and initially, in fact, this particular ship was supposed to dock earlier by Thursday, but Sri Lanka had requested China to push the dates after India had said very clearly that we're not for it. And let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has scored a rare win in the Twitter acquisition lawsuit as the company has been ordered to hand over documents from a fired general manager. This battle clearly is getting bigger as it continues to play out in the courts. Elon Musk has scored one win in this acquisition battle. There's a former executive whose documents now will be handed over to court. Twitter has been asked to do that. These documents are from a manager who was actually fired by the company. Remember that this entire fight is playing out over Elon Musk first expressing his intent of a 40 billion plus takeover of Twitter, which then fell through, and then Twitter took him to court on this matter. And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on Fair Stuff. We'll be right back with lots more news and updates. Welcome back. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's daughter and economist Anita Bose Pfaff has once again reiterated her demand to bring back his remains to India. She claimed that both India and Japan have dilly-dallied on this demand so far.
On the occasion of the 75th anniversary of India's independence, Anita Bose, the daughter of late Netaji, of late Subhash Chandra Bose, has renewed the demand, a very, very long pending demand of having the ashes of Netaji back in India. Anita Bose is now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Today, in fact, you've spoken out once again, reiterating your demand, a long pending one, that the government of India do much more than what they have in terms of facilitating the return of the ashes of Netaji back to India. What are your expectations?
I certainly hope that before I pass away, and I'm almost 80 now, so that is not that far into the future, that I can sort of get closure on the issue and can bring my father's remains back to India, because even though he did not live to experience independence, at least that would be a certain gratification for him to have his remains returned to India.
You know, Anita Bose, what has the government of India's position been in terms of the locus standi to then approach Japan and say that the ashes be brought back?
Well, I have a feeling that for many years, to some extent, both governments, the Indian and the Japanese, have sort of dilly-dallied around it and were feeling a bit uncomfortable with it. The Japanese did not want to sort of push the Indian government, and the Indian government did not want to insult the Japanese government, because the Japanese have always been convinced that the remaining Renko temple were my father's. And in India, there had been some doubt. There may have been different reasons in the past why governments were hesitant to do anything. But I guess essentially it was the disagreement on the issue or the uncertainty that made it a difficult issue for a government, because ultimately politicians will do what is useful for them in a particular situation. And since there was disagreement on that issue, there was nothing for a government to be gained. So I hope that eventually so much time has passed that it is the memory of Netaji and the respect for him that will sort of carry the day.
Anita Bose, my last question to you. At the very outset, you said that you're 80 and this really is your last wish, to see the remains come back, a DNA test be done. You would want the rituals to be carried out as per the Hindu tradition. Imagine a situation, this is a hypothetical situation, if the ashes were to come back, what would you do?
Of course, as you know, Netaji was a devout Hindu himself, but as you also know, he was a person who had high respect for all other religions as well, and in the Indian National Army, people of different religious background were working together in a comradely and friendly fashion. So, as a Hindu, I would say a Hindu, some form of Hindu ritual would be appropriate. On the other hand, I think this should not be sort of a Hindu nationalist act, because this is not what Netaji was. As a politician, he was in favor of a secular state, and as a religious person, he was a person who respected other religions. And we have to keep in mind that in his whole political work, he was always very attentive to other religious groups, Muslims and Sikhs and other groups. And the last thing I would want to have him put in a corner of a Hindu nationalist, excluding Muslims and Sikhs and other countries. Of course, India does have a very unhappy history, on a relatively recent history. With regard to that, the fact that independence was bought at the price of bloodshed of hundreds and thousands of Indians who killed Indians, was not anything that Netaji would have been proud of, and was not anything that Gandhiji was in fact proud of. Gandhiji was killed by a Hindu nationalist, and maybe if Netaji had been around in 1947, the same thing might have happened to him, because he, after all, would have stood up against communal conflicts and against communal violence very strongly. Just as strongly as Mahatma Gandhi did.
Right. Anita Bose, thanking you so much for joining us and sharing your views with us. You've reiterated your demand once again that a DNA test be done and the ashes be brought back, and that indeed is going to be the full closure for you and your family. Anita Bose,
thank you, and Jai Hind to all of you.
All right, let's move on to some other stories also this morning. The Taliban has completed 1 year of its rule in war-torn Afghanistan. That's 1 year of political and social unrest and 1 year of the continued suffering for Afghans.
As US forces hurriedly withdrew from Afghanistan and Taliban took over Kabul, it was on this day last year that the lives of common Afghans changed forever. As Taliban celebrates its first anniversary, conflict, violence human rights violations have become an inseparable part of lives of common citizens. The US-backed government led by President Ashraf Ghani crumbled, and as he fled the country, thousands of people stormed into airports, climbing atop aircrafts, desperate to escape from Taliban. But what has changed in Afghanistan in last 1 year since the Taliban's invasion?
अफगानिस्तान हमारा असली बच्चों की है, इधर कुछ चीज नहीं है, मौका नहीं मिलता है कि इधर ड्रोन करता है, इधर अभी अफगानिस्तान असली बच्चों है। प्रोग्राम आज भी बहुत अच्छा, आजादी माँ जा रहे हो नगलू से। हाँ,
तो वहाँ पर क्या करेंगे?
उन सारा लोग भी जमे उधर भी, वो आज भी ये रोज आजादी बिल मांझा।
Earlier, Taliban had promised a milder version of Islamic rule, but a lot of restrictions were imposed almost immediately. While women were forced to cover themselves up, prohibited from government jobs, girl students were barred from attending schools. Taliban's crackdown on press freedom is also ubiquitous. While female journalists are banned from state-run media houses, those working for private networks need to wear a burqa. The country's economy is in shambles. The inflow of international aid is negligible, and a major food crisis is only escalating. While Taliban is yet to be recognized by any country, China has lent support to it for Afghanistan's reconstruction.
We are here in Afghanistan, the capital of Afghanistan, Kabul, and today is the also victory day for Taliban government here in Afghanistan. In fact, this is the Kabul 1407 Hijri, the day 1 year completes in the Afghanistan when Taliban started ruling. In fact, last year on same day there was different scenario outside the Kabul airport here in Afghanistan, but today picture has completely changed and we are seeing a visible peace in the streets of Kabul.
A hopeless future looms for the people of Afghanistan. With Ashrafani in Kabul, Bureau Report, India Today.
A knife attack on one of the most famous authors globally, Salman Rushdie, has sparked a huge global debate over Islam. Iran has now pinned the blame for the attack on Rushdie and his backers, and they've said we have no link to this incident whatsoever.
Iran's connection in Salman Rushdie's stabbing heats up. Clarifying links to the accident, Iran's foreign minister blames writer and his supporter for the attack. Insulting religion with his writing will not justify freedom of speech. Decades back, a fatwa was issued by Iran's leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, calling execution of Rushdie for his book, The Satanic Verses. The fatwa is now being linked with the assault of the author. Ever since The Satanic Verses hit the shelves in 1988, it led death threats to Rushdie from Iran, offering $3 million reward for his murder. His book challenged sensitive tenets of Islam, leading to ban in India and several other countries. Rolling into controversies and death threats since 1980s, Rushdie was stabbed 10 times on neck during an event in New York on Friday. After the brutal attack, he was immediately transported to a medical center. The accused was caught by the cops, identified as Hadi Matar, a New Jersey resident. Amid the ongoing investigation, Salman Rushdie is on his way to recovery and was taken off the ventilator. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for in this edition of First Up. Stay with us here on India Today. I'm joining you with the headlines in just a few moments.
Tensions are rising between China and Taiwan. Since Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China has broken into Taiwan airspace more than 20 times. If a war is unleashed, Taiwan is likely to fall short against China. Here's a look into China's 5 most powerful weapons that can set the tone if there is a war. Number 1 is China's hypersonic glide missile. This is a DF-Z7 model. It is a precision strike weapon. It is capable of delivering nuclear weapons. This weapon can be fitted to various Chinese ballistic missiles. AG-600 is the world's largest seaplane. It can operate on ground and water. It is 129 feet long and has a wingspan of 127.3 feet. The seaplane's speed is 500,000 per hour and its range is 4,500 kilometers. China has 15 of these landing ships. They are amphibious in nature. They can carry up to 30 attack helicopters per dock. Its length is 778 feet and the beam is 118 feet. There is not much information on the stealth bomber, but it has a range of 8,500 kilometers. It is nuclear capable and can threaten US targets. This weapon is said to be under development. Golden Eagle is an unmanned airship. Since China has a lack of pilots, this breaks their way. It can fly at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It can stay in the air for up to 6 hours. Its length is 50 feet and the height is 16.
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. The City-bred SUV. HDFC Bank Parivartan, a step towards sustainable progress.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Tuesday morning. Let's begin with the headlines. Violence breaks out in Shivamogga. 4 arrested for stabbing a man over Savarkar versus Tipu poster row. Karnataka Home Minister rushes to city. Prohibitory orders in place. BJP rally turns violent and ugly in Telangana after alleged stone pelting by TRS workers. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay's brazen threat on camera says act now or face Gundaism. Billionaire Mukesh Ambani and family received multiple threat calls. 8 calls made in 2 hours under a fake name. Mumbai jeweler nabbed for threat. Central agencies continue investigation. Rajasthan Congress infighting explodes. Chief Minister Elon takes a Jumlebaz jibe publicly against Chief Sachin Pilot. Says party workers are being disrespected. And big blow to India as FIFA suspends All India Football Federation. Suspension over third-party influence and serious violation of FIFA statutes. Women's World Cup 2022, the Under-17 World Cup, also suspended. And let's begin with the latest updates coming in from Shivamogga. Ugly, violent clashes that broke out yesterday in the district, and 4 people have been arrested over the violence. One of the accused, the main accused, we're being told, tried to flee when he was cornered by the cops, and the police resorted to shooting him in the leg while taking him into custody. The accused has been identified as Jabiullah. 4 accused, all of them have been taken into custody by the police. This after one man was stabbed over a showdown between Tipu and Savarkar supporters. Prohibitory orders are in place currently in Shivamogga. There is some tension in the air, but no incident of violence that has been reported since. But not taking any chances, the administration has put prohibitory orders in place. Schools and colleges have been shut for the day. Priyanka Rudrappa is joining us live from Shivamogga with the latest updates on this. Priyanka, for our viewers, just sum up what the investigation has thrown up. Who are the 4 accused who've been nabbed? At least
4 people have been taken into custody for questioning in connection with the stabbing incident that took place here in Shivamogga yesterday, allegedly over the poster of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan between 2 groups of protesters. Now the victim has been identified as Prem Singh, who's originally from Rajasthan, and he works at a clothes store here on Kasturba Road in Shivamogga. He was walking in the Gandhi Bazaar market area when these people stabbed him with a knife, and he was injured, and he's being treated at the Megan Hospital in Shivamogga. Now this is the mall where posters were put up. Savarkar's posters were put up, which was opposed by Congress and SDPI workers who tried to get out of the mall and protested, asking the police to remove the posters as well. Now after that, the pro-Hindu protesters, they tried to reinstall Savarkar posters, and they also took out saffron flag march in front of the police station, after which protests broke out between 2 groups, which is when Prem Singh, the victim, was stabbed. Now in order to maintain law and order in the area, the police have also imposed section 144. Prohibitory orders are in place to make sure that there are no untoward incidents. Schools and colleges have been shut down. Police have been deployed across the city. Right now the situation looks peaceful. It looks like the situation is under control. The SP said that they're monitoring the situation closely as well. Home Minister Aragag Nanendra also visited the victim yesterday and took stock of this situation. While the situation was tense yesterday when the protests broke out and the police had to resort to lathi charge, the situation looks quite peaceful today.
We also understand, Priyanka, that the Home Minister rushed to the spot as soon as it came to light that this kind of violence had broken out in Shivamogga.
Home Minister went and visited the victim, Prem Singh, at the Megan Hospital, which is where he's being treated right now. He was stabbed multiple times. He was injured seriously, after which Home Minister Aragag Nanendra took stock of the situation and said that prohibitory orders in place and the police are monitoring the situation, and visited the victim and ensured that the situation is under control. So far, the situation looks peaceful on the ground here. Prohibitory orders are in place. All the shops are closed here. Schools and colleges have been shut down, and as you can see, police have been deployed across the city to make sure that there are no untoward incidents as well.
Okay, Priyanka, thank you for getting us all of those details. As Priyanka was just pointing out for you, right now things are peaceful in Shivamogga. Let's hope it stays that way. But as a precautionary measure, prohibitory orders are in place currently across the district. 4 people have been taken into custody over this stabbing incident that was reported. A 20-year-old who was stabbed with a knife over putting up Savarkar posters. 4 accused, the cops are saying, are all of the main accused in this case. They have been taken in. One of the accused tried to flee when he was cornered and was thereby shot in the leg and then arrested. Violent clashes broke out in Shivamogga on Independence Day after 2 groups clashed over a banner featuring the image of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. The move was opposed by some Muslim groups who were supporters of Tipu Sultan. They tore down these posters and the face-off escalated rapidly, leading to the victim, 20-year-old Prem Singh, being stabbed. The Karnataka Home Minister Aragag Nanendra visited the victim in hospital. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga. Schools and colleges are shut. The BJP has now alleged that the SDPI and Congress are involved in the clashes. All right, let me get in Priyanka Rudrappa for an update from the ground at this point. Priyanka, what's the situation right now across Shivamogga? Prohibitory orders in place. We understand schools and colleges are shut. This is happening far too often in Karnataka in the last few months. Latest updates that are coming in right now on this big story, as in fact 4 arrests have been made in this particular case. The cops say that all of the main accused have now been identified and have been subsequently arrested as well by the police. They will now look into what triggered them to stab the 20-year-old Prem Singh. The BJP maintains that there's an SDPI link. Let's get you and round up all the updates for you in our next report.
A violent showdown in Karnataka's Shivamogga. The trigger, posters of Savarkar at the town's Amir Ahmad Circle. A move opposed by alleged supporters of Tipu Sultan, who tore down the posters. This despite there being heavy police deployment. The Savarkar versus Tipu face-off escalated rapidly into violent clashes, where one person, identified as Prem Singh, was stabbed.
ಸರ್, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾಬಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ನನಗೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೇನ ಸರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಅದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೂ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ
ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ?
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು, ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ,
1
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದ ನಾಗರಿಕರೇ,
Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga amid the unrest.
144 section has been imposed, and we have extra deployment as well that's happening. All the crowds have dispersed. We are requesting all the public not to move around unnecessarily, and our deployment is in place, and any unnecessary movement or violation of the curfew order will be looked at very seriously.
Continuing the protest over Savarkar photo row, two groups came off face to face at Hamid Ahmad Circle in Shivamogga city. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse this particular crowd. Unfortunately, a case of stabbing was been reported near Gandhi Bazaar area. Now 144 section has been imposed in Shivamogga city as well as Bhadravati town to ensure law and order is in place.
The incident has unleashed a political slugfest.
उनको कार्रवाई किए होता आज का घटना नहीं होता। आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है।
BJP.
All right, now joining us on this broadcast is Shankar Guha from the Congress. We also have Mr. S. Prakash from the BJP. I'll start with the BJP on this. Mr. Prakash, what's happening in Karnataka? Why are we seeing such multiple incidents of communal violence? And is it fair to again wash your hands off and say that the Congress is involved?
No, those who are involved have been apprehended and their names are well known. And this is the third incident. The same people are indulging in Shivamogga. It is very unfortunate, even on a joyous day when we have to celebrate Independence Day with full fervor and patriotism. So this kind of incident definitely marred the occasion. And unfortunately, a young man who had nothing to do with the incident was stabbed mercilessly. And this mindset of stabbing people mercilessly, unconnected people, is very alarming, and this needs to be put on with a very heavy hand.
But is there a need, sir, for comments about a conspiracy in such a circumstance? You have said, yes, that there's a need for action. But the reality is that senior BJP leaders are right now coming out and saying, look, the Congress is to blame, the SDPI is to blame.
No, SDPI was patronized by the Congress party in this state. They had even electoral alliances. They even withdrew the cases against them. It is they prompted them. Now they are out of control and they are indulging in violent act. And it is very unfortunate. We should, the SDPI preaching patriotism to people of Karnataka and deciding who is the patriot, who is the freedom fighter. Nothing can be more paradox about this.
Let me bring in the Congress also. Mr. Shankar Guha, what do you have to say about what's playing out in Shivamogga and the BJP saying that this is a result of the Congress having patronized and given protection to the likes of the SDPI?
Unfortunately, they have nothing more to say other than blaming the Congress for everything. The state today is witnessing a complete collapse in the law and order situation. There is no governance happening. You know, their own minister, Mr. Madhusami, has said that, you know, I don't know whether you've heard that audio or not. He has said that the government is not running. Somehow we are pushing it. So it's an open acceptance by their own ministers So I don't think Mr. Prakash has anything to say. But what has happened is very unfortunate. I only hope that the Home Minister, takes up this issue very seriously and brings the culprits to books. And there's another thing that I want to add. Cutting across party lines, all the community leaders in that particular place, wherever there is communal tension, I think they should come together and bring in some senses into their members. They say enough is enough, let's stop this. And for the SDPI and PDI, Mr. Prakash, my senior colleague, he has nothing more to say. They are in the center and they are in the state. If they mind, they can ban them anytime, and we will welcome it. We will support any such move with proof. Whatever they can do, they can do. I think BJP should stop doing this blame game and get into serious action.
All right, let's get a response from the BJP on what you've said, Mr. Guha. Mr. Prakash, the message is simple. If you believe the SDPI, PFI are involved, why is no concrete action being taken against them? Because every week there's a similar incident that's being reported, and there are serious questions about the governance in Karnataka, because one of your own has spoken out saying that the government is somehow managing.
No, we have discussed several times on several occasions about the SDPA, banning of SDPA and PFI in state and in general in throughout the country. It has already been explained why it would be ineffective and who can ban the organization. Process is underway. Beyond that, even those who are connected with that organization should realize only harmony in the society can survive their education or movement. If they continue to behave in this brazen way, indulging in violence, killing people, certainly the government and the official machinery will go after them and see that they are decimated.
All right, Mr. Prakash, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Guha.
I wonder whom they are going after. It's 30 cases of murder, not one or two, and there's another incident close to a death. They need to get into serious action. This sort of, communalizing and using it for political benefits is really not good. We can agree to disagree on many things, but as far as the law and order situation is concerned, I think we should all agree on the best possible solution and bring all the culprits to books and bring in some senses. As I said, the community leaders should get involved in this. The government should make efforts in that extent and ensure that all of them come together and talk to their members.
Mr. Guha, I want you to stay on with me. You mentioned a point also about what's been playing out within the BJP. So just stay with us for a couple of minutes. I want to tell our viewers about that story, and then I'd like your reaction on that as well. The Karnataka BJP right now is facing an all-out crisis. Last week on India Today, we told you about all of the buzz about Basavaraj Bommai being replaced as the chief minister. And now there's an audio clip that's going viral, purportedly of the law minister of the state, Mr. Madhusami, speaking about the situation and governance in the state. He's slamming his own government essentially, and it's led to many of his colleagues now demanding that he step down. Madhusami, who was speaking to a person in the audio clip, can be heard complaining, in fact, about how the government is functioning. The conversation is about a complaint with regards to a charge for renewal of a loan from a private person. When he was hearing this grievance, Madhusami told, in fact, that there is no governance. Somehow this government is functioning for the next 7 to 8 months. Let's play out that viral audio clip and then we'll get in a reaction from the Congress.
ಸರ್, ಇದು VSSN ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 50,000 ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ರೈತರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರೇ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳೇ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವರೇ ಫುಲ್ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ನ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತ ಇದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ.
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್,
ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಸರ್,
ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ತಿಂತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ ತಗರ್ತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅದ್ರೂ ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಂತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್,
ಅವ್ರೇನೋ ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಾನು.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ರೈತರನ್ನ ಒಂಥರ ಮಂಗಗಳ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರ ಸರ್ ಇವರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರು.
ನಾನೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್,
ನಂತವಲ್ಲೇ ತಗೊಂಡವ್ರಿ.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ರೀತಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ಸರಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದು ನೋಡಕ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್,
ತಲೆ ಸಾಕಿ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಂತ
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್
ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ನಾವು ನೋಡೋಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತರುಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇದೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಮೇಧಾವಿ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟು, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ತಿಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗಿದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರ ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಮಂಡಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಅನುಭವ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಈ ಥರ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
ಮಾಧುಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡಲೇ ಸಚಿವ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ, ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾರ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಪಾಲ್ದಾರರಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಸಹ ಆ ಮಾತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯುತ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ತಪ್ಪು.
And let's bring in Mr. Guha of the Congress on this. Mr. Guha, what do you make of this audio tape? Like I said, last week there was endless talk about, Basuraj Bommai being replaced as the Chief Minister. And now there's, this audio clip that's doing the rounds.
That man, the Chief Minister of the state, ever since he has taken oath, the only thing he is, bothering him is when will I be thrown out? He is working in so much of fear of losing his job. And the government and the discordance amongst his cabinet colleagues and the dysfunction of the government is more than evident in this particular audio tape that you can hear. They don't know what is happening. And that is actually showing on the state. It could be law and order, it could be development, nothing is happening. This, their sentiment, what is happening in them is absolutely showing on the governance. The BJP has not failed in one aspect. It could be drought management, it could be law and order, it could be development, sexual harassment, you name it, and they're doing it. There is so much of chaos amongst the ministers, amongst the cabinet colleagues, amongst the MLAs. The MLAs are not seen at all in their constituencies. So many things happening. I think, they should set their house right first. Call everyone. Just forget it. It's okay. Let's fight the election, dissolve the assembly, and go for a fresh mandate. This is not going to go. The state is going backwards. We are at least, in the last 3 years, we have gone back at least 15 years. In the last 3 years of the BJP rule, or the last 2.5 years of BJP rule, we have gone behind by 15 years. And as I said, last time also when I was talking to you, I said, other than communalizing, they don't do anything else. And BJP workers have to be very careful now, because they are the primary targets. Okay. It's not going to do any good to the state, not to the members. There is so much of chaos, there is so much of discordance. They all disagree with each other on every aspect. Mm-hmm. They don't have any sort of consensus on anything, and that is showing on the governance. I think the central leadership should call on all the ministers and MLAs and put some senses into their minds.
All right. Thank you, Shankar Guha, for joining us here on India Today. The Congress saying that this is clear evidence that things aren't going well for the Bommai government and that governance has taken a backseat. We're going to be tracking the story very closely and getting you all the reactions that come in from the BJP and also put forth those questions to Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai. Let's move on to news coming in from Telangana, where on Independence Day there was an ugly political clash that broke out between the BJP and TRS workers. This played out in Telangana's Jangaon. Here's what happened.
Stone pelting, sloganeering, clashes with the police. What began as a Padyatra to mark 75 years of India's independence turned into violent clashes between the ruling TRS and BJP workers in Telangana's Jangaon. While each side laid off responsibility for this violence, police say that both parties provoked the violent clash. An allegation vehemently denied by the BJP as they claim that it was TRS goons who started stone pelting and vandalism.
while addressing the gathering, certain people from TRS, the followers of Mr. Rivalry Rao, has started pelting stones on the BJP Karyakartas just to disturb this yatra.
The state BJP president's brazen threat to police was caught on camera.
10 నిమిషాలు టైం ఇస్తాను నేను 10 నిమిషాలు మీరు స్టడీ చేయకుండా నేను స్టడీ చేస్తా చలో నేను స్టడీ చేస్తా మీరు సీఎం వస్తాడు ఎవరు వస్తాడు చూస్తాను కూడా ఏం సార్ భయపడుతున్నారా మీరు పోలీస్ అంటే.
With Telangana set to go to polls in 2023, the political rivalry is only getting uglier. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shocking images there of that political clash. Let's bring in Apurva Jayachandran for more details. She's joining us live from Hyderabad. Apurva, run up to elections in Telangana. It's clearly getting very, very violent and very, very rough between the BJP and the TRS right now on the ground. What's the action that's been taken by the officials? Because that threat that's coming from the BJP Telangana chief has also been panned.
Well, Akshita, definitely a lot of things that we will have to look into perspective when it comes to the upcoming, Telangana elections. We're also seeing that the TRS and BJP are at bickerbrack with each other. This is one such incident that has just taken place. In fact, this Padayatra that you can see, you can also see that the clashes there turned definitely violent. A lot of them who were injured both from the BJP and the TRS side as well. In fact, the BJP chief there, Telangana BJP chief, Bandi Sanjay, you can see who has been in that audio where he is seen speaking to Telangana DGP there, giving a threat as well. So that is something that we can see where he says, if you are not able to control the law and order situation, then we will have to be forced to take it into our own hands. That is what the Bandi Sanjay can be seen saying as well. So, we are seeing a lot of developments with respect to this Padayatra. Time and again, we are seeing that, the BJP there has been trying to curb and trying to point out what the TRS government is doing. In fact, Bandi Sanjay goes on to say in his speech while addressing the people there in Jangaon yesterday, he also said that the TRS has not fulfilled the promises that it had said in the last elections. Remember the Panchayat elections, we clearly saw the BJP there getting a massive win with the, elections there, with the turnaround that the BJP got. And now with the upcoming elections, this is something that we will have to wait and watch because, with this open threat that alleged threatening that, Bandi Sanjay has given, he also says that the BJP and the police are not able to control the crowd there, not able to control the party people of TRS. That is a strong statement coming in from Bandi Sanjay. Now, what will be the action taken? That is something we'll have to wait for.
Yeah, we'll track the latest on that as well. Apurva, thanks for the moment for joining us with all of those details. Let's move on to some other stories also that we're tracking closely this Tuesday morning. Mukesh Ambani and his family have received death threats once again. Calls which were made to a Reliance hospital in Mumbai, and these calls specifically targeted the Ambanis. This is something that is being investigated by central agencies. We understand that these threat calls were made to a number registered to a Reliance hospital in Mumbai. One person has been detained from the western suburbs for the threats to the Ambani family after a police complaint was filed by the Reliance Foundation Hospital. According to the Mumbai police, the accused Vishnu Bhomik used a fake identity to make these calls. Allegedly a South Mumbai jeweler, the accused made 8 threat calls in a span of 2 hours to this Reliance hospital number. The agencies are investigating. Central agencies are looking into whether this accused has any past criminal record. A case for now has been registered against him for criminal intimidation.
सुबह 10:39 से लेके 12:04 के दरमियान सर HN रिलायंस फाउंडेशन हॉस्पिटल जो डीबी मार्ग पुलिस स्टेशन के एरिया में है, वहाँ किसी अज्ञात कॉलर ने 9 बार फ़ोन करके अलग अलग टाइम पे श्री मुकेश अंबानी या इनके नाम पर गालियाँ दी और उनको जान से मारने की धमकी दी। इसकी सीरियसनेस को देखते हुए मुंबई पुलिस ने तत्काल टीम गठन करके ये जो सस्पेक्ट था उसको बोरीवली पश्चिम इस एरिया से ताबे में लिया और ताबे में लेकर के डीबी मार्ग पुलिस स्टेशन लेकर के आए।
Over to a truly horrifying story that's come in from Rajasthan's Jalore, where a Dalit boy was beaten to death by his teacher. And this was a case of discrimination, as he had touched a vessel in which water was kept for all to drink. And because he was a Dalit, there was discrimination here. Congress MLA Panachand Megwal has now resigned after the death of that 9-year-old Dalit student in Surana village of Jalore district. The MLA has shot off his resignation to Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, saying he has no right to hold the position after this incident. The boy was allegedly brutally thrashed by his teacher for touching the school pot to drink water on July 20th. Since then, he's been in hospital fighting for his life. Unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries on Saturday. The funeral for the student took place in the wee hours of Monday, 40 hours after the boy died, as Dalit organizations alongside relatives of the deceased staged protests, and there were clashes also with the police that were reported. Chief Minister Gehlot condemned the murder and assured strict action, while Rajasthan ministers have paid a visit to the deceased's house. National Child Rights Commission chairperson and the National Commission for Scheduled Castes have sought a report now on the death of the student. The BJP meanwhile has latched onto this, accusing the Gehlot government of failing to provide security to Dalits and women in the state.
इस प्रकार की घटना जो पिछले लंबे समय से दलितों के साथ घटती जा रही है, उसको देखते हुए मुझे आहत हुआ है। आज दलित समाज का लोग जो शोषण हो रहा है वो असहनीय है। उस भावनाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए मेरी अंतरात्मा में आज इतना जुनून है कि मैं अपने आप को रोक नहीं पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जो सम्मान मुझे डॉक्टर भीमराव अम्बेडकर की देन की वजह से मिला है, आज वो सम्मान में उस सम्मान की रक्षा नहीं कर पाया, इसलिए मुझे आज मेरे पद से इस्तीफा दे रहा हूँ।
बीजेपी मुद्दा बना है वो तो उनका, मैं समझता हूँ विपक्ष में तो हमें कोई ऐतराज भी नहीं है। जालोर की घटना बहुत बुरी घटना हुई है, टीचर्स को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया और तो टीचर अरेस्ट हो सकता है। तो जहाँ जहाँ घटनाएं हो रही है वहाँ हम लोग कार्रवाई भी करते हैं। ये मैं कह सकता हूँ क्या पूरा देश देख रहा है, पूरा प्रदेश देख रहा है।
Rajasthan is number 1 in crimes against Dalits. It's number 1 in crimes against women. So when you put them all together, whose responsibility is it? It has to be the responsibility of the state government, and we all know why there's total lack of governance. We all know that. उनकी अंदरूनी जो खींचतान चल रही है, जो भी हो रहा है, उससे अपना ध्यान हलक करके उनको जो बचे कुचे 1 साल है उसमें राजस्थान की चिंता करनी चाहिए।
Let's take this across to Jai Kishan, who's getting us the latest updates. Horrifying story that's emerged from Rajasthan, Jai Kishan, and has led to the BJP asking serious questions about the plight of Dalits, because there have been multiple such incidents that have been reported in the state. Huge embarrassment for the government also, because you've got a Congress MLA himself resigning, taking responsibility.
The politics over the Jalore incident is constantly heating up. The Bihar true MLA, who also comes from Dalit family, has resigned, has sent his resignation to the Speaker and the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, citing that Dalits are insecure and he feels so sad and tragic that he cannot do anything for his community members. So this is the state of a Dalit MLA in Congress government. So you can imagine what would be happening with the common men, the common Dalit man. If you look after the official figures of State Crime Record Bureau, compared to June last year, this year crime against Dalits have increased by 38%. So this is a serious matter. Not only Bihar true MLA, but many post holders. State Congress General Secretaries has also resigned today. March processions are being carried out in Dausa and different parts of the state. The entire Dalit community is anguished over the incident, that why it is constantly happening with Dalits. Few days ago, a Dalit was beaten up in police custody, brutally tortured. Now this incident, a 9-year boy has been killed. So this is
what is the government what is the
with
government doing to protect and ensure that Dalits' rights are upheld if these kind of brazen incidents of discrimination are happening? Jai Kishan, thank you very much for joining us this morning with all the details on that story. Sticking to news from Rajasthan, let's focus on the infighting that's been reported in the Rajasthan Congress. That's right, the Gehlot versus Sachin pilot war is back in focus, because again they've resorted to taking snipes at each other publicly. Clearly now, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has hit back at Sachin Pilot, saying that some people are misleading party workers, saying that they're not being respected. He said that this has become a regular jumla now. This is in response to Sachin Pilot saying that party workers who bore the brunt of the then BJP government must be given respect and attention in the party. This isn't the first time, of course, that the two leaders have been so publicly at loggerheads. Ever since Ashok Gehlot became the chief minister in 2018, the tussle between the two leaders continued. In 2020, Gehlot called Sachin Pilot a nikamma, to which Sachin Pilot recently reacted. He led a rebellion against Chief Minister Gehlot in 2020 when he decamped 18 MLAs, including cabinet ministers.
कुछ लोग नेता हमारे क्या करें भड़काते हैं कार्यकर्ताओं का मान सम्मान होना चाहिए जुमला हो गया ये अरे कार्यकर्ताओं को मान सम्मान दो आपने कभी किया है क्या जानते भी हो क्या कि वो क्या होता मान सम्मान हम तो मान सम्मान पाते पाते ही कार्यकर्ता से नेता बने हैं.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you all the tributes that are pouring in for former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary.
Become the next Prime Minister? Who is the best performing minister in the Modi government? To know the answer of several such other questions, read the latest edition of India Today's exclusive Mood of the Nation poll. Subscribe to India Today magazine now.
WhatsApp culture has created a stigma in this age and time. Everyone is under the pressure of being a part of a certain group. People do not want to share the blue tick reading mark. Different people have different concerns for WhatsApp. You can now leave groups without being noticed. People can now sneak out of groups. An update will not pop up if you leave a group. You can have a control over who sees you online. WhatsApp will now give you an option to show whether you're online or not. It will not let anyone take screenshots of your chats. Taking a screenshot of a conversation can also be restricted. The company conducted a survey on WhatsApp privacy features. 72% of people can remain unfiltered, while 47% are not comfortable sharing their personal information. WhatsApp is soon going to kickstart awareness programs about these new features in the UK and India. Are you excited about these new features, or are you happy using the old ones?
Welcome back. This Tuesday morning, let's round up some of the national stories that we're tracking for you here on India Today. President Murmu and Prime Minister Modi paid tribute to former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on his death anniversary today. Union ministers including Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh were also present at the Atal Samadhi Sthal in the national capital early this morning. BJP Rajya Sabha MP Harnath Singh Yadav has appealed to Prime Minister Modi to ensure that schools teach children about the horrors of partition. BJP MP in a letter to Prime Minister Modi said that Partition Horror Remembrance Day should be included in the curriculum of history and taught to children. Nitish Kumar's Mahagathbandhan cabinet will be sworn in today, and India Today has the inside scoop on who will be taking oath. Nearly 30 leaders will be sworn in. Maximum representation will be from the RJD, with Tej Pratap Yadav also taking oath as a minister today. The Punjab police has recovered lethal weapons from terrorists, and these arms are the same ones used by the Pakistan army, thereby confirming Pak backing to these terrorists. The Punjab police had busted an ISI-backed terror module on Sunday, and 4 accused were arrested from Delhi after an intel-led operation. First pictures have emerged of the African cheetahs which have been brought to India after 70 years. India is attempting to bring back cheetahs, and the big cats have undergone medical tests after being brought down from Namibia. They are currently settled in Madhya Pradesh's Kuno National Park. And as I slip into a short break here on India Today, I'm getting you images of how everyone has celebrated 75 years of independence. Here's an initiative by Space Kids India. They unfurled the Indian flag about 30 kilometers above the planet. The flag was sent to an altitude of 106,000 feet above the planet on a balloon that then unfurled the tricolour. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. Tensions are rising in the Indian Ocean now as a Chinese ship, it's referred to as a Chinese spy ship essentially, is right now looking to port and be at Sri Lanka. It's in fact reached the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka this morning. India had earlier raised concerns with Sri Lanka on moves to allow what it called a Chinese spy ship to enter Sri Lankan waters. The vessel, with some 2,000 sailors on board, has facilities to track satellites, intercontinental missiles, and is slated to remain at the port till August 22nd. The ship was greeted by officials of the Chinese embassy in Colombo and officials of the Hambantota port. The Chinese embassy in Colombo had informed the Indian Foreign Ministry about this visit for replenishment purposes. We are extremely concerned about the possibility of the ship tracking systems attempting to snoop on Indian installations from the Sri Lankan port. Let me take this across to Gaurav Sawant, who's reporting live from Taipei. We also have with us Dr. Aruna Kalatunga from Colombo. I'd like to begin with you, Gaurav. Good afternoon. You're reporting from Taipei. China clearly getting more aggressive by the day. What really is their plan by going ahead and ensuring and insisting they dock their ship in the Sri Lankan port, Gaurav?
This is Chinese muscle flexing, like they are in Taipei with a number of violations of the median line. Even yesterday when a US delegation was here, 22 Chinese aircraft violated the median line, as did some ships before they went back. But if we were to talk about the current crisis in Sri Lanka, now this Wanyan 5, it's technically supposed to be a survey ship, but it's a dual purpose ship. While it surveys the ocean floor, it can track intercontinental ballistic missiles, It can track satellites, and it is a cause for concern, not just for India, but even for the United States of America. Both India and the US had objected to this. India had lodged a protest, but the fact remains, just before he left the country or he fled the country, the Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapakse cleared the arrival of the ship, and Ranil Wickremesinghe government, at least this is what they've been claiming, that while they sought delaying the arrival of this ship because of India's protests and of course US concerns, they're saying that their hands were tied, and this is Chinese muscle flexing in this region. Now that ship coming to Hambantota port leads to the Chinese, because of the debt crisis that Sri Lanka is in, is a cause for grave concern for navies in the region. It's a concern for India. It's a grave concern for all navies crossing these areas, because China continues with its spying activities in the Indian Ocean region. Akshita.
Yeah, Gaurav, stay with me. Let me bring in Dr. Aruna Kalatunga also. She's joining us live from Colombo. Dr. Kalatunga, what is Sri Lanka's strategy really here? Because considering the timing of this, the tensions in Taiwan, the United States very publicly taking on China, India voicing concerns also over this Chinese ship in Sri Lankan waters. What's Sri Lanka's diplomatic strategy here? Because it will mean angering so many countries in the process of placating China.
No, we are not placating China. I don't think that is the case. We have simply asked India and the United States, who in fact, as was said before, raised some concerns. But then we asked, give us concrete reasons for the ship not to be in Hambantota. And there were no concrete reasons given. And under our conventions that we have signed up, the Maritime Convention, various other laws of the sea that we have signed up, we cannot refuse a ship which is asking for replenishments and docking in Sri Lanka. So unless India or United States or whoever could have provided concrete evidence to the contrary that it is a spy ship, that it has inimical to the security of the region, we have to basically allow the ship in. Now, keep in mind, it's not only the Indians. We had the Pakistani warships that were in Colombo port, they left yesterday. We always also accommodate Indian warships as well. So, and this is not the first time Chinese warship has been in Sri Lanka. It's a very normal occurrence over the last so many years. So, right now I understand the concerns in Taiwan and elsewhere, but as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, we have to maintain what I would say the best position for Sri Lanka, and the best position for Sri Lanka is in these terms to comply with the laws of the sea, comply with the conventions that we have signed, and also keep our non-aligned policy firmly in the middle. So that's what we have done. And there was nothing in the sense that the former president had signed anything. He, in fact, didn't know, because this was right at the time when there were certain, uncertain conditions in Sri Lanka. And the permission to firstly dock was given by the foreign ministry after consulting the defense ministry, but the president was never consulted at that time. So there was nothing to say that it was the president who allowed it in. It was in consultation with all the normal consultation with the relevant line ministries. And therefore, when the concerns were raised after that by the Indian High Commission in Sri Lanka, we had to hello, can you hear me?
Kalatunga, go ahead.
Yeah, we had to reconsider everybody's stance, and then at the end, after consultation, I believe we gave it. Now, also, to my knowledge, your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or the Foreign Ministry spokesman, Mr. Bagchi, had also, who was a former Deputy High Commissioner in Sri Lanka, who's very, very close to Sri Lanka and knows Sri Lanka very well, had issued a statement in Delhi that, in fact, there was it is a storm in a teacup as far as India is concerned. So I'm not sure why this has been portrayed as a major, event that can harm.
There's a couple of reasons. Dr. Kalatunga, if I may intervene. One is that in 2014 itself, ties between India and Sri Lanka had been strained when a Chinese, nuclear-powered submarine had docked in one of the ports in Sri Lanka. One. Second is that this is being seen as Sri Lanka's response to the fact that, they're dealing and you're dealing with a financial crisis and China is helping you out. And thereby, in that pressure, there is steps being taken to accommodate China and Beijing.
No, you're wrong, because India is helping us much more than China at the moment. So then, therefore, we should be accommodating India and not China. But that's not the case. So we are being extremely middle of the path in this. We have consulted with India at the official levels. I know that there were very long consultations. The Indian High Commissioner met the President at least 3 times on this issue. But at the end, India basically said, look, it's okay. We don't have any concrete facts that we can say that we have to stop this ship from coming in. So that was it. I mean, if both India and US, and in fact, US basically made one protest and they withdrew from the whole process. India took it up at different levels. At the end, with the President 3 times, there were meetings. And then after Mr. Bagchi made that statement, I believe both governments have very amicably agreed as to what the next step should be. So I think as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, we have done the right thing. We are friends with both countries. India, as I think yesterday, you might be aware that India in fact gave us a Dornier aircraft for security concerns and security, how do I say, to survey the security.
Yeah.
Survey the area around us.
Mm-hmm.
And at that when the aircraft was handed over, our president said something very interesting.
Dr.
So
Kalatunga, just stay with me. I have a couple of questions more for you, sir. I just want to bring in Gaurav Sawant back on this broadcast. He's been reporting from Taipei, and we know what's been playing out with Taiwan as well. But Gaurav, with reference to India, Sri Lanka, and this development of this Chinese ship, largely deemed as a spy ship in Sri Lanka waters at that port, India's message also has been very clear that we can protect our national interests, our security very easily.
In fact, we are, and when Sri Lanka talks about taking the middle path, Sri Lanka also knows who's actually a friend in need, and a friend in need is a friend indeed. When Sri Lanka faced this immense crisis, China didn't come forward to help Sri Lanka. It was India that came forward with close to $4 billion assistance and line of credit that Sri Lanka so desperately required at that point of time. As far as helping out, this situation is concerned, as our guest from Sri Lanka very rightly pointed out, India presented a Dornier 228 maritime surveillance and reconnaissance aircraft to Sri Lanka just yesterday. That again is a very powerful that helps with maritime reconnaissance and surveillance.
A bit of a problem there with Gaurav's line. Gaurav, we're going to try to reconnect with you. He's reporting live from Taipei and getting us those details of what really this means for India. But Dr. Kalatunga, if I could take this back across to you, the message from Gaurav is essentially that India is Sri Lanka's friend in need, even amid this economic crisis. Do you see this development, Dr. Kalatunga, having a bearing on India-Sri Lanka ties? Is that something Colombo is concerned about?
Not at all. I mean, that's exactly what I was trying to say. After everything happened, there was a very successful handover of the aircraft yesterday. The president of Sri Lanka made a very interesting statement there where he said, we are just 2 sides of the same coin. And wherever the coin falls, it's both of us, Sri Lanka and India, has to fall together. And he brought in the historical relations of Sri Lanka with India. Also, at the high levels, at the government level, there's absolutely no problems in terms of acknowledging that India has been a friend to us. India will continue to be a friend to us. It's more than a friend. I mean, India and us are neighbors. We are from the same genes. So there is no issue with that. But so as far as China is concerned, we understand the concerns that India has about the security. I mean, I've been talking some time ago about the triangle that is encompassing India in terms of the 3 harbors, one in Bangladesh, one in Hambantota, one in Pakistan. Now, all of that notwithstanding, at the moment, this ship has very little impact on the diplomatic relations or the government-to-government relations that I can see. simply because once the concerns were raised, Sri Lanka addressed those concerns and the ship was allowed to come in. And we also have some strictures in place where if within our economic zone, the ship has to keep its identification radar on so that we can follow. And keep in mind that Hambantota, while it's a commercial port under Chinese company, the security of the port is completely with the Sri Lankan Navy. So we are monitoring the situation very closely, and I believe you are also monitoring the situation very closely.
All right. Dr. Kalatunga, I appreciate you joining us here on India Today with your view and your opinion on what's really playing out right now between India, Sri Lanka and China. Thanks to Gaurav as well for getting us that live report from Taipei. We'll keep reconnecting with him as well. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. In just a few moments, I'm joining you with the headlines on India's agenda.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this morning, beginning with the headlines. 4 arrested for stabbing a man over Savarkar versus Tipu poster Rao in Shivamogga. Karnataka Home Minister rushes to city. Prohibitory order is also in place. BJP rally turns violent and ugly in Telangana after alleged stone pelting by TRS workers. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay's brazen threat on camera says act now or face Gundaism to the corpse. Billionaire Mukesh, Ambani and family receive multiple threat calls. 8 calls made in a matter of 2 hours under a fake name. Mumbai jeweler nabbed for threats. Central agencies continue investigation. Rajasthan Congress infighting explodes. Chief Minister Gehlot makes a jumlebaz jibe publicly against Sachin Pilot, says party workers are being disrespected. It's a mega India Today exclusive. In a provocation to India, China sends spy ship to Lankan port despite opposition from Delhi. Big blow to India. FIFA suspends All India Football Federation suspension over third-party influences and serious violation of FIFA statutes. The Under-17 Women's World Cup 2022 also suspended. There's an all-out political showdown over India Today's news break in Karnataka. The Congress is now attacking the BJP over a viral audio clip purportedly of the law minister of the state criticizing his own government. Siddaramaiah has now mocked the BJP, mocked the Bommai government over this audio, saying that the BJP minister is speaking the truth and must own up to what he said. Siddaramaiah also going on to fire another attack at the Bommai government, saying governance clearly is in shambles in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah now coming to the defense of Law Minister Madhusami, saying that he didn't know the audio would go viral. He's speaking the clear truth. And Siddaramaiah also going on to say that there's clearly no governance at all.
ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಹಿರಂಗವಾಗಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ತಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸತ್ಯ.
This is as embarrassing as it gets for the Bombay government. One of their own, the law minister, in an audio clip that's gone viral, can be heard allegedly speaking and saying that there's no governance. Somehow the government is managing and we need to continue for another 7 to 8 months, after which anyway there's elections. That particular part from the audio clip is going viral right now. The Congress is now mocking the BJP over what's happened, and there's been no response so far from Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai. But what's made it worse is the fact that there are several within the BJP, and we're talking about other ministers, colleagues of the Law Minister Madhusami, who've chosen not to back him in any way, but have hit out saying he must resign. And these are ministers who Madhusami, in their audio conversation, actually took on, questioned their functioning, saying they're doing nothing, which is why they're seeing red right now. What will Basuraj Bommai do in such a circumstance is the big question. At this point, he's maintained complete silence at a time when there's also been endless talk about Basuraj Bommai himself being replaced as the chief minister because the High Command hasn't been happy with his performance or with governance. And now with a confession essentially from within, with this audio clip that's going viral of the law minister making this kind of a comment, it doesn't get worse for the BJP, and that too in the run-up to an election. Let's play out for you again what Sidramaya has said.
ಈಗ ಅದು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಹಿರಂಗವಾಗಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ತಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸತ್ಯ.
So what is this controversy all about? Why is there now a BJP versus BJP face-off in Karnataka? The law minister Madhuswami's alleged audio clip slamming his own government has gone viral, and since then it's led to a bunch of his own colleagues demanding his resignation. Madhuswami, who was speaking to a person in the audio clip, was hearing out a complaint saying that the minister concerned, S.T. Somashekar, to whose notice this complaint had been brought, had done nothing about it. So he rants about this minister for starters. He then goes on to allegedly say in this clip that the government isn't functioning, but just about managing as elections are due in the next 8 months. The Congress, latching onto this, has slammed the BJP, saying that their own minister is clearly now speaking the truth about what's happening with the Bommai government, and thereby they're piling pressure now, saying the Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai must go.
ಸರ್, ಇದು VSSN ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ 50,000 ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ರೈತರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರೇ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳೇ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವರೇ ಫುಲ್ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ನ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ.
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್,
ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಸರ್,
ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ತಿಂತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ ತಗರ್ತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅದ್ರೂ ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಂತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್,
ಅವ್ರೇನೋ ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ರೈತರನ್ನ ಒಂಥರ ಮಂಗಗಳ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರ ಸರ್ ಇವರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರು.
ನಾನೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್,
ನನ್ ತೋಲೆ ತಗೊಂಡವ್ರಿ.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ರೀತಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದು ನೋಡಕ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್,
ಸಲೀರ್ ಸಾಕಿ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಂತ
ಸರ್
ಕಲ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ನಾವು ನೋಡೋಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರೈತರುಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು
ಸ್ವಾಮಿದೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಮೇಧಾವಿ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟು, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ತಿಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗಿದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರ ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಮಂಡಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಅನುಭವ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಈ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
ಮಾಧುಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡಲೇ ಸಚಿವ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ, ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾರ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಪಾಲ್ದಾರ, ಅವರು ಸಹ ಆ ಮಾತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯುತ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ತಪ್ಪು.
The Chief Minister of the state, ever since he has taken over, sir, the only thing he is, bothering him is when will I be thrown out. He is working in so much of fear of losing his job, and the government and the discordance amongst his cabinet colleagues and the dysfunction of the government is more than evident in this particular video audio tape that you can hear. They don't know what is happening, and that is absolutely showing on the state. It could be law and order, it could be development, nothing is happening. This, their sentiment, what is happening in them is absolutely showing on the governance.
Sagar Raj is joining us from Bengaluru with the latest updates on this. Sagar, even as your Congress is going all out to target the BJP over this audio clip because you've handed it out to them in a platter, how is the BJP reacting right now? Has there been any comment that's come in from the high command, from the leadership?
So far, the high command have not reacted on this, but we have heard from its own colleagues, Muniratna and Kumar Reddy, who have reached out at Law Minister Madhusami, stating that he believes that he knows everything and there is a history of Karnataka, and you should not think that he knows everything to talk about the Karnataka politics. It is clearly shows that all is not well within BJP. Akshita, you should understand the difference between old-timers BJP and new-timers BJP. Muniratna and Kumar Reddy were part of Congress and they have joined BJP party recently. That's the reason they have teamed up and attacked Madhusami on this particular issue. Remember, always MLAs who are switched from Congress to BJP are always being united, and that is the reason they have come out and hit Madhusami's statement. So we need to wait and watch how there might be a damage control from BJP on this. So far, the Chief Minister or High Command have not spoken about this.
Okay, so Sagar Raj is getting us the latest updates on this story. Clearly, at this point, the BJP, knowing full well that this is hugely embarrassing for them, have been completely silent on what's been playing out so far. Sagar Raj, we'll keep coming across to you for those updates. Thanks for the moment. And here's a big update that's coming in on the Shivamogga violence, the Savarkar poster stabbing case. The key accused, Nadeem, is linked to the Ganesh Utsav plot as well. The Shivamogga top cop has confirmed that they're going to look into a conspiracy angle. CCTV images are being looked into also for any clues that they can get in. 4 people, remember, have been arrested for the stabbing incident that was reported in Shivamogga yesterday on Independence Day. The victim, a 20-year-old identified as Prem Singh. It's after that footage came to light that the accused here have been taken into custody. But there is a suspicion that the person involved, the main accused Nadeem, could have been involved in other cases as well, could have been involved in the communal clashes that took place in 2016 in Shivamogga during a Ganesha procession. He was a person, according to the police, who hurled slippers at the rally, at the procession. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. We're going to be playing out also the reaction that's come in from the ADGP on the investigation so far. One of the accused, Nadeem, who's been taken into custody, was involved in another incident of violence in communal clashes that had taken place in 2016. The police at this point has said that they're looking into whether the accused has links with any organization, but clearly they're saying that prima facie, based on the investigation so far, it definitely looks like this was a planned attack, a planned attempt at creating unrest in the district of Shivamogga. CCTV images are being looked into. We understand that there is additional security on the ground also because of prohibitory orders in place to ensure that there's no more violence that breaks out on the ground. Details emerging of the probe so far. The 4 accused who have been taken into custody, the cops maintain, are the main ones who were involved in the stabbing of 20-year-old Prem Singh yesterday. And let's get you all the details you need to know in this story coming in from Shivamogga. A 20-year-old man being stabbed with a knife over putting up Savarkar posters. Now, cops have arrested all the 4 accused involved in this incident. And one of the accused, Jabiullah, was shot in the leg because when he was cornered by the police, he tried to flee, tried to evade arrest. All of this playing out after violent clashes broke out on Independence Day. Two groups clashed over a banner featuring the image of V.D. Savarkar. The move was opposed by some Muslim groups who were supporters of Tipu Sultan. They tore down these posters, and that's what led to the violence. Things escalated rapidly, which ended with the victim here, 20-year-old, being stabbed. The Karnataka Home Minister visited the victim in hospital. Section 144 has been imposed. All schools and colleges are also shut. Amid this unrest, the BJP has alleged the SDPI and the Congress is involved.
Update is that 4 accused persons have been arrested, and in the meantime there was firing in self-defense by our sub-inspector. So one person's leg has been injured and he's been admitted to the hospital.
दो दिन पहले वीर क्रांतिकारी स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर को अपमान किए हुए देशद्रोही मुस्लिम युवकों को उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता। आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है।
No, CPA was patronized by the Congress party in this state. They had even electoral alliances. They even withdrew the cases against them. It is they prompted them. Now they are out of control and they are indulging in violent act. And it is very unfortunate. We should the CPA preaching patriotism to people of Karnataka and deciding who is the patriot, who is the freedom. Nothing can be more paradox about this.
Unfortunately, they have nothing more to say other than blaming the Congress for everything. The state today is witnessing a complete collapse in the law and order situation. There is no governance happening. You know, their own minister, Mr. Madhusami, has said that, you know, I don't know whether you've heard that audio or not. Somehow we are pushing it. So it's an open acceptance by their own ministers. So I don't think Mr. Prakash has anything to say. But what has happened is very unfortunate. I only hope that the Home Minister, takes up this issue very seriously. BJP should stop doing this blame game and get into serious action.
Let's take this across to Priyanka Rudrappa. She's joining us live from Shivamogga. Priyanka, let's revisit the information that we just put out a couple of minutes earlier about the man you see on your screens, Nadeem, one of the accused in the stabbing that took place yesterday, being involved in a 2016 case as well.
Right. 4 people have been arrested in connection with the stabbing incident that took place in Shivamogga yesterday. The 4 people have been identified as Nadeem, Abdul, Jabiullah and Tanveer. Jabiullah is the A1 suspect and Tanveer is the A2 suspect here. And Nadeem is the one of the accused, was also involved in the communal clashes that took place in Shivamogga in 2016 during the Ganesha procession. Now, Nadeem was said to have been the one who hurled chappals at the procession, which led to communal clashes back in 2016. He's also said to be a habitual offender and has several cases as well. This is what the police is saying right now. However, they're trying to establish if the 4 people who have been arrested in the case have any links with any organization. They say that it looks like a planned event. However, they're investigating all of this at this point. They're not divulging any details as to what organization they belong to. They've also also deployed CCTV and police have been deployed across the city in order to monitor and make sure that there are no untoward incidents. Right now, the police are also getting ready to conduct a flag march here so that there are no untoward incidents here. Section 144 has been imposed in the area. Schools and colleges have been shut. As you can see, all the shops have been closed in the area as well. And two-wheelers, pillion riders cannot ride. Only one person can ride on two-wheelers at the moment, and the police are strictly monitoring all of this. So far, 4 people have been arrested in connection with the stabbing incident. Now, the injured, the victim, has been identified as Prem Singh, 20-year-old, who is originally from Rajasthan and works at a clothes store on Kasturba Road here in Shimoga. And he was walking around in the Gandhi Bazaar area, which is the market here right now, when he was stabbed by these 4 accused as well. He is currently being treated at the Megan Hospital in the city. This is what we know so far, and the police are trying to establish if they have any links with any other organization.
The BJP, Priyanka, has maintained that there's an STPI link to this violence that broke out in Shimoga. Any truth to that? Have the police, the authorities spoken and confirmed anything on that front?
The police have not divulged any details as to what organization the 4 accused belong to. However, it doesn't look like they belong to SDPI. We are yet to receive a confirmation on what organization they belong to. However, it looks like Nadeem, one of the prime accused in the case, seems to be a habitual offender and seems to have some precedents as well with links to communal clashes which took place in Shimoga in 2016. However, we are yet to receive an official confirmation on what organization they belong to and why exactly they did this, or if they have any links or any motive with the protest that took place over the posters of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan. Savarkar's posters, as you remember, were installed at the mall here in Shimoga. This is the Shirpa Noika mall behind me, which led to protests between 2 groups of people who wanted the Savarkar's posters to be removed. However, the SDPI, the PFI and Congress workers did not, like that Savarkar's posters were installed at the mall on the eve of the Independence Day, after which they were taken down and which led to clashes between pro-Hindu activists and them.
Okay, Priyanka, thank you for getting us all of those details. Priyanka is reporting live and getting us those updates from Shimoga, from Ground Zero. Remember, prohibitory orders are currently in place in the district after the violence that broke out yesterday between 2 groups, one backing Savarkar, the other backing Tipu Sultan.
A violent showdown in Karnataka's Shimoga. The trigger: posters of Savarkar at the town's Amir Ahmad Circle. A move opposed by alleged supporters of Tipu Sultan, who tore down the posters. This despite there being heavy police deployment. The Savarkar versus Tipu face-off escalated rapidly into violent clashes, where one person, identified as Prem Singh, was stabbed.
ಸರ್, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾಬಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ನನಗೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೇನ ಸರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಅದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೂ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ
ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ?
ಹೌದು, ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ,
144 ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಒಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದ ನಾಗರಿಕರೇ,
Section 144 has been imposed in Shimoga amid the unrest.
144 section has been imposed, and we have extra deployment as well that's happening. All the crowds have dispersed. We are requesting all the public not to move around unnecessarily, and our deployment is in place, and any unnecessary movement or violation of the curfew order will be looked at very seriously.
Continuing the protest over Savarkar photo row, 2 groups came off face to face at Hamid Ahmad Circle in Shimoga city. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse this particular crowd. Unfortunately, a case of stabbing was been reported near Gandhi Bazaar area. Now 144 section has been imposed in Shimoga city as well as Bhadravati town to ensure law and order is in place.
The incident has unleashed a political slugfest.
उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता। आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। Who is टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है।
BJP has blamed Congress and SDPI for the violence.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಾಜಕತೆಯನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ, SDPI ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಘಟನೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ತಡೆಯುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಘಟನೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ.
ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ಘಟನೆಗಳಿರ್ತದೆ.
The prohibitory orders have been imposed till August 18th. The incident has once again highlighted the rising polarization in Karnataka as the state gears up for elections next year. Bureau Report, India Today.
So 4 accused who've been arrested in this particular case. The Home Minister also visited the victim in a local hospital in Shivamogga. The victim there, 20-year-old Prem Singh, is currently being treated for his injuries. These are the latest images that we're getting to you from Shivamogga, where you see the kind of security presence on ground. Looks like they're getting ready for a flag march to show off their numbers. Priyanka Rudrappa is live with us. Priyanka, if you can hear me, take it away. Show us what's happening around you. Priyanka, we're going to give you a moment. We're getting a bit of a problem with your audio there. So Priyanka, just fixing that, and she'll be joining us in just a few seconds with the live updates from Shivamogga. On the ground, you see the kind of security presence there. We understand things are calm right now. There's been no tension or violence that's been reported since that incident yesterday. Priyanka is with us. Priyanka, over to you.
Police have been deployed across the city in order to make sure that there are no untoward incidents. Right now, we are here in the Gandhi Bazaar area, in the Amir Ahmed Circle, where police are getting ready for a flag march. The RAF is here. They're going to take out a march here in the city to make sure that there is law and order in place. Remember, Prem Singh, a 20-year-old, was stabbed multiple times yesterday in Shivamogga after a protest took place over the posters of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan in the area. After which the police had to be deployed in large numbers here. Section 144 has been deployed, has been imposed here as well, and schools and colleges have been shut down. Police are making sure that all the CCTV footages is being monitored right now, and they've been deployed in large numbers across the city to make sure that there are no untoward incidents as well. The prohibitory orders are also in place where pillion riders are not allowed on two-wheelers at the moment. The two-wheelers have to make sure that there's only one rider as well. There are prohibitory orders as well in the city. The RAF is just starting the flag march here at the Amir Ahmed Circle near the Shirpanaika Mall in Shivamogga. This is where the incident took place. The stabbing incident took place close by, and there were protests which broke out here as well. So the police are trying to make sure that the law and order is in control, and they're trying to make sure that everything is in order. Prem Singh was stabbed multiple times by after protests took place in the area over posters. 4 people have been arrested in connection with the incident so far. The 4 people who've been arrested have been identified as Nadeem, Jabiullah, and Nadeem here seems to be a habitual offender as well, and the police are trying to establish if these people who've been arrested have any links with the STPI or PFI, which the BJP here in the state is accusing them of being involved in the case.
Keep speaking to us. Keep getting us that live report from the ground and showing us what's happening around you. What's the situation right now on the ground? Are shops closed? Because we understand prohibitory orders are in place. Schools, colleges, etc. Are they all functioning?
Prohibitory orders are in place. As you can see around, all the shops have been closed. This is the Gandhi Bazaar area. This is a very sensitive area in Shivamogga where communal clashes have taken place before as well. Now the RAF is marching, is carrying out a flag march here from the Gandhi Bazaar area. We'll have to, the shops have been closed in the neighborhood as well. The police are trying to make sure that all the CCTV footages are being monitored. They've been deployed in heavy numbers. However, the situation seems to be under control so far in Shivamogga while commuters are moving around the city, but the police are still monitoring that there are no untoward incidents.
Also take us through what's been done as far as the investigation is concerned, Priyanka. 4 accused have been taken into custody and we're hearing that there is a suspicion that one of the accused had links to a 2016 incident, a communal incident again in Shivamogga then.
Four people have been arrested so far. They've been identified as Nadeem, Abdul, Jabiullah and Tanveer. Now Jabiullah is the A1 suspect and Tanveer is the A2 suspect. Jabiullah was the one who tried to flee when the police tried to arrest him. Afterwards, the police shot at his leg and he has been arrested. And Nadeem, one of the accused, was also involved in the communal clashes that took place in Shivamogga in 2016. During the Ganesha procession, Nadeem is also said to be the one who hurled slippers at the procession, after which communal clashes took place here. Now the SP Lakshmi Prasad, while talking to the media, said that the situation is under control. All security measures are being taken at the moment to make sure that nothing happens. There are more clashes. He said that they're still trying to establish if the accused have any links with any organization. He also said that it looks like it's a planned event where the accused had planned beforehand on how to go about it and executed it accordingly. However, they're trying to establish all these links so far. Right now, the police have deployed the personnel in large numbers across the city, and the CCTV cameras are being monitored to make sure that there are no untoward incidents as well.
Okay, what you see on your screens right now is the flag march that's being conducted by police officials and the RAF on ground to ensure that there is a clear message that no tolerance will be there for any violence, any clashes or any attempt to disturb peace and harmony. What's been the situation, Priyanka, since yesterday, since that incident and that clash broke out?
The situation seems to be under control as of now. The police said that their personnel have been deployed in large numbers. As you can see, this is the Gandhi Bazaar area, which is a sensitive area in the city, and all the shops have been closed. You can also look at people from the houses who are looking at the flag march by the RAF here. There are no untoward incidents that have been reported. There's very little movement of vehicles in the city. However, commuters are not allowed to, pillion riders are not allowed to travel on two-wheelers. Only one person is allowed to take out a two-wheeler. And the police are strictly monitoring and keeping a vigilant eye on all the movement of the citizens in the city, especially the Sherpa Naika Mall and the Amir Ahmed Circle, which is where clashes broke out between the SDPI PFI workers and the pro-Hindu groups after posters were put up at the Sherpa Naika Mall here, while the Savarkar posters were put up at the mall here, which led to protests between the two groups. And after which SDPI PFI workers protested, and they said that they urged the authorities, small authorities and the police to take down Savarkar posters on the eve of the Independence Day. While the posters were taken down, it did lead to protests. Pro-Hindu organizations pro-Hindu members were agitated. They took out saffron flag march here. They protested in front of the police station, and they made sure that the posters were installed. Now, that is the reason all these things, the clashes took place. There was lathi charge. The police had to resort to lathi charge and disperse the crowd at the Amir Ahmed Circle near the mall where the incident took place. That was when Prem Singh, the 20-year-old, was stabbed multiple times, and 4 people have been arrested in connection with the incident so far. Right now, the police are carrying out the flag march here in the Gandhi Bazaar area, a very sensitive area in the city, and trying to make sure that there is peace and order, there's harmony, there are no untoward incidents, and the law and order in the city is in check.
Priyanka, just stay with us. I'm going to give you a moment to catch your breath. Priyanka is reporting live there as the flag march proceeds to some of the most sensitive parts of Shivamogga, where we've seen violence breaking out even yesterday. Right now, as Priyanka reports from the ground, they're getting us that exclusive ground report showing us the flag march that's being conducted with the whole strength of the police and the RAF being shown off on the streets of Shivamogga. Let's highlight that the situation is, in fact, under control right now, and we're going to be tracking all the updates that come in. The government has said that they will ensure that there is justice, that all the accused are taken into custody. Cops confirming that 4 people so far have been arrested in the stabbing incident. Thanks, Priyanka, for getting us that ground report. It wasn't just in Karnataka that we saw violence breaking out on Independence Day. In Telangana, there was political rivalry between the ruling TRS, the Telangana Rashtriya Samiti, and the BJP that turned violent. A physical clash broke out between the workers of both parties in Telangana's Jangaon. This violence happened during a BJP Padayatra to celebrate Independence Day. Why? We tell you in our next report.
Stone pelting, sloganeering, clashes with the police. What began as a Padyatra to mark 75 years of India's independence turned into violent clashes between the ruling TRS and BJP workers in Telangana's Jangaon. While each side laid off responsibility for this violence, police say that both parties provoked the violent clash. An allegation vehemently denied by the BJP as they claim that it was TRS goons who started stone pelting and vandalism.
During while addressing the gathering, certain people from TRS, the followers of Mr. Rivalry has started pelting stones on the BJP Karyakartas just to disturb this yatra.
The state BJP president's brazen threat to police was caught on camera.
10 నిమిషాలు టైం ఇస్తాను నేను 10 నిమిషాలు మీరు స్టడీ చేయకుండా నేను స్టడీ చేస్తా చలో నేను స్టడీ చేస్తా మీరు సీఎం వస్తాడు ఎవరు వస్తాడు చూస్తాను కూడా ఏం సార్ భయపడుతున్నారా మీరు పోలీస్ అంటే.
With Telangana set to go to polls in 2023, the political rivalry is only getting uglier. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on news coming in from Rajasthan. Tension brewing in the Jalore district over a Dalit boy who was beaten to death by his teacher.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Let's get you breaking news that's coming in of another incident of mob lynching that's been reported in Rajasthan. A man has been beaten to death by a mob in Alwar. He's been lynched on the suspicion of theft. An angry protest has now broken out, demanding that the accused be arrested. Horrifying incident that's been reported in Alwar. Another, in fact, lynching incident where a man has been killed, beaten to death over suspicion of theft. This incident has sparked tension in the area. People were seen gathering in large numbers at staging protests. The police have lodged a complaint. An investigation is currently underway. Devankur is joining us live. He's headed to Alwar as we speak. Dev, what's the situation right now there? This incident of lynching that's been reported, take us through what played out.
Well, good morning, Akshita. Clearly, this man, Chiranjit Lal Saini, was brutally hacked. He was lynched in Rajasthan's Alwar district. The incident pertains to August 14. So far, no one has been arrested in the case. Chiranjit Lal passed away in Jaipur yesterday. Today, what has happened is that several of his family members have, decided not to perform the last rites of Chiranjit Lal till the time the accused in the case. There are said to be 15 to 20 accused in the case. All of them, as per information, belonging to one section, one community. And Chiranjit Lal's family has claimed till the time the accused are arrested, till the time a compensation of 50 lakhs is not given, till that time, the body of Chiranjit Lal will not be cremated. As per my information, Akshita, so far no one has been arrested in the case. The police is investigating the entire matter. And this brings to light how allegedly a man was lynched on a mere suspicion of theft. Earlier we have seen that Alwar had been a hotbed of several lynchings, whether it be the Pehlu Khan case or the Rakbar Khan case. But in this particular case, on the suspicion of theft, there was no cattle smuggling which was involved. There was no, apparent a case of any beef in this particular matter involved. But a man was lynched allegedly on the mere suspicion of theft, and he later succumbed to his injuries at a hospital in Jaipur. Akshita?
All right, Dave, thank you for getting us all of those details. Horrifying incident this that's been reported from Alwar. Investigation is underway, but as expected, it sparked massive protests also on the ground. And here's another atrocity that's been reported from Rajasthan, where a Dalit boy was beaten to death by his teacher in a clear case of discrimination. Congress MLA Panachand Meghwal has resigned after the death of a 9-year-old Dalit student in the Surana village of Rajasthan's Jalore. The MLA has sent his resignation to Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, saying he has no right to continue to hold the position. The boy that we're talking about here, the victim, was allegedly brutally thrashed by his teacher. Why? Because he touched the school pot to drink water on July 20th. Since then, he's been in hospital fighting it out for his life, tragically succumbed to his injuries on Saturday. The funeral for the student took place in the wee hours of Monday, nearly 40 hours after the boy's demise. Dalit organizations, alongside relatives of the deceased, had staged protests for the last few days and even clashed with the police. Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has condemned the murder and assured strict action, while Rajasthan Congress ministers also were seen paying a visit to the deceased's house on Monday. The National Child Rights Commission and the National Commission for Scheduled Castes have sought reports on the death of the student. The BJP has accused Gehlot of failing to provide security to the Dalits and women in the state.
इस प्रकार की घटना जो पिछले लंबे समय से दलितों के साथ घटती जा रही है, उसको देखते हुए मुझे आहत हुआ है। आज दलित समाज का लोग जो शोषण हो रहा है वो असहनीय है। उस भावनाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए मेरी अंतरात्मा में आज इतना जुनून है कि मैं अपने आप को रोक नहीं पा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जो सम्मान मुझे डॉक्टर भीमराव अम्बेडकर की देन की वजह से मिला है, आज वो सम्मान में उस सम्मान की रक्षा नहीं कर पाया, इसलिए मुझे आज मेरे पद से इस्तीफा दे रहा हूँ।
बीजेपी मुद्दा बना है वो तो उनका, मैं समझता हूँ विपक्ष में तो हमें कोई ऐतराज भी नहीं है। जालोर की घटना बहुत बुरी घटना हुई है, टीचर्स को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया और तो टीचर अरेस्ट हो सकता है। तो जहाँ जहाँ घटनाएं हो रही है वहाँ हम लोग कार्रवाई भी करते हैं। ये मैं कह सकता हूँ क्या पूरा देश देख रहा है, पूरा प्रदेश देख रहा है।
Rajasthan is number 1 in crimes against Dalits. It's number 1 in crimes against women. So when you put them all together, whose responsibility is it? It has to be the responsibility of the state government. And we all know why there's total lack of governance. We all know that. उनकी अंदरूनी जो खींचतान चल रही है, जो भी हो रहा है, उससे अपना ध्यान हलक करके उनको जो बचे कुचे 1 साल है उसमें राजस्थान की चिंता करनी चाहिए।
Now, after the resignation of Congress MLA Panachan Meghwal over the death of the Dalit child in Jalore, a dozen councillors of the municipal corporation, including the ward councillor, have resigned in support of the MLA Meghwal. There's a massive infighting, clearly turmoil within the Congress over this murder. This Congress MLA resigned, saying that he cannot continue to hold his position knowing what's happened. And now councillors have also followed suit, quitting in protest. This will mean that the leadership has to immediately act, damage control, or they're going to continue to lose a lot of their leaders as a fallout over the death of this Dalit student, this young boy. Congress MLA Meghwal had quit, saying that he cannot continue to hold his position. And interestingly, it's not just the BJP that's attacked the Gehlot government over this incident, but even Sachin Pilot, who's been increasingly speaking out against Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, who's questioned the government over this particular incident. Devankar is joining us with more details on this. Dev, this is a huge problem that the Congress is facing. First, an MLA quitting, thereby, it essentially sends out a message that the Congress government is responsible for the plight of Dalits in Rajasthan. Add to that is several other leaders within this district also quitting.
Well, Akshita, if you look at the series of incidents that have involved Dalits in Rajasthan, repeatedly the Dalits have been at the receiving end of discrimination, of oppression, and this particular case once again brings to light how Dalits have allegedly been oppressed in Rajasthan. The point that these people have been making, in fact, repeatedly, is that the Chief Minister is also the Home Minister in Rajasthan, and the responsibility for the law and order, whether it be the women's section, whether it be the Dalits, lies at the doorsteps of the Chief Minister himself. So what has actually happened is that after Panachan Meghwal mentioned that he will submit his resignation over the death of a Dalit boy, an 8-year-old boy, allegedly so brutally assaulted that he passed away in Ahmedabad. Thereafter, it seems that once again another case has surfaced, and Tej Pratap Yadav is another MLA, Congress MLA, who has also mentioned that the conditions or the plight of Dalits in Rajasthan is such that there is an urgent need to address that issue. So in Rajasthan, the Ashok Gehlot government is in trouble over this issue, and Sachin Pilot will be visiting Jalore today. Akshita, he will be there. He will be meeting the family members of the 8-year-old Inder Kumar Meghwal who passed away.
8-year-old Inder Kumar Meghwal who passed away 2 days ago, and he will try to bring solace to the family. But this issue clearly shows how within the Congress there has been voices which have been coming out mentioning that the plights of Dalits in Rajasthan is something which is an issue which needs to be urgently addressed. Akshita?
Okay, thanks Dev for getting us those details. Devankar also telling us that as far as the Jalore incident is concerned, you're going to be seeing Sachin Pilot visit the location, meet with the deceased family. He's also been critical of the Gehlot government and what's happened in Jalore. So it's endless problems really for the Congress party. You've got, in fact, the internal fissures that have come to surface once again. In a veiled attack at Sachin Pilot, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot said that some people are misleading party workers, saying that party workers must be respected. He has said that this has become a regular jumla now. This is in response to Sachin Pilot having said that party workers who bore the brunt of the former BJP government must be given respect and attention in the party. This isn't, of course, the first time that the two leaders, Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, have been at loggerheads. Ever since Gehlot became the chief minister in 2018, the tussle between the two leaders has continued. In 2020, Gehlot called Sachin Pilot a nikamma, to which Sachin Pilot had also reacted sharply. Pilot even led a rebellion against Chief Minister Gehlot in 2020 when he decapped with 18 MLAs, including cabinet ministers.
कुछ लोग नेता हमारे क्या करें भड़काते हैं कार्यकर्ताओं का मान सम्मान होना चाहिए जुमला हो गया ये अरे कार्यकर्ताओं को मान सम्मान दो आपने कभी किया है क्या जानते भी हो क्या कि वो क्या होता मान सम्मान हम तो मान सम्मान पाते पाते ही कार्यकर्ता नेता बने हैं.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we'll be in fact focusing on a lot more of the national stories that are coming in. But I'm also getting you these images. India marking 75 years of its independence, and Space Kids India unfurled the Indian flag about 30 kilometers above the planet.
Tensions are rising between China and Taiwan. Since Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China has broken into Taiwan airspace more than 20 times. If a war is unleashed, Taiwan is likely to fall short against China. Here's a look into China's 5 most powerful weapons that can set the tone if there is a war. Number 1 is China's hypersonic glide missile. This is a DF-Z7 model. It is a precision strike weapon. It is capable of delivering nuclear weapons. This weapon can be fitted to various Chinese ballistic missiles. AG-600 is the world's largest seaplane. It can operate on ground and water. It is 129 feet long and has a wingspan of 127.3 feet. The seaplane's speed is 500,000 per hour and its range is 4,500 kilometers. China has 15 of these landing ships. They are amphibious in nature. They can carry up to 30 attack helicopters per dock. Its length is 778 feet and the beam is 118 feet. There is not much information on the stealth bomber, but it has a range of 8,500 kilometers. It is nuclear capable and can threaten US targets. This weapon is said to be under development. Golden Eagle is an unmanned airship. Since China has a lack of pilots, this breaks their way. It can fly at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It can stay in the air for up to 6 hours. Its length is 50 feet and the height is 16.
Welcome back. As we track the latest updates coming in the Shivamogga incident of the clashes investigation, let's cut across live to BJP's KS Ishwarappa.
ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹೊಡೆತ ಬಿದ್ದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕೆಲವು ನರನಾಡಿಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಬದುಕಬಹುದು ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಬದುಕೋದು ಈಗಲೇ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ರಾತ್ರಿಯೆಲ್ಲ ಬೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾರು ಪ್ರೇಮ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿ
the cops have been investigating who was behind the murder of the stabbing of Prem Singh.
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರು ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಯಾಸಿಫ್ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವನ ಹೆಸರು, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದು ಅವನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
They have arrested a person who also tried to run away. They shot him in the leg.
3 ಜನ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನು 3 ಜನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
3 people are still absconding. The hunt is on to nab them as well.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಇವತ್ತು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ
things are calm currently in Shivamogga.
ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇದೇನು ಅವರ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಕೆಲವು ಗುಂಡಾಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ SDPI ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅವರ ಮನೋಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
These are Muslim goons. There's clearly no change in SDPI trying to provoke on the ground.
ಸತತವಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅಂಶವನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ನಗರದ ಜನ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಶಾಂತಿ ಪ್ರಿಯರು. ಯಾವ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮಂತರಂತೆ ಇರೋಂಥ ಊರು. ಅನೇಕ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಸಕನು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋರು ಅಥವಾ ಕೇರಳದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋರು ಈ ರೀತಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು,
these are anti-national activities that these people resort to. They come from Kerala and conduct these kind of crimes.
ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಈಗ ನಾನು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ
I have also spoken to Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai and requested that officials take strict action in these incidents.
ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಗೃಹ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಆರ್ ಜ್ಞಾನೇಂದ್ರ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿದಂತ ಅವನ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೈರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು ಒಂದು ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅವನು ಕೂಡ ಈಗ. ಈ ರೀತಿ
I'm glad that the other accused have been taken in, including the one who tried to flee.
ಅಪಮಾನ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೊಲೆ ಸುಲಿಗೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇದನ್ನ ಆಗಬಾರದು. ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಯ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಮ್ಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಅವನು ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವನಿವ ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
If there's no fear of the police, explain to me how the cops have acted so fast and managed to take the accused into custody in a matter of hours.
ಹೆಸರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನಪಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವನ ಮೇಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಫೈರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Even the one who tried to flee, they fired at him, shot him in the leg and taken him into custody.
ತೋರಿಸೋ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಕೂಡ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
I congratulate the cops for their speedy action in this case.
ಕರಾವಳಿ ಭಾಗದಂತೆ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು
ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕಾಪಾಡೋ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Our government is committed to ensuring peace and taking all steps in that regard.
ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜ ಸಶಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ, ದುರ್ಬಲ ಸಮಾಜ ಅಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜ ಎದ್ರೆ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಗೂಂಡಾಗಳು ಉಳಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋಬಾರ್ದು. ಸರ್ಕಾರವೇ ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ಯೋಚನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಯಾರು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ದೇಶಭಕ್ತ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಅಪಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿನಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಒಬ್ಬ ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ
one person has also been put in jail for insulting the Deshbhakt Savarkar.
ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಜ ಬತ್ತು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇವುದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ಯಾರ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ನೆನ್ನೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇನ್ನು ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅವ್ರು ಗುಂಡಾಗಿರಿ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡೋದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಗುಂಡ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಶಾಂತಿ ಕಾಪಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯುವಕರು ಯಾರು ಗುಂಡಾಗಿರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕರೆದು ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ತಿದ್ದಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರವೇ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನೇನೇನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಇದು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಗುಂಡಾಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕರೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು, ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 35 ಜನ ಹಿಂದೂ ಯುವಕರ ಕಗ್ಗೊಲೆಗಳಾಯ್ತು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ.
In Dakshina Kannada, there have been multiple incidents of communal killings.
ವೈಫಲ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು, DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತವರು, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ HD ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು 2 ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಪಕ್ಷಗಳ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್ ಅವಳ ಗಂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಭಾವಚಿತ್ರವನ್ನು ಹರಿದು ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಆ ಗೂಂಡಾಗಳನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ
Congress should apologize because their link also, a corporator has been taken in for insulting Deshbhakt Savarkar, so they should also apologize for
ಬೆಂಬಲ
this.
ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನೇ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಹಿಂದೂ
And it's
ಸಮಾಜ
because of them that this is the situation that this happened in Shivamogga.
ದುರ್ಬಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ಇಡೀ ಹಿಂದೂ ಸಮಾಜ ಎತ್ತರ ಏನಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ್ ಗೂಂಡಾಗಿ 4 ಜನ 6 ಜನ 10 ಜನ 20 ಜನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಗೂಂಡಾಗಿರಿ. SDP ಅಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋಂಥ ಗೂಂಡಾಗಿರಿ.
Whichever Muslim goons, how many of them they are, 5, 10, 15, doesn't matter. We will ensure this action. The SDPI is clearly involved in trying to instigate this violence.
ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಶಾಂತಿಗೆ ಆಗ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಂಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಪಕ್ಷ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದೂ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರ ಗಲಭೆ ತಂದು ಅದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಒಟ್ಟು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭ್ರಮೆಲಿದ್ದು ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವರು ಕನಸು ಕಾಣ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕನಸು ನನಸಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಡೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ
Just because of this kind of divisive plot that you're spreading in Karnataka and then you're taking on the chief minister, it will not work.
ಈಗ ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಕೇರಳದಿಂದ ಬಂದು SDPI ನವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮಾವೇಶ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತನ ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ಓಡೋದ್ರು. ಇದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್
These people, these accused, these people linked to the SDPI coming from Kerala, entering the state, killing people and then going back.
ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗೈತಾಗಲೇ. ಇದ್ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್ ಗಂಡ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ವೀರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಆ ಒಂದು ಭಾವಚಿತ್ರವನ್ನು ಕಿತ್ತಾಕಿದ್ದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಇಮ್ಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಅವನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಅವನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
I had clearly said that the Congress corporator who insulted Veer Savarkar should be arrested.
ಹೌದು, ಅವನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ರೋಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ
this is clearly establishing the Congress's role in this violence.
ಕೋಪಂಗಲ್ಬೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್ ಗಂಡ SDPI ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಅವನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಅವನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್. ಇಂಥವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ. BJP ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಈಗ ನಿನ್ನೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರು ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋದಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವ್ರ ದಯದಿಂದ ಅವನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬದುಕಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದ್ರ ಹಿಂದಿದೆ. ನೇರವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
So we just played out for you live there what KS Ishwarappa, the Shivamogga MLA, has to say, where he says that these are Muslim goons who targeted Hindus, and then hails Veer Savarkar, saying that a Congress corporator insulted Savarkar, referring to him as a Deshbhakt. This is a story that's escalating fast, a lot of political war of words as well. And here on India Today, we're going to get you every single update that pours in. That's it from me on this edition of India's Agenda. Thank you for tuning in.
watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get to the top stories today. 4 arrested for stabbing a man over Savarkar versus Tipu poster controversy in Shivamogga. Karnataka Home Minister rushes to the city, prohibitory orders in place. Billionaire Mukesh, Ambani and family received multiple threat calls. 8 calls made in 2 hours under a fake name. Mumbai jeweler has been nabbed for these threats. Central agencies continue their probe. Rajasthan Congress infighting implodes. Chief Minister Gehlot takes a Jumlabaz jibe publicly against Sachin Pilot. Says party workers are being disrespected. It is a mega India Today exclusive. In a mega provocation to India, China sends a spy ship to Lankan port in spite of opposition from New Delhi. Big blow to India. FIFA suspends All India Football Federation. The suspension is over third-party influences and serious violation of FIFA statutes. Women's World Cup 2022 also suspended. Some news just coming in. All India Football Federation case mentioned by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta before Supreme Court. There's some development as was the SG has said. Justice Chandrachud says Court Master says it's first matter tomorrow. The Solicitor General says I'll circulate one letter sent by FIFA so you have the background. These are in fact developments as far as FIFA suspension is concerned. The matter is in court. In fact, FIFA has suspended All India Football Federation, saying that India can't host the Under-17 Women's World Cup. FIFA, the global governing body of football, has said the suspension is only going to be lifted only when the Indian Football Governing Body's administration regains full control of daily affairs after a democratic election process. The global football governing body has suspended All India Football Federation on Monday due to undue influence from third parties. More news coming in. This is a big twist in the Savarkar poster stabbing case. Key accused Nadeem linked to Ganesh Utsav plot. Shivamogga top cop says will probe the conspiracy. Shivamogga cops scan CCTV footage for clues. 4 arrested for stabbing victim Prem Singh.
Nadeem, in 2016 there was an incident, a communal incident in which some sleepers were thrown on the Ganesha procession. So Nadeem happens to be accused in that case. So he has got the past history of being involved in communal incident. So this A1, that Jabiullah, he is a HBT offender. And he has been involved in some cases of HBT, and he is the person who has attacked with the knife. And other 2 persons, they have no other as such criminal background. So now we'll try to find out that if they are associated with any organization, or their friends or anyone, they are associated with some organization, that will take care. So yesterday afternoon there was one incident of stabbing, one Prem Singh, he has been stabbed, and now Shivamogga police, they have taken swift action. And 4 persons they have been secured, but now we are trying to find out that is what is the like if someone is behind them and someone was assisting them and someone has given some idea, because these people they are using mask. That means that there was some amount of preparation. So and maybe some planning also, though it was short tenure, but I think that there was some amount of preparation. So what and who gave the idea? So all these things after taking them police custody, we will just.
Going across straight to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who's addressing the press right now. Listen
अच्छी शिक्षा देता है इसलिए अमीर है इसलिए अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा नहीं देते। अगर हमें भी अमीर बनना है, भारत को भी अमीर बनना है, तो हर भारतीय को अमीर बनना पड़ेगा। और अगर हर भारतीय को अमीर बनाना है, 4 काम करने पड़ेंगे। पहला, देश के अंदर जितने सरकारी स्कूल हैं सबको शानदार बनाना पड़ेगा। दूसरा, ढेर सारे नए सरकारी स्कूल खोलने पड़ेंगे। तीसरा, जितने कच्चे टीचर हैं पूरे देश के अंदर सबको पक्का करना पड़ेगा और बहुत बड़े स्तर पे नए टीचरों की भर्ती करनी पड़ेगी। और चौथा, टीचरों की शानदार ट्रेनिंग करानी पड़ेगी। ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो विदेशों में ट्रेनिंग कराएंगे। इन लोगों की दिल्ली में कराई हम लोगों ने। ये 4 काम कर देंगे, भारत अमीर देश बन जाएगा। भारत का एक एक आदमी अमीर बन जाएगा। 5 साल में ये काम हो सकता है। दिल्ली में हमने 5 साल में सरकारी स्कूल शानदार कर दिया। पूरे देश में भी 5 साल में हो सकता है। हमको करना आता है। आज मैं केंद्र सरकार को ये ऑफ़र देना चाहता हूँ कि आप हमारी सर्विसेज यूज़ करो ना। हम भी तो इसी देश के हैं। राजनीति को साइड रख देते हैं। आप हमारी सर्विसेज यूज़ करो। आप सारे देश के सब लोग मिलके 130 करोड़ भारतीय मिलके सारे स्कूलों को मिलके ठीक करेंगे। सारी सरकारें मिलके ठीक करेंगी। ये हो सकता है। और इसको फ्री भी कहना बंद करो। अच्छी शिक्षा देना फ्री भी नहीं है। अपने बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देंगे, एक टाइम का पेट भी काटना, एक टाइम की रोटी भी नहीं खानी होना, 130 करोड़ लोग उसके लिए भी तैयार हैं। और दूसरी चीज़, सबके लिए अच्छा और मुफ्त इलाज का इंतज़ाम करना पड़ेगा। हमने दिल्ली में किया है। 5 साल के अंदर हमने ऐसी व्यवस्था कर दी दिल्ली के अंदर कि हर व्यक्ति को, दिल्ली के 2.5 करोड़ लोग हैं, हर व्यक्ति को सारा इलाज मुफ्त है। उसका छोटी से बड़ी बीमारी तक सारा इलाज मुफ्त है। अगर दिल्ली सरकार कर सकती है तो पूरे देश में भी हो सकता है। बस लगन ये चाहिए कि सरकारी सिस्टम को दुरुस्त करना है। आज पूरे सरकारी सिस्टम का कबाड़ा करने में सारे हम लगे हुए हैं। सरकारी स्कूलों का भी कबाड़ा करने में लगे हुए हैं। जानबूझ के कई सरकारों को सुनने में आता है, कई सरकारें जानबूझ के सरकारी स्कूलों को कबाड़ा किया जा रहा है ताकि प्राइवेट में बच्चों को भेजना चालू कर दे। जानबूझ के सरकारी अस्पतालों का कबाड़ा किया जा रहा है, सरकारी डिस्पेंसरियों का कबाड़ा किया जा रहा है ताकि प्राइवेट अस्पताल फले फूले। इंश्योरेंस स्कीम निकाली हुई है। कहते हैं कि 5-5 लाख रुपए इंश्योरेंस। अगर आप अस्पताल में भर्ती हो गए तो 5 लाख रुपए का इंश्योरेंस ले लेना। मान लो मेरे को बुखार।
Delhi Chief Minister talking about the issue of education, also raking up once again the controversial matter of freebies, which is now a matter in court. Moving on right now, this is the big twist in the Savarkar poster stabbing case, I beg your pardon. The key accused of the case has been linked to communal clashes. These are communal clashes of the Ganesh Utsav plot in 2016. ADGP Alok Kumar said Nadeem was involved in a clash during the procession where he hurled slippers. Cops have arrested all 4 accused involved in this incident. Violent clashes had broken out in the city on Independence Day after 2 groups clashed over a banner featuring the image of Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. The move is opposed by some Muslim groups who were supporters of Tipu Sultan. They tore down the posters. The Savarkar versus Tipu face-off escalated rapidly, where the victim Prem Singh was stabbed. Karnataka Home Minister visited the victim in the hospital. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamoga. All schools and colleges have been shut. Amidst the unrest, BJP alleges SDPI and Congress's role in these clashes.
Update is that 4 accused persons have been arrested, and in the meantime there was firing in self-defense by our sub-inspector. So one person's leg has been injured and he's been admitted to the hospital.
2 दिन पहले वीर क्रांतिकारी स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर को अपमान किए हुए देशद्रोही मुस्लिम युवकों को उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता। आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है।
No, CPI was patronized by the Congress party in this state. They had even electoral alliances. They even withdrew the cases against them. It is they prompted them. Now they are out of control and they are indulging in violent act. And it is very unfortunate. We should the CPI preaching patriotism to people of Karnataka and deciding who is the patriot, who is the freedom. Nothing can be more paradox about them.
So unfortunately, they have nothing more to say other than blaming the Congress for everything. The state today is witnessing a complete collapse in the law and order situation. There is no governance happening. You know, their own minister, Mr. Madhusami, has said that, you know, I don't know whether you've heard that audio or not. Somehow we are pushing it. So it's an open acceptance by their own ministers. So I don't think Mr. Prakash has anything to say. But what has happened is very unfortunate. I only hope that the Home Minister, takes up this issue very seriously. BJP should stop doing this blame game and get into serious action.
Priyanka Rudrapa has more details in that story. Priyanka, first of all, give us an idea about the current situation, given that law and order has been a big challenge in this entire area, and the developments regarding the clashes between these two groups essentially has not really helped anyone.
The situation seems to be under control at the moment. While prohibitory orders have been imposed across the city, the police seem to have the situation under control. They have imposed restrictions. Section 144 is in place. Schools and colleges have been shut. As you can see, this is the Gandhi Bazaar area, the sensitive area in Shivamoga where shops have been shut. Right now, the RAF is conducting a flag march in the region as well in order to make sure that the law and order is under control at the moment. The ADGP Alok Kumar, who spoke to the media a while back, also said that they're monitoring the situation closely. CCTV footages across the city is being closely watched in order to see that there are no untoward incidents, and also police have been deployed in large numbers across the city to make sure that the situation is under control. Now, as far as the development with the case is concerned, 4 people have been arrested so far with the incident of stabbing which took place yesterday afternoon. The victim, who's been identified as Prem Singh, is a 20-year-old who is originally from Rajasthan. He used to work at a clothes store here on Kasurba Road in Shivamoga. While he was walking around in the Gandhi Bazaar market area, the unidentified people stabbed him, after which he was taken to a hospital. The Megan Hospital in Shivamoga is where he is being treated at the moment. Home Minister Nendra also visited him yesterday and said that all action will be taken and all measures will be taken to make sure that such incidents do not occur as well. So far, out of the accused, Nadeem, one of the accused, is said to have precedents with criminal cases. He is a habitual offender, is what the police say. He was also involved in the communal clashes which took place in Shivamoga in 2016 during a Ganesha procession, when he apparently hurled slippers at the procession when communal clashes broke out. He is also said to be involved in other cases as well. From what we know, he's a habitual offender, and the police are trying to find out all links the 4 accused have with in any organization. So far, no link has been established. We're yet to receive confirmation as to whether they belong to SDPI or the PFI, which the politicians are sparring over, and the BJP is accusing them of that these are the SDPI and the PFI workers who are said to have caused these protests here in Shivamoga, which took place over the posters of Savarkar and Tipu Sultan.
Priyanka Rudrapa getting us all of those details from Shivamoga. I'm thanking you for the moment, but we're staying with this. Section 144, remember, has been imposed in Shivamoga after violence. This over Savarkar Tipu photographs and posters. Here's more.
A violent showdown in Karnataka's Shivamoga. The trigger, posters of Savarkar at the town's Amir Ahmad Circle. a move opposed by alleged supporters of Tipu Sultan, who tore down the posters. This despite there being heavy police deployment. The Savarkar versus Tipu face-off escalated rapidly into violent clashes, where one person, identified as Prem Singh, was stabbed.
ಸರ್, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾಬಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ನನಗೂ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಸರ್, ಇದು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೇನ ಸರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಂತ ಸರ್?
ಅದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೂ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಡೆದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ
ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಂಗಡಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದು ಹೌದು, ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 144 ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಒಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದ ನಾಗರಿಕರೇ, Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga amid the unrest.
144 section has been imposed, and we have extra deployment as well that's happening. All the crowds have dispersed. We are requesting all the public not to move around unnecessarily, and our deployment is in place, and any unnecessary movement or violation of the curfew order will be looked at very seriously.
Continuing the protest over Savarkar photo row, two groups came off face to face at Hamid Ahmed Circle in Shivamogga city. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse this particular crowd. Unfortunately, a case of stabbing was been reported near Gandhi Bazaar area. Now 144 section has been imposed in Shivamogga city as well as Bhadravati town to ensure law and order is in place.
The incident has unleashed a political slugfest.
उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता. आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं. हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है.
BJP has blamed Congress and SDPI for the violence.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಾಜಕತೆಯನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ, SDPI ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ.
ಘಟನೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನರಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನ ತಡೆಯುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಘಟನೆ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತದೆ.
ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ಘಟನೆಗಳಿರ್ತದೆ.
The prohibitory orders have been imposed till August 18th. The incident has once again highlighted the rising polarization in Karnataka as the state gears up for elections next year. Bureau Report, India Today.
And a huge BJP versus BJP face-off has erupted in Karnataka after Law Minister Madhusami's alleged audio clip slamming his own government went viral. Horticulture Minister has sought his resignation. Madhusami was speaking to a person in the audio clip. Here's not a complaint, saying the minister concerned, S.T. Somashekar, to whose notice this complaint had been brought, had done nothing about it. Now, in this audio clip, Madhusami reportedly also said the government is not functioning but only managing as elections are due. Congress, however, has hit out at the BJP, saying their own minister is spilling out the truth about the Bome government, and the reality is finally out there.
ಸರ್, ಇದು VSSN ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ 50,000 ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ರೈತರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಿನ್ಯೂವಲ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರೇ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಗಳೇ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವರೇ ಫುಲ್ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ನ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ 1,300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತ ಇದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ.
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್,
ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸೋಮಶೇಖರ್ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಸರ್,
ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ತಿಂತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ಸ್ ತಗರ್ತಾವ್ರೆ, ಅದ್ರೂ ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಕೊಂತಾವ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್,
ಅವ್ರೇನೋ ಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಮ್ಗೆ?
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ರೈತರನ್ನ ಒಂಥರ ಮಂಗಗಳ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರ ಸರ್ ಇವರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನವರು.
ನಾನೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮರ ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಶೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್,
ನನ್ ತೋಲೆ ತಗೊಂಡವ್ರಿ.
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ ರೀತಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದು ನೋಡಕ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸರ್,
ಸಲೀಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಂತ
ಸರ್
ಕಲ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಕಣಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು.
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇದೇನಾಗಿದೆ,
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಧಾವಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಮೇಧಾವಿ, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟು, ನಾನೊಬ್ಬನೇ ತಿಳಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆಗೆ ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದೆ. ಫಸ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವರ ತಲೆಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದುಹಾಕಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಮಂಡಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಅನುಭವ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಈ ತರ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
ಮಾಧುಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡಲೇ ಸಚಿವ ಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಭಾಗ, ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಅಂಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾರ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಪಾಲ್ದಾರರಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಸಹ ಆ ಮಾತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯುತ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ತಪ್ಪು.
ಈಗ ಅದು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ ತಯಾರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಹಿರಂಗವಾಗಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್, ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಟ್ ಆಲ್. ತಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಹೆಂಗೋ ಸರ್ಕಾರನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಸತ್ಯ.
The Chief Minister of the state, ever since he has taken over, sir, the only thing he is, bothering him is when will I be thrown out. He is working in so much of fear of losing his job, and the government and the discordance amongst his cabinet colleagues and the dysfunction of the government is more than evident in this particular audio tape that you can hear. They don't know what is happening, and that is actually showing on the state. It could be law and order, it could be development. Nothing is happening. This, their sentiment, what is happening in them is absolutely showing on the governance.
Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. The Supreme Court has given a nod for Muslim divorce practice of Talaq-e-Hasan. Supreme Court says Talaq-e-Hasan practice not improper. Talaq-e-Hasan, a form of triple talaq over 3 months. Man can divorce by saying talaq once every 3 months. We're getting some news coming in from the Supreme Court of India, where a nod has been given by the apex court for the Muslim divorce form of Talaq-e-Hasan. The court says the practice is not improper. It is a form of triple talaq, but the man can divorce by saying talaq once every 3 months, is what we know. Talaq-e-Hasan practice is a form of triple talaq by which a husband can divorce his wife by saying talaq once a month for 3 consecutive months, and that matter was in court, and the court has said that that is not improper essentially. Shrishti has more details on that story. Shrishti Oja, first do give us an idea about what this case was about, since the apex court has now said that this is not improper.
The case before the Supreme Court was filed by a female journalist who a writ petition was filed by Muslim woman female journalist who challenged the constitutionality of divorce through Talaq-e-Hasan on the ground that it's discriminatory against women. The Talaq-e-Hasan is a form of divorce where a man can divorce his wife by pronouncing talaq once a month for 3 months. The court has today made a prima facie oral observation that prima facie the practice is not improper because a similar option is also available to women, which is called the option of khula. The court has today asked the petitioner if she would be willing to terminate the wedding, through a process of mutual consent if meher is taken care of. They asked the petitioner if the petitioner would be open to divorce by mutual consent if the meher over and above the amount of meher is already taken care of. Also, the court said that even without the intervention of the court, there's also an option of Mubarak under Muslim law, which is permissible by consent. The court has asked the senior counsel who was appearing for the petitioner to get instruction as to whether the petitioner will agree to go by consent or subject to appropriate meher.
All right, Shrishti, thanks for getting us those details. More news coming in. Let's go straight to that. This is, in fact, war over Kerala government's Adani port. Fishermen stir At the port, church spearheading the anti-Adani port protest, 60,000 strong fishing community fears loss of job here. War over the first mega transshipment terminal. The fate of the $75 billion project in a limbo. Shivi has more details on that story. Shivi, break this down for us. What exactly are the fishermen protesting against?
Sneha, the protesters here are demanding the stoppage of the construction of the Virinam port. They are saying that ever since the Virinam port came into place, they're saying that it's affecting their livelihood a lot. The fishermen community have been protesting since 2015 against the construction of the port. They're saying that they have lost their homes because of the construction. They've lost their homes as well as the fishing. The fishing is their main livelihood, and that's been affected a lot. This is what they're saying. So now the protest, last week we saw they were organizing protests in front of the secretariat. They came in huge numbers, close to 1,000 people came. Today they're organizing a black day, in fact, here. Now, Virinam Port is is a joint venture by the state government as well as the Adani port, and the project is one of the dream projects because if this port comes into place, it will compete with international ports like the Singapore port, Colombo and Dubai ports. So it's a very ambitious project, but people living close to the port are saying that this is against their demand. The government, of course, has announced a relief package and many homes were constructed for them, but they're saying that this is not what they need. There should be a proper solution to their problems. Now today they're organizing a black day also. The protests are led by the Latin Catholic diocese, and in many churches, many Latin Catholic churches today, the black flag was also hoisted. So massive protest outside the port here. They are saying that they will not let this construction happen until their problems are dealt with. Now, the project is expected to complete its first phase by next year, but they are saying that they will not let this allow. They will start an unending protest. They'll continue protesting. How much of a time it takes is what the fishermen community of this region, Virinam, is telling.
And Shibimo, these protests have been ongoing for days and weeks together. A lot of these people have been protesting for many, many days. What has the administration really said?
The administration has already started their process. They have started constructing. They're saying that they have announced a rehabilitation package, and they have slowly started moving people also out of this region, the affected region, to other places. Now, on this way, houses being built. Some people have already moved there, but that doesn't mean everybody has been moved out of the affected region. So the government has announced they are slowly starting the process, but the people here are saying that won't be enough. They're saying that will not meet all their needs because a lot of problems they are raising, especially regarding the livelihood. Because once this port comes, the breed of the fishing will be affected. Close to 60,000 people living there rely on fishing as their livelihood. So that will be affected. This is the main problem. So they need proper jobs. They have 5 demands put forward. One of their major demands is they need proper livelihood. Another option as their livelihood, because when the port comes, that means the fishing will be affected majorly. So they're putting forward many demands. Firstly, the proper livelihood. Another option as from fishing is what they're demanding. Now the government, yes, we need to get an official. The protests have been happening. They're saying that they are doing what they have to, but the people here are not satisfied. They're saying that they need proper solution.
Getting us all of those details as far as the Kerala government's Adani port and the controversy over it is concerned. Fishermen have been protesting, saying that their livelihoods will be destroyed. These are protests coming in from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. The church essentially has thrown Shibi its weight behind these protesters as well. Shibi.
Can you please repeat the question?
I was asking you the manner in which the church essentially has thrown its weight behind these protesters. Shibi, if you can hear me, I was asking you, the church essentially has thrown its weight behind these fishermen. Okay, we'll continue to keep a close eye on that story along with Shibi Mol getting us all of those developments of the fishermen protesting at Thiruvananthapuram. More news coming in. 4 men have brutally hacked a man in Coimbatore to death. Chilling CCTV footage of the man being murdered right there. This is from Coimbatore. Liquor store cashier was attacked with sickles. The 28-year-old man, the victim, was hacked to death. Cops are probing this murder. Pramod Madhav has more details on that story. Pramod, chilling pictures there. We put that out for our viewers where this 28-year-old man is being brutally attacked. What really happened there? And give us an idea about who these 4 men are. Have they been arrested just yet?
Well, the Surendra police have now identified that there was already 2 attempt murders over this particular person, and he is from Sivaganga. He was a 28-year-old man. The bigger issue here is that he was working in a government-owned Tasmak bar, and this is where the attack has occurred. You could see that CCTV where 4 men enter the place. 2 men actually hold others from coming to help him, and 2 were seriously hacking him again and again. For nearly 50 seconds, we could see him that he was brutally hacked, and those culprits left him there to bleed and escaped. Surendra police claim that an investigation has been initiated, but these culprits are yet to be apprehended.
Pramod, thanks for getting us those details. Chilling videos. That picture is coming from Coimbatore, where a young man has been hacked to death. It's time for a break. Here on the other side, Rajasthan Congress and fighting explodes. Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot takes a Jumla-Baz jibe publicly against Sachin pilots.
You are watching India Today.
What's the biggest achievement of the NDA government? What's the Modi government's biggest failure? To know the answer of several such other questions, read the latest edition of India Today's exclusive Mood of the Nation poll. Subscribe to India Today magazine now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think that 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
We have some news coming in, and this is from Bihar. This has got to do with the cabinet expansion in Bihar. It's happening as we speak. Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi Yadav at the oath-taking ceremony of the ministers here. Congress gets 2 berths is what we know. 31 ministers are all set to join the cabinet, and many of them, most of them actually, are from Tejashwi Yadav's party. 16 of them from the RJD, 11 from the JDU. Jitin Ram Majhi's hum gets 1 portfolio, Congress gets 2. A total of 31 ministers are being inducted into the cabinet today from various parties that are part of the Mahagathbandhan 2.0, the Grand Alliance in Bihar, including the Congress, the hum, the RJD and the JDU together. This is the ceremony that is being held at Raj Bhavan right now as we speak. 31 ministers are taking oath. The RJD has got 16 ministerial berths, followed by the Janata Dal United, which has 11. 2 from the Congress, 1 from Jitin Ram Majhi's hum party. What we also know is that 1 independent, lone independent MLA is also going to be taking oath.
अनुरोध है कि वे कृपया मंच पर शपथ ग्रहण के लिए पधारें तथा महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता.
The Bihar Cabinet can have a maximum of up to 36 ministers, including the Chief Minister. This time around, RJD essentially seems to have gotten the lion's share in all of this. Rohit, the RJD gets a whopping 16 berths and the JDU 11.
Yes, Sneha, that is the formula that has been reached because RJD is the biggest partner in the Mahagathbandhan now with 79 MLAs, and Nitish Kumar's party has just 45. So RJD getting a big chunk of the cake here, and with 16 MLAs to be sworn in as the ministers in the Nitish Kumar cabinet, the expansion of which has now begun at Raj Bhavan in Patna. And Janata Dal United, as far as Janata Dal United is concerned, 11 MLAs from the JDU will be sworn in as ministers today, along with 2 MLAs from the Congress party, 1 from Jitin Ram Majhi's party. His son Santosh Majhi will be sworn in, and 1 independent, Sumit Kumar Singh. So altogether 31 MLAs will be today sworn in as the expansion of the Nitish Kumar cabinet is underway at Raj Bhavan. But RJD, as you rightly mentioned, is getting the big slice of the cake because of the position and they enjoy here and the numbers that they have. With 79 MLAs and being the largest partner in the Mahagathbandhan.
All right, Rohit, thanks for getting us those details. We'll come back to you for more on that. These are pictures, in fact, of the brother of the Deputy Chief Minister, Tej Pratap, who also is taking oath. And this, of course, is along the expected lines. gets 2 berths. 2 of its MLAs are taking oath as ministers. The portfolio distribution also expected. Nitish Kumar expanding the cabinet. 31 ministers in Nitish Kumar's cabinet, including Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav, his brother Tej Pratap Yadav was also taking oath as a minister there. 16 RJD MLAs are part of the cabinet. JDU has 11, Congress has 2. Hum has 1, the independent MLA, 1 lone independent MLA is also taking oath as a minister, is what we know. These are pictures from Raj Bhavan, where the cabinet expansion is taking place. The MLAs are taking oath, and there will be a total of 31 ministers. Rohit is with us for more on that. Rohit, in fact, talk to us a little about the high-profile berths. In fact, this time around, which are the ministers, which are the MLAs who are getting the key ministries here? Tell us a little more about that as well.
Well, see, 31 MLAs are being sworn in as ministers today, and with Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav already sworn in as the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, that number has gone to 33. So 36 ministers can be maximum in the state government, and 33 are already are being sworn in here. So now the eyes will be on who gets what portfolio, because what we are learning is that Nitish Kumar has kept the Home Department with himself. There were speculations that Tejashwi Yadav was pressurizing Janata Dal United that this time around, since they are the largest partner and RJD in a stronger position than JDU, that Home Ministry or the Home Department should be given to him. But it seems that Nitish Kumar, who has been holding the home portfolio for the last 17-18 years, has managed to mollify Tejashwi Yadav, and what we learn is that now the Home Department will continue to remain with Nitish Kumar, but now it remains to be seen the other key departments like education, finance, who gets the finance department. That will be important, because till now the finance department has always remained with the BJP since 2005. Earlier, Sushil Kumar Modi used to be the finance minister, and when in the last government also Tarkishore Prasad was the finance minister. So it is almost certain that this time around the finance ministry will also go to the RJD. Apart from that, all eyes also will be on what Tej Pratap Yadav gets. RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad's elder son. He is also being sworn in as the minister today, and it will be very important to see that what portfolio he will be getting, because in the last Mahagathbandhan government in 2015, Tej Pratap had got the health department, and he was the health minister for about 18 months till the government fell down. And we have been getting to know that this time around also Tej Pratap is keen on getting the health department. So it remains to be seen whether Nitish Kumar will be giving the health department to Tej Pratap Yadav or not. But he, in fact, wants that he should be given the health department. So, and the education department is likely to go to the Janata Dal United, because since 2005, as I was mentioning, the education department has been with the Janata Dal United. So, in another, I think, 4 to 5 hours after the swearing-in ceremony is completed, by late afternoon today, we will come to know that which minister has got what portfolio. But in all certainty, the Home Department, the most important, will continue to remain with Chief Minister and Nitish Kumar. Yeah.
You know, Rohit, as far as the BJP is concerned, which has been left out in the cold here by Nitish Kumar and the JDU essentially, what is their plan amidst all the optics of these ministers taking over? Maximum of the berths going to RJD, which is actually the party that has managed to save Nitish Kumar's chair and is being rewarded right here. Tell us a little about what's happening on the BJP's camp.
Well, see, what's really happening as far as the BJP is concerned, whatever portfolios were held by BJP ministers, more or less all those portfolios will be going to the RJD. That we know for certain. But as far as the future strategy of BJP in Bihar is concerned, obviously it's a huge challenge for the BJP from here on, especially in the wake of 2024 Lok Sabha elections and 2025 assembly elections in the state. Because remember, as far as the Bihar politics is concerned, if someone knows the Bihar politics or follows it very closely, any party can form the government. The government, in fact, in Bihar can be formed only when two parties ally together. So we have already seen since 1990s that unless and until two parties come together, it has been difficult to form government here in Bihar. So now JDU and RJD are together. They are a formidable force here in Bihar. As far as the caste equation also goes, the caste factor is also in favor of the Mahagathbandhan. As far as RJD is concerned, the Muslim Yadav vote bank continues to be with them. The OBC, the EBCs and Kurmi Koiris, they continue to be with the Janata Dal United. So as far as the caste combination is concerned, the Mahagathbandhan is on a stronger wicket. So it will be a big challenge for BJP to make any kind of inroads, especially in the wake of 2024 and 2025 elections. And what we know that today in Delhi, the key meeting of the BJP core committee has been called by National President JP. I think there will be a core meeting of the Bihar BJP, which will be held. And in that meeting, there will be a strategy will be formulated as far as how to go on from here in Bihar. What should be the strategy as far as the future politics of BJP in the state is concerned.
Rohit getting us all of those details. 16 mantris from the RJD, 11 from the JDU. Congress gets 2, Hum gets 1 and lone independent MLA also gets 1. What is the Congress now thinking? Rohit, given that they had been for the longest time wanting the speaker's position as well. We'll go back to Rohit in a few moments from now. This has got to do with the cabinet expansion in Bihar, where the BJP's top brass is also going to be holding a meeting. They've been left out in the cold. 31 ministers are taking oath as we speak. These are pictures, in fact, of those ministers on your screens right now. These are MLAs. And the portfolio distribution will be finalized by the end of this day, is what we know. Deputy Chief Minister's brother, Tej Pratap, has also already, in fact, taken oath as a minister. The RJD has got 16 berths. The JDU has got 11. 2 for the Congress party. And 1 lone MLA, independent MLA also, is taking oath. Hum too, in fact, has got 1 berth. There are 31 ministers in all. 31 ministers in Nitish Kumar's cabinet. This includes the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on that story. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break and news continues.
You are watching India Today.
pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes. Donc typiquement, un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant, c'est des gens qui, dans un entrepôt, essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé, qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. Today, I'm Akshita Nandagopal. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khubsurat Imandari. In association with Dell, advice and expertise to help your business grow. EcoLink LED lights and fans. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Brokerage Kyun Dena, nobroker.com hai na.
Hello there, good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the top stories in this edition first. It is a mega India Today exclusive in a mega provocation to India. China sends spy ship to Lankan port in spite of opposition from New Delhi. To India, FIFA suspends All India Football Federation. Suspension over third-party influences and serious violation of FIFA statutes. Case reaches Supreme Court. Women's World Cup 2022 also suspended. Team Nitish Kumar takes over in Bihar. 31 ministers, including Lalu's son Tej Pratap Yadav. Depleted Congress gets only 2 berths. Four arrested for stabbing a man over Savarkar versus Tipu poster controversy in Shivamoga. Karnataka Home Minister rushes to the city. Prohibitory orders in place. Rajasthan Congress infighting explodes. Chief Minister Gehlot takes a Jumla Baz jibe publicly against Sachin Pilot. Says party workers are being disrespected. Some news just coming in. Taiwan has accused China of exaggeration with islands footage. Taiwan accused China of exaggeration and tricks on Tuesday after the Chinese military published footage of the strategically located Penghu Islands where there is a major Taiwanese airbase. China, which claims Taiwan as its territory, has carried out military exercises around the island this month after a visit by US House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi, who was followed by 5 US lawmakers on Sunday and Monday. The China military unit responsible for the area adjacent to Taiwan, the People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, released on Monday video of the Penghu Island, apparently taken by a Chinese Air Force aircraft close by. Taiwan Air Force Vice Chief of Staff for Operations has told reporters in Taipei that this was Chinese information warfare, though he said he had no comment on who had taken the video. Accusing China of exaggeration with islands footage, which is on your screens right now. Taiwan has accused China of exaggeration and tricks on Tuesday after the Chinese military published footage of the strategically located Penghu Islands, where there is a major Taiwanese air base. China, which claims Taiwan as its territory, has carried out military exercises around this island this month after a visit by US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was followed by 5 US lawmakers on Sunday and Monday. The Chinese military unit responsible for the area adjacent to Taiwan, the People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, released on Monday video of the Penghu Island, apparently taken by a Chinese Air Force aircraft close by. Taiwan Air Force Vice Chief of Staff for Operations has told reporters in Taipei that this indeed was Chinese information warfare, though he said he had no comments on who had taken the video. Remember, tensions continue as far as Taiwan and China is concerned. Taiwan is accusing China of aggression with islands. In fact, Taiwan has gone on to say that this is nothing but an information warfare that has been waged against Taiwan. Gaurav Sawant is getting us all the details in that big story. Gaurav is joining us right now from Taipei. Gaurav, just break this down for us. The allegation, Gaurav, from the Taiwan side is that this is nothing but information warfare. What really is going on as far as Ground Zero is concerned?
On Ground Zero, there have been a series of violations by China of the air defense identification zone ever since, a number of US delegations started coming in. First, it was Nancy Pelosi. Then, of course, the congressional delegation, bipartisan delegation of 6 congressional leaders who are in Taipei. And 30 Chinese aircraft violated the ADIZ. They violated and then they returned, and a large number of warships, 10 by the last account, they crossed the median and then they went back. Taiwan itself launched its own aircraft. It activated its own missile defense battery and, of course, gave out all information in public domain. What Taiwan is saying is China is trying to set a new normal. Remember, this is exactly what the White House had also said. The White House had said, by this new normal, what China is trying to do is boil the frog, keep increasing the intensity of its violations, and everyone will think this is the new normal. And then ultimately, China wants to take Taiwan by force, something that Taiwan is very clear that they will not be able to do. In fact, India Today is the first Indian channel on Ground Zero in Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi's visit. And in this country, a lot of effort is being undertaken to ensure that the country remains safe from Chinese aggression.
Gaurav, be with us. I'll just come back to you for more on that. We'll be staying with this. Tensions rise in the Indian Ocean as Chinese research vessel Yuan Wang 5 reached the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka this morning. India had earlier raised concerns with Sri Lanka on moves to allow what it called a Chinese spy ship to enter Sri Lanka waters. The vessel, with some 2,000 sailors on board, has facilities to track satellites and intercontinental missiles and is slated to remain at the port till the 22nd of August. In fact, the ship was greeted by officials of the Chinese embassy in Colombo and officials of the port as well. The Chinese embassy in Colombo had informed the Indian Foreign Ministry about the port visit for replenishment purposes. Indian Foreign Ministry is concerned about the possibility of the ship's tracking systems attempting to snoop on Indian installations from the Sri Lankan port. Gaurav continues to be with us. Gaurav, this was the ship that was supposed to dock in Bangladesh, and Bangladesh apparently did not allow it. India has raised its concerns, but what next then?
This is again a cause for serious concern. While China calls this a ship which is meant to carry out research, but this actually is a spy ship given the kind of powerful radars and sonars on board this ship. Now, this ship was to dock on the 11th and was to stay till the 17th. Both India and the United States objected to this. After India and the US raised concerns, there was a week-long delay. Now, Sri Lanka says they've asked India for specific objections. The point remains, just before Gotabaya Rajapaksa left as president of Sri Lanka, he fled the country. Just before he did, he gave permission to this ship to dock at Hambantota. Now, Sri Lanka is in the Chinese debt trap and very difficult for them to say no. Chinese have been carrying out a lot of activities. Now, why is this ship a cause for concern? This is the cause for concern because this ship could not only be tracking and mapping ocean bed, but also be tracking movement of submarines in this region. Again, this is India's, in a sense, the Indian Ocean region is something where every Chinese ship and activity is monitored closely. But China is increasingly trying to use international laws and get their ships in the Indian Ocean, which remains a cause for concern. Just yesterday, India presented a Dornier maritime reconnaissance and surveillance aircraft to Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka says they're trying to, in a way, balance out India and China. But India's point is Sri Lanka needs to realize who's actually a friend in need. When Sri Lanka faces this immense crisis, it was India that helped Sri Lanka and not China. But being trapped in Chinese debt trap diplomacy, Hambantota being a part of the Chinese vanity project in Sri Lanka to a large extent remains trapped, Sneha.
Right, Gaurav, thanking you for the moment. This is a spy ship is what is being said. Undoubtedly a headache for India there. We're shifting focus to some news which is just coming in. A bus carrying 37 ITBP personnel, 2 Jammu and Kashmir policemen meet with an accident near Pahalgan in South Kashmir's Anantnag. Several have been feared dead. We're waiting for more details, but that's the horrific story we are getting for our viewers at this hour of a major accident that has taken place. Several have been feared dead in this ITBP bus mishap is what we are learning. The bus plunged into a river in Jammu and Kashmir. There were 37 ITBP personnel, 2 Jammu and Kashmir policemen. This bus has met with an accident. We're getting you pictures from the accident site. Horrific pictures coming in of the rescue work that is being carried out. There are several who are feared dead in this accident. This has happened in Pahalgan in South Kashmir's Anantnag. Several are feared dead. We're waiting for more details, but this was an ITBP bus that plunged into a river. Visuals on your screen are of the rescue work that is being carried out right now. Several people are feared dead in this bus mishap. This has happened in Pahalgam, is what we've been given to understand. 2 Jammu and Kashmir policemen and 37 ITBP officers were in fact travelling in this bus. Sunil G. Bhatt has more details on that story. Sunil, unfortunate incident and accident that you're reporting on from Pahalgam. First of all, give us an idea about the injured. How are they doing right now? How many people are feared dead?
Well, Sneha, tragic news coming in. There was a bus which was carrying the ITBP Jawans from Chandanwadi to, to Srinagar. These Jawans were deployed for Sri Amarnath Ji Yatra near the Amarnath cave. And now, since the Yatra has completed, these Jawans were now being sent back to Srinagar. But while on their way back to Srinagar, there is a village called Frislan in South Kashmir's Anantnag district. This bus met with an accident. It skidded off the road and then it fell into a deep gorge. And as a result of that, many, ITBP Jawans have been injured. They have been rushed to Government Medical College in Anantnag. There are reports of fatal casualties as well, but we don't know the exact numbers. The administration is yet to make and, yet to give an exact figure of how many have, unfortunately died in the accident. But it's a major road accident that has taken place in South Kashmir, Anantnag district. These were the ITBP Jawans who were deployed for the Amarnath Yatra. Now, since the Yatra has completed, they were going back to Srinagar. But near, Frislan village in South Kashmir's Anantnag district, this bus met with an accident, and unfortunately all of them have been injured, and there are few fatal casualties as well. We don't know the exact number. That is yet to be provided by the administration, but you can see, just understand from the pictures, it's a very horrific accident that has taken place in South Kashmir's Anantnag district.
Yes, absolutely. We don't have any figures yet. I understand these are sketchy details coming in. But Sunil, if you could just give us an idea about what could have really gone wrong there. This is a major mishap that you're reporting on.
Well, Sneha, Jammu and Kashmir is witnessing heavy rainfall for the last 2-3 days, and due to the inclement weather, most of the roads, there are landslides, and in many places the roads have caved in. We don't know the exact reason that how did this accident took place. The information that I've got from my sources in the J&K administration is that near Frislan village, this bus skidded off the road and it fell into a deep, ditch. And all the passengers, which were the ITBP Jawans, were injured in this, tragic accident. There are few fatal casualties also that I said, but we don't know the exact number. The administration is yet to give a final confirmation about that.
Also get us up to speed again, Sunil, about the manner in which the rescue work is being carried out right now. We have some of these pictures that have come in. Given that the bus plunged into a river, that would be extremely difficult, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, Sneha. But as soon as the district administration got the news, they rushed in various teams there for the rescue operation. There were teams from the police as well and the other departments as well. All the injured have been rushed to a government, medical college, Anantnag. And the condition of most of the injured is reported that they are stable. But there are few fatal casualties, as I said, but it's yet to be confirmed that how many have been injured. But the J&K administration, particularly the district administration, has shown promptness, and all the injured ITBP Jawans have been rescued and they have been taken to the hospital for treatment.
A vehicle carrying Indo-Tibetan border police personnel has met with an accident in Pahalgam is what is the information that we have right now. In fact, Sunil ji continues to be with us. Sunil is of course telling us that right now it is difficult to point out how many people are dead in this horrific accident, but there are several who've been injured severely and they are being taken to a hospital is what Sunil is telling us. Sunil, how many people have been rescued up until now, if you could give us an idea about that as well?
Well, Sneha, I have spoken to some people in the J&K administration and they have told me that 38 to 40, people were on board, which, we know that most of these people were ITBP Jawans who were deployed for the Amarnath Yatra near Chandanwadi camp. And as I said, that they were now returning to Srinagar because the Amarnath Yatra is over. They performed very well. This year's Amarnath Yatra passed off peacefully. And there was no untoward incident thanks to the efforts of our security personnel. But unfortunately, this accident took place. And as soon as this information, the J&K administration got this information, the district administration got this information, teams were rushed to the spot and the rescue operation was carried out. What we are learning from our sources now, there is an update in it, Sneha. That 3 people are feared to be dead in this accident. That's what I'm learning from my sources now. But the final confirmation is awaited. But my sources are telling me that 3 Jawans are unfortunately, they have succumbed to their injuries.
You're putting out these horrific pictures, Sunil, of this bus that is completely mangled. It speaks volumes of how difficult the rescue work would have been, the rescue operations would have been, and the kind of injuries the survivors would have received. They would be very serious at this point in time now, Sunil.
Absolutely, Sneha. It's a horrific accident that has taken place. And as I said, that this accident took place in South Kashmir's Anantnag district. There is a village called Frislan near Pahalgam. And this bus, which was carrying the ITBP Jawans, it skidded off the road and then it fell into a ditch. It's a 200-meter deep ditch, and you can understand that the bus has been totally damaged in it, and the personnel who were on board this bus, they were badly injured. As soon as this information reached the district administration, teams were rushed to the spot, whether from the J&K administration as well as from the J&K police of Anantnag district. They rushed to the spot, and there were civilians also who helped the administration in the rescue operation, and all the injured were immediately taken to the government medical college, which is located in Anantnag district only. Treatment is going on, but the information I am getting right now from my sources is that 3 Jawans are dead and others are injured. The J&K administration is yet to issue a formal statement as far as this accident is concerned, but it's a horrific accident that has taken place. And see what has happened to the bus which was carrying these ITBP Jawans. The bus has been totally, damaged. So one can understand the extent of this tragedy that has taken place in South Kashmir's Anantnag district. now, we are waiting for an official response from the district administration Anantnag about this entire, incident that has taken place in Pahalgam.
For our viewers again, Sunilji, do point out and do talk a little about what really happened. When did this accident take place? We're getting all the details, sketchy some of them. But Sunilji is telling us that at least 3 people are feared dead. These are ITBP officers who are feared dead in this horrific accident that has taken place. Sunil, they were on Yatra duty as well.
Yes, Neha, all these ITBP Jawans were deployed for, Shri Amarnath Ji Yatra, which, passed off peacefully this year. They were deployed at Chandanwadi, that's what my sources are saying. And recently, on Shravan Purnima, on Raksha Bandhan, the Yatra concluded, 43-day long Yatra, it concluded. And there was Chhadi Mubarak Puja also. Now these ITBP Jawans were going to their respective locations, to their respective camps. And there was a bus on which they were traveling. And unfortunately, this morning, this bus met with an accident. And what the information I have got from my sources is that at least 38 to 40 Jawans were on board this bus. And all of them got injured. They were immediately rushed to the hospital. Treatment is going on. The information I am getting from my sources is that at least 3 ITBP Jawans are dead. Tragic news is coming in. And the others are receiving treatment at the government medical college hospital in Anantnag district. The J&K administration, has shown promptness in this matter. Senior officials have instructed the health department that best medical care is given to the injured ITBP Jawans, and the district administration is also on its job. The doctors are giving treatment, and those who are requiring, major interventions, senior doctors have been called in, and the ITBP Jawans are being treated at the government medical college hospital in Anantnag.
Pictures coming in from the rescue work. The emergency services on the spot, busy carrying out the rescue work. This is a bus that was ferrying passengers, ITBP Japan's 37 of them. And the bus had 2 policemen from Jammu and Kashmir police as well. Sunilji continues to be with us, getting us all the details of this horrific accident that we're reporting on from Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir. This is in the Anantnag district, where the bus plunged into a river, making the rescue work also extremely difficult. Sunilji. The ITBP troopers who were in fact traveling in this bus have now been taken to the hospital. Many of them have received serious injuries is what we are learning. These are unfortunate details coming in of 3 people dead in that horrific accident. The numbers could go up even further given those mangled remains of the bus and given the nature of this horrific accident in which the bus plunged right into a river. Carrying 37 ITBP personnel, 2 Jammu and Kashmir policemen met with an accident near Pahalgam in South Kashmir's Anantnag. Several people have been feared dead. We have a confirmation on 3 deaths so far. All the injured have been taken to a nearby hospital. These are mangled remains of the bus that plunged into a river. Many of those who were traveling in this bus have received grave injuries. The bus actually fell into a deep gorge in the Pahalgam area. It was on its way from the Chandwari to the police control room in Srinagar. The ITBP has released a police statement already, in which it said that 39 personnel were traveling in that bus, 37 from the ITBP and 2 from the Jammu and Kashmir police. Casualties feared is what the ITBP said. The troops were on their way from Chandwari to Pahalgam. The injured persons have been shifted to the Pahalgam hospital, and the rescue operations, the rescue work continues. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments from Pahalgam in Anantnag. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues in just a minute.
I'm the early bird who gets the news. The fresh morning air is my energizer. With me around, there are no dwindled dawns. Only bright, action-packed mornings. Rise and shine with me every single day, and you'll never hit that snooze button.
Good morning, India. Why wake up any other way when you can witness magic every single day? Watch First Up with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today TV.
The prices of commodities and goods have risen over the past few months. If China-Taiwan tensions escalate, it is likely for more goods and commodities to get expensive. We saw how the Russia-Ukraine crisis increased prices of everyday goods like sunflower oil. Same is likely to follow in case of China-Taiwan. So what will be expensive in India? India depends on China and Taiwan for many of its imports. Let's take a close look at this. In 2021,
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khubsurat Imandari. In association with Dell, advice and expertise to help your business grow. EcoLink LED lights and fans.
Some news just coming in. This is another Kashmiri Pandit being shot dead in Jammu and Kashmir. 45-year-old Sunil Bhatt has been shot dead by terrorists is what we are learning. The brother, Partimbar Nath, critically injured. Remember, the spate of targeted killings of Hindus in Kashmir continues. Pakistan terrorists kill another Kashmiri Pandit in the valley. Jammu and Kashmir, targeted killing details emerging of a Kashmiri Pandit who has been killed once again.
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है? तो हुआ है जहाँ भी हुआ, उन्होंने क्या किया? पहले हमारे घर में हुआ, तब क्या किया डीसी साहब?
Kashmiri Pandit has been killed in this region once again. This is a man who goes by the name of Sunil Bhatt, a 45-year-old man who's been killed by terrorists. Pakistani terrorists kill another Kashmiri Pandit in the valley. The spate of killings and violence against Pandits in the valley continues. This incident has taken place in Shopia is what we are learning. These are sponsored terrorists from Pakistan. Abhishek Balla is getting more details on that story. Abhishek, essentially, the spate of targeted attacks against minorities and Kashmiri Pandits in the valley continues.
Another case of a targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit. This is something that has been happening of late, and this disturbing trend is being closely watched by security agencies. They believe that this is part of a larger ploy by Pakistan that has been sponsoring terror, also ensuring that there is enough, infiltration that takes place from across the line of control that can control these local terrorists as well. And a 45-year-old this time has been identified as the victim. His brother is also said to have sustained some injuries. He's been rushed to a close-by hospital. And remember, this is a place in South Kashmir which is a hotbed of terror activities. Shopia is a place which has seen a lot of terror recruitment happening from. There have been several operations launched by security forces in this area. So not a surprise that the targeted killing has happened in a place that's been a big hotbed of terror activities for quite some time now.
Be behind this, Abhishek, if you're picking up any details on this front.
Well, no terror group has, taken any responsibility, but these are small groups that are functioning. This is part of a new strategy which is called hybrid terror, where you have local youth of Kashmir being given small arms. In several cases, it's been noticed that it's not an AK-47 rifle or some sophisticated weapon that has been used, but a simple pistol. So they are more like petty criminals. It's part of the strategy where there is deniability as far as Pakistan is concerned, and it's a trend that is catching up. And security agencies say that this kind of hybrid terror is the next big challenge, and almost all of such targeted killings have taken place in a similar modus operandi.
You know, Abhishek, the other concern here always has been of the manner in which these targeted killings always trigger a sense of panic amongst the Kashmiri Pandits. Many of them living in the valley have said they want to actually go back to Jammu, isn't it?
Well, whenever there is an incident like this, there is fear, there is panic amongst the community. But, they have their homes here. They've been living here for many years. And it's not just Kashmiri Pandits. There have been cases of targeted killings of Hindus who have come from outside to work in Kashmir. So that's also very disturbing. And this is the new challenge for security forces, because it's very difficult to pinpoint a suspect or somebody who could be, planning such kind of an activity or a targeted killing. And we've seen that time and again these instances have taken place. And every time an instance like this happens, there is obviously panic and fear in Kashmir.
But the forces have given it back. Abhishek, each time there's been a targeted killing, the forces have in fact hunted down the terrorists. In this case, we expect that to happen as well, isn't it? Particularly, the trend is that the forces do try to send out a message that targeted killings of Hindus, minorities, Kashmiri Pandits here will not be tolerated.
Well, there has been a trend that once the security forces have identified a terror suspect, then unless he surrenders, he's taken down. And that's something that is being followed for the last 2-3 years in Kashmir. There have been several operations launched based on specific intelligence. And whenever there is a targeted killing, obviously, there is a flurry of information and intelligence that comes by. And based on that, the local police, the army, the CRPF, all security agencies that are part of the security grid in Jammu and Kashmir are activated to narrow down on suspects.
Abhishek, for our viewers who just joined us, give us an idea about what really happened. Where did this targeted killing take place? The brother of the deceased victim has also been injured in this.
Yes, it seems to be a case of classic targeted killings that have been taking place in Jammu and Kashmir for quite some time now. And the victim here is a 45-year-old identified as Sunil Bhatt, probably a Kashmiri Pandit. His brother as well has been injured. He's been rushed to a nearby hospital. The incident has taken place in Shopian, which is in South Kashmir, a hotbed of terror activities. And, information still trickling in, sketchy details of what could have happened. But obviously, the security agencies would be in a state of high alert to identify the suspects.
Be with us, Abhishek. Nirmal Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is joining us. Nirmal Singh, another targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit in the valley. The spate of targeted killings, unfortunately, continues in this region.
Yes, it's very shocking. We have just heard that Sunil Kumar, along with his brother, he was working in his orchard, apple orchard, and he has been targeted and he has lost his life. And his brother is struggling for his life. This is another chaotic act of these the jihadi terrorists who are cowards who don't have the guts to face our army. And they are resorting to this, you can say, the genocide once again. But you must see, we must see that yesterday we were celebrating this Independence Day in Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen that's how average Kashmiri was hoisting flags on their houses in Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra program. And average Kashmiri, he was joining the government programs everywhere in the valley, in the border, in the Dal Lake and all that. And the Sunil Kumar working in the field also indicates that people, they are resorting to their normal life. Even minorities, they are working in the field. But these cowards, they always look for easy targets, and they found Sunil Kumar in there amongst that. So ultimately, they have succeeded. But you will see that very soon he shall be eliminated. He was tracked down and eliminated. The government is also resorting to track down these overgrown workers. Have you seen that a few days back, Bita Karate, who is a murderer, who has killed a large number of Kashmiri Pandits. His wife has been terminated from the service and similar.
But unfortunately, Mr. Nirmal Singh, there is a sense of panic, both amongst the minorities and also among the Kashmiri Hindus in this entire region. Unfortunately, many of them say that they can't deal with this anymore. they want to leave.
Yes, it has given a shock wave amongst the minorities. But we must appreciate that these people, because the confidence which has been infused by various measures taken by the government, security measures, that's why Surendra Kumar was working in his field in Spain, which is the hotbed of terrorism. That also gives an indication. But ultimately, they have to be protected. It's a responsibility of the government, and government is trying to do it. And not to leave any, you can say, scope for these cowards to attack minorities. That's also there.
Nirmalson, thanks for joining us with your views on that story. So you heard from the Deputy Chief Minister, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, on the manner in which he says the government is taking all of these people on, the forces is taking all of these people on. However, remember, there's been a sense of panic in this region after targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits, a trend that has been started of late and has picked up. Several targeted killings is what we have been reporting on for days together. In fact, there's a reaction that has come in on the latest targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit in the valley. Listen in.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया, उन्होंने एक बात ये हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनल फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है, तो हुआ है जहाँ भी हुआ उन्होंने क्या किया।
Getting you details of the Kashmiri Pandit who has been killed in the valley. These are pictures, in fact, coming in of the brother of Sunil Bhatt who has been killed. This is the brother who has also received injuries in that attack. Abhishek Balla, I believe, continues to be with us. I'll try and go across to Abhishek in a moment from now for more details on that story. This again is a targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit in the valley. The picture is of the victim's brother who has received injuries in that attack. There are sketchy details. Abhishek has been telling us that no group so far has claimed responsibility. But one person has been injured and one person has been killed by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists in this region.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया, उन्होंने एक बात ये हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनल फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है, तो हुआ है जहाँ भी हुआ उन्होंने क्या किया। मैं जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया, उन्होंने एक बात ये हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनल फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। आज वही हुआ जो परसों हमारे साथ हुआ, आज इस घर के साथ हुआ। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ। डीसी को बोला कौन सी सिक्योरिटी रखी है, तो हुआ है जहाँ भी हुआ उन्होंने क्या किया।
Abhishek Balla is getting us more details on that. Abhishek, in fact, the brother of the victim there clearly saying that the security presence here is just not good enough.
Well, this has been a big challenge for the security forces on the ground. There has been a spree of such targeted killings in the last few months. And, you know, recently there was a case where a school teacher was also targeted. And, you know, these kind of killings are planned to send a message to ensure that there is fear and panic amongst the community, and a new trend of hybrid terror is something that is being closely watched by the security agencies. What this means is that this is not some big terror group like the Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed that will take responsibility for a killing like this. Instead, it will be one of the newly recruited terrorists, could be a C grade or a B grade terrorist, which in security parlance means is supposedly not a dangerous terrorist. But this is being done to ensure deniability by Pakistan, to make it look as if these are local youth who are carrying out these killings. And in most of these cases, small arms have been used for such murders. It's not an AK-47 rifle or some sophisticated weapon that's been used by these terrorists. And the idea is to instill fear in the minority community of Kashmir, which is essentially Hindu. And in the past, there's also been instances where outsiders have been targeted. So what that means is people who have come from other states. For example, in one case, a worker, a vendor from Bihar was killed, who was a part of this strategy. So this has been happening for the last few months now, and a big challenge for the security agencies. In this case also, it seems a similar modus operandi has been used, where this 45-year-old has been killed. His brother is also said to have sustained injuries and taken to a nearby hospital.
Abhishek is getting us all of those details on targeted killings in the valley that continues. There's been a sense of panic, there's been a sense of horror when it comes to the minorities and the pundits in the valley. Here, the family members of the victim have been saying that there is zero security in this region, which is considered, like the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Nirmal Singh, also said, the hotbed of terrorism. Here was an innocent man working on the fields, and he was targeted. His brother has been injured. Abhishek continues to be with us. Any more news of the brother who's been injured? The picture of whom, Abhishek, that whom we put out for our viewers right now.
Well, that's right. The latest update is that his brother is also wounded in this attack. The nature of injuries are still not known. But it's important to note, Sneha, that this is an area in South Kashmir, Shopian, which has been a hotbed of terror. Places like Shopian, Pulwama, these are some of the places where, regular terror recruitment has been taking place. And that's been the trend for some time. And these are young terror recruits who are picked up by terror organizations to carry out these kind of terror attacks. And, before they are identified by security agencies, their job is to carry out this kind of an attack, which essentially is meant to shock the people, the minority community in particular, and it also creates a lot of panic for the security forces on the ground. And same kind of strategy, a modus operandi has been used here yet again. It seems it's still not clear whether the security forces have been able to zero in on a suspect, but there will be a lot of intelligence, a lot of information that would be going around, and sooner than later the suspect would be identified.
Abhishek, I'm asking you this again, given that you also pointed out that poor security presence, especially in vulnerable areas, has been a concern, something that is being so voiced by the brother of the person who's been killed, shot down by the terrorists. What are the forces saying as far as deployment in problem areas is concerned?
Well, no quick word from the agencies on the ground, but as I was mentioning, that parts of South Kashmir where Shopian lies has been extremely vulnerable. There have been these kind of attacks over the last 2-3 years in these areas. Anybody who's seen as also, helping the security forces have also been targeted in the past. In fact, I have been on ground zero in these places where apple orchards were burnt of people. Those were not minority community, those were Kashmiri Muslims. What the reasons could be is still not known. But these kind of attacks and incidents are carried out to ensure that there is panic, there is fear amongst the local population, and things remain on the edge. And once again, an incident like this is likely to, trigger that kind of panic amongst the locals. Because remember, whenever there is an incident like this, it's not just the minority community, but the entire local population that faces the brunt. If there is an anti-terror operation, then it's the entire community, the entire population is affected. When there are cordon and search operations at odd hours, it's not just one community that has to face the problems, but the entire population in this area. And this is what usually happens once there is a killing like this. Then the security forces have to get back quickly and either nail down on the suspect. If the suspect surrenders, well and good, something that security forces have been trying to do over the past few months. But if a surrender is not possible, then in most cases such terror suspects are gunned down.
Abhishek, we're talking about the targeted killing of a Kashmiri there today, and we're putting out these instances from the past, these images of people, Kashmiri Pandits, many minorities have been targeted. It's not just Kashmiri Pandits, it's also non-locals who are targeted by these cowardly terrorists.
Yes, Neha, if you look at the trend, all sorts of profiles would be part of those who have been targeted. There have been local Kashmiri Pandits. There was an old pharmacist who was targeted and killed. Somebody who had helped people of Srinagar. There have been vendors, local laborers who have come from outside, from other parts to work in Kashmir. There has been
Be with
a
us,
school
Abhishek.
teacher.
Just coming back to you, Ifra Jan, leader of the NC, is now joining us. How do you respond to what has happened in the valley? Another Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted, has been killed in a brutal attack.
It's absolutely horrific and it's a barbaric attack. No amount of condemnation is enough, and there is absolutely no excuse to killing minority members. It's just an act of terror. It's very clearly also an act of hate. However, at this point, while we condemn the terrorists and the terrorism, it's also important to ask the BJP government, which has been in power in Jammu and Kashmir for the last 9 years, that why is it that they constantly lie about normalcy to the people of this country, to the people of Kashmir, when the reality at this point remains that nobody in Jammu and Kashmir is safe. We have seen that just yesterday, a Kashmiri Muslim police officer was killed in a grenade attack. This entire year, we have had constant encounters where Kashmiri Muslims have died. We have had targeted killings where Kashmiri Pandits have died. We have also had hate crimes where people from states outside Jammu and Kashmir have been killed in very targeted attempts. The question at this point is, what is the BJP government's infrastructure, the security infrastructure, and how long are the people of Jammu and Kashmir, whether Hindus or Muslims, going to pay for this incompetent government? I mean, I would want to remind the viewers that when National Conference was in power, we received applications from 30,000 Kashmiri Pandits that they wanted to return because they felt safer. In fact, the last time we have seen Kashmiri Pandits getting attacked was in 2003 in Nandi Marg. So
Okay, we seem to have lost the line with the National Conference leader there. But Abhishek, I'm going to take off from where we left it with Ifra Jan. They're saying that Kashmiri Pandits are in a state of panic in the valley. And when we were in power, essentially when the National Conference was in power, things were very different. Things have worsened ever since the abrogation of Article 370 is what she seems to be suggesting. Abhishek.
Well, in the last year or so, there have been a spree of such killings. We've seen that, and In every case, the modus operandi is similar. And it's not, some big terror organization that takes responsibility for these attacks. These attacks are not carried out using some sophisticated weapons. We still don't know what is the nature of the weapon used in this case, but it's usually small arms.
Yes, Abhishek.
Locally procured.
Abhishek, hold on to your thoughts. Coming back to you in a few moments from now, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP Ved, is also now joining us. Mr. Ved, your reaction again to this unfortunate situation in Kashmir. There undoubtedly is a sense of panic. The targeted killings continue. Yet another Kashmiri Pandit has been gunned down by terrorists in this region.
Yes, it's very unfortunate, but if you see the pattern of last 3 days, 3-4 days, you had an attack in Rivalry army camp, then you had 2 grenade incidents yesterday, one on police control room, Srinagar and Chadura. We lost 2 policemen and then 4 Faujis in the Rivalry attack, and this unfortunate incident today morning. I think now since Yatra is over, they are trying desperately to step up level of violence. And the deep state of Pakistan is also apprehensive about announcement by India that there would be a G20 meeting in Kashmir, and obviously for them it is do and die situation today or never, because they have invested for last 3 decades in this Kashmir violence, and that is why you're seeing the step up of level of violence, and targeted killings are the easiest way to raise the level of fear and level of terror in the valley, and that's what they are doing it. Wherever they get a soft target, and it is a pure jihad launched by deep state of Pakistan. We must recognize that, and they are targeting anybody who's an outsider, anybody from minority Hindu community, or any Kashmiri Muslim who comes in their way is also targeted.
We know there is a visible sense of panic on the ground, but how big is this problem in terms of the Pandits wanting to leave this region? Many of them spoke about the fact that they want to go back to Jammu. But do you see, I don't want to call it an exodus, but do you see a sense of panic to the extent that there are many minorities and Kashmiri Pandits who want to leave this area now, sir?
Yes, there is panic in Kashmiri Pandit community and in the minorities. There is no doubt about it. One would be, if you deny it, then we would be not talking the truth. But I think we need to ensure that everyone who is living in Kashmir, I have been saying it, that there should be no more Rahul Bhatts. I think sufficient measures should be taken to ensure that no Kashmiri Pandit or other minorities are available as an easy target to these terrorists, because they are not able to face the security forces. They are losing their cadres and their arms. So the easiest way is use small weapon, use radicalized youth to give him a target, do the job, get him again merged in the society. So this is the easiest way the classical terrorism they are undertaking, and I think we need to understand that and take sufficient steps to counter it.
Mr. Ved, I want to ask you, this has got to do with a political statement that has been made by the National Conference, who have in fact come out and said that these targeted killings essentially have increased, seem to be suggesting after the abrogation of 370 and also after, the BJP essentially took over in the sense that the Article 370 was abrogated and there was a change in the political dispensation in this region. Is there any truth to that as well?
Sorry, I would not like to be part of this political slugfest. I think we all need to join hands to fight this covert war which Pakistan has launched, irrespective of our political ideology. That's my thinking. It is war on this nation. Pakistan wants to do Ghazwa-Hind, and Kashmir is the battlefield, and we all need to fight it together, including whether it is National Conference, whether it is PDP or Congress or the BJP. I think we must first recognize what are you confronted with, and we need to face. You saw what happened in New York. Pakistan deep state has launched this covert war, and we must recognize the covert war, and we have to take it head on, irrespective of our political ideology.
Thank you so much, SP Ved, for joining us and sharing your views with us. Utpal Kaul, a Kashmiri Pandit and also an activist from the region, is now joining us. How do you respond to these targeted killings, these spate of targeted killings that continue in the valley?
It's a great tragedy that once again they have targeted Kashmiri Pandits, and for last 6-7 months, it is now the 12th and 13th killing, and they are killing particularly minorities and Kashmiri Pandits in particular. And I totally condemn it, and I see the responsibility of these are the jihadis, and they are the worst enemies of Kashmir, and they are the worst enemies of Kashmiri Pandits. And you see from since 1990, all Kashmiri Pandits became victims in their own home, but there are only 500, 600, 800 Kashmiri Pandits living in Kashmir, and these jihadis don't even accept those 500, 600 people, and it is so tragic. Government of India should take very, very strong steps, and the government of Manoj Sinha, Lieutenant Governor, must make it sure that Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir Valley are secure. And I also say that there are PM package employees who also left Kashmir because of these killings, particularly of Kashmiri minorities. We have to take care of them. Security is a big concern for the community because these Pakistani elements are not happy the way India is successful in Kashmir, and this flag, Tiranga Yatra all over Kashmir in all the villages, and Pakistan has become totally mad, and these jihadis have become mad, and so they have targeted these Kashmiri Hindus, which is very, very sad, very, very sad.
Undoubtedly, undoubtedly, this is targeted killing by cowards. What I want to understand from you is that there is a sense of panic on the ground as far as Kashmiri Pandits are concerned. Does the government not owe to the people of Kashmir to reverse this trend of people now wanting to leave the valley once again?
You see, I say that it is also the responsibility of the majority community. It is also the responsibility of the civil society to isolate these killers, and we have to make it sure who are motivating these young boys to go and kill these people. And it is such a tragedy that these two young brothers were in their apple orchard, and they were killed in their apple. Their family decided not to leave Kashmir, and they were there, and they should have taken care. It is the responsibility of the majority community also that they should come forward and make it sure that each and every Kashmiri Hindu is safe and secure in Kashmir. It is government of India, it is the Union Territory government and the people of Kashmir. And I say it directly that it is the responsibility of the Muslim majority of Kashmir that they make it sure that no such incident takes place in Kashmir.
Utpal Kaul, thanking you for the moment. Ashok Pandit is also now joining us. Ashok Pandit, unfortunate incident again from the valley we're reporting on where targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits unfortunately continues. One has been killed and the second person, is the brother of the victim, has been grievously injured.
Well, if you ask me very honestly, we are not shocked and we are not surprised because we knew this was going to happen. Our cries, our shouts, our screams are being unheard because we have been on the streets since last 91 days, 92 days, asking for us to get transferred from Kashmir to Jammu and other various places of the country till the time the situation is not right for Kashmiri Pandits there or any kind of minority. But our cries are going unheard. We are literally begging, we are actually screaming, we are shouting. We approached the Lieutenant Governor also, all the Kashmiri Pandits working under Prime Minister's package in Kashmir, which is a big scam, which is a big fraud. We are being targeted and we are being used. So every 3 months you see some or the other Kashmiri Pandit has been gruesomely killed. And all those people who are there in Kashmir are breadwinners for their families, you know, and they are young. Entire Kashmiri Pandit community, youngsters are going one after another. They killed a teacher. They killed Rahul Bhatt about 3 months back. So till the time our appeals are not being heard, and till the time they don't keep on using us as a fodder there to tell the world that the Kashmir issue is okay, Kashmiri Pandits are living here, till the time they don't stop using us as a showpiece in a museum, we'll be keeping on getting killed. This will keep on happening. You can't do anything about it. And I don't understand why is the government not listening to us. Why is the government wanting us to get killed every 3 months, every 2 months, or lose their lives? One has failed to understand the reason. It's a very, and there are just 5,000 people there. They're not more.
You know, Ashok Pandit, we also had a word with the... Yes, you know, Ashok Pandit, the brother of the victim, has also spoken out and said that for the longest time we've been saying that we are in Shopian and this is the hotbed of terror. Why not improve the security here? What about the security for us? Because there is no security, these targeted killings are happening and it will continue. At least improve the security if you want us to live here.
You see, before this also, the terrorists barged into the office and they killed people. Today they killed them in the fields. How do you manage a security? I don't blame the security forces. To be very honest, it's practically impossible to take care of people in the interiors of Kashmir, you know, at the borders and other places, to fight terrorism. So the simplest way was to transfer us till the time things are better in Kashmir for Kashmiri Pandits.
You know, Ashok Pandit, just be with us. I request you to continue to be with us for a few moments. We have a reaction from Ravindra Raina of the Bharatiya Janata Party that has just come in.
It's a proxy war. In past, we fought unitedly against the nefarious designs of Pakistan, and this time too, we will fight against the designs of Pakistani terrorists unitedly. Whether Hindus, Kashmiri Pandits, Muslims, Sikhs, whosoever, we will fight unitedly and will not allow Pakistan to fulfill its nefarious design.
Heard from Ravindra Raina of the Bharatiya Janata Party talking about a proxy war in Pakistan being behind these targeted killings. Ashok Pandit, in fact, continues to be with us. Ashok Pandit, we're talking about this entire arrangement where there is security, less security, like is being alleged by many family members of victims of Kashmiri Pandits, including the brother of Sunil Bhatt, who's just been gunned down. Okay, we'll try and connect with Ashok Pandit in a few moments from now. I'll go across straight to my colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt, who's getting us more details on that story as well. Sunil, in fact, we were just having a word with a couple of Kashmiri Pandits who've been talking about the fact that they've been talking about this for the longest time. They want to be moved from the trouble areas, from the problem areas in Kashmir, and for the time being moved to Jammu. And that they've tried approaching the authorities and the administration as well, but to no avail.
Well, Sneha, another tragic, incident has taken place. Terrorists have once again targeted the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits. 32 years may have passed since, the ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri Pandits that took place in 1990. But things remain the same for this community in the valley. And this, this Kashmiri Pandit who has been assassinated today by the terrorists, his family did not flee the valley in 1990. They stayed back, but now even these Kashmiri Pandits are also being targeted. So you can understand that that this terror attack has sent shockwaves across the country, particularly among the Kashmiri Pandits. So what Kashmiri Pandits have been saying time and again, that they are not safe in the valley. This terror attack has once again, proven that the minuscule minority of Kashmiri Pandits is not safe. They are being targeted by the terrorists sponsored by Pakistan, and the government, may have taken some steps to improve the security of the Kashmiri Pandits who are staying in the valley. But the fact of the matter is that the terrorists are carrying out these killings with impunity, and it shows that the ground situation in the valley has not changed for the Kashmiri Pandits. Things may have changed, law and order situation may have improved since the abrogation of Article 370. But as far as the Kashmiri Pandits is concerned, their survival is still a distant dream in the Kashmir Valley. They are being targeted, time and again. And today also, Kashmiri Pandit was killed, shot dead in his orchard, and his brother got seriously injured. The Kashmiri Pandit groups across the country are very angry. They are demanding answers from the government that what happened to those tall claims. The government said that they have, increased the security of the Kashmiri Pandits, but the terrorists are still carrying out such attacks, and the innocent people are losing their lives. So it's something which the government now, needs to look into. And one of the Kashmiri Pandits who you spoke to a short while ago said that it is also the responsibility of the majority community in the valley to, infuse trust and to be with their, brethren there. But the fact of the matter is that, the radical Islamic, thoughts are still there, and Pakistan is also playing a role in that. So the government is facing a big challenge, to combat terrorism and to also combat the radicalization that has taken place in the valley.
Be with us. We'll just come back to you for more on that. In fact, the brother of the victim has spoken out. Listen in.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया। उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनेट फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ।
Remember, this is a spate of targeted killings that the valley has been witnessing for days together. This is the image of the brothers, of the victim of the brother who also has received injuries. On the 12th of August, a laborer from Bihar was also killed, shot dead in Bandipora. So the targeted killings of minorities and non-locals continues. On the 4th of August, 2022, again early this year, a laborer was killed in Pulwama, again from Bihar. 2nd of June, a laborer again from Bihar was killed in Badgam. On the 2nd of June, a bank manager from Rajasthan was shot dead in Kulgam in the valley. In fact, these are targeted killings that we're seeing of several people in this region. On the 12th of May, again there was the killing of Rahul Bhatt. April 13th, in Kulgam, Satish Kumar Singh was killed in the valley. On the 17th of October, in Badgam, Arvind Kumar Shah was killed. This was last year. Targeted killings on the 7th of October 2021, when in Srinagar, Supinder Kaur and Deepak Chand were also killed by terrorists. On the 5th of October, in Srinagar, Makhan Lal Bindru was shot down by terrorists as well. Again on the 5th of October, Virendra Paswan was killed in Srinagar. In the month of June in 2020 in Anantnag, there was a targeted killing of Ajay Pandita Bharti. June 2021 in Pulwama, Rakesh Pandita was gunned down by terrorists. The targeted killings of Kashmiri Pandits and locals, non-locals, I beg your pardon, many of them laborers who come from different parts of the country to work in Jammu and Kashmir, being continuously targeted by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists. Sunil G. Bhatt continues to be with us for more details on that. Any word just yet from the administration, given that the spate of targeted killings, Sunil Ji, has only increased many of them have been saying, and at least for the time being, move us to safer areas.
Well, Sneha, a short while ago, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has tweeted and he has condemned this terror attack that took place in South Kashmir Shopian district, and he has also expressed his sympathies with the bereaved family. But the point is that, how long the minuscule minority of Kashmir, that is Kashmiri Pandits, will suffer like this. 32 years ago, ethnic cleansing of the community took place. Terrorists targeted them. There were so many killings. Brutal killings took place in the early 90s. Now, in 2010, the then Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, came up with this special employment policy for the displaced Kashmiri Pandits. But again, a draconian term was said that they need to only serve in the valley and they can't seek any transfer. So now we are witnessing that those, employees who were, working in the valley, serving in the valley, they were targeted. Now today, a Kashmiri Pandit has been targeted who did not flee the valley, in 1990. He stayed back. So even he is being targeted. So it has, some sort of, created fear psychosis among the Kashmiri Pandit community now, particularly among the employees who are serving there. And even those, who did not flee the valley. There were a handful of Kashmiri Pandits who did not flee the valley in 1990. They stayed back. But even now, those Kashmiri Pandits are also being targeted. So the Kashmiri Pandits have been saying it time and again that they want, a commission of inquiry to be constituted so that the people who are behind their gruesome killings, the terrorists who carried out their killings, can be brought to justice. But still, the commission of inquiry has not been constituted. The Kashmiri Pandit community had also demanded that they should be given an internally displaced person status. That is also pending. So their issues are pending before the government. That is point number one. But point number two, which is very important, is that terrorists continue to target the Kashmiri Pandits with impunity, and they are sending out a very clear message, which is loud and clear, that the presence of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley is like an eyesore for them. They don't want them to stay there. They don't want their presence there. So this is becoming clear. Every time such incident takes place, every time the Kashmiri Pandits are targeted, that the terrorists don't want their presence in the valley. So the government on its part says that they have, increased security in and around the places where the members of the minority community live. But again, if such killings are taking place, it exposes those tall claims of the government as well. Sneha, back to you.
Be with us, Sunilji, but just coming back to you in a few moments from now, we have a couple of reactions that have come in on these unfortunate developments that we're reporting from the valley today.
जिस धूमधाम से आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाया गया, उससे इन कायर पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को बड़ी तकलीफ हुई है और उन्होंने ये खूनी खेल एक बार कश्मीर में खेला है, जो अक्षम्य अपराध है, जिसे क्षमा नहीं किया जा सकता। जमीन के पाताल से भी ढूंढ कर निकालेंगे और इन साजिशकर्ता आतंकवादियों को और उनके समर्थकों को इस कत्ल की, इस हत्याकांड की सजा देंगे।
Sunilji Bhatt continues to be with us. Sunilji, in fact, not just Kashmiri Pandits, but repeatedly the terrorists have tried very hard to send out a message that non-locals also are not welcome here. They're not going to be allowed in the valley. And that's the reason why people traveling from different parts of the country, many of them coming in from Bihar to earn a livelihood in this region, are often targeted. These are poor laborers who are often at the receiving end, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha, you are right that, laborers have been attacked. They have been killed by the terrorists because they want to send out a message to the government that they will not allow anyone from outside Jammu and Kashmir to live in the valley. So they are sending out a clear message. And even aborigines of Kashmir, that is the Kashmiri Pandits, they are not being, allowed to live freely. Terrorists are targeting them. Their presence is an eyesore for terrorists. So they are sending out message to the government, but the government on its part, many important
steps have been taken. Be with us, Sunilji Bhatt. Just coming back to you. In fact, Asauddin Owaisi has responded to this tragic murder, this killing of a Pandit in the valley. Listen in.
लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब हैं और वहाँ पर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन चलता है तो वो नाकाम साबित हुए। 370 इसलिए हटाया देश को ये कहकर के पूरे पंडितों को फायदा होगा, कश्मीर में अमन हो जाएगा। तो ये तो पहला हमला नहीं है कश्मीरी पंडित पर, जो बरसों की मेहनत के बाद उनको लाकर वहाँ पर वो आ रहे थे, रह रहे थे। आज वो उनको आप उन कश्मीरी पंडितों को आप बिल्कुल ही अनसेफ कर दिए, और वो इसलिए अनसेफ हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी सरकार ने उनको के सेफ्टी प्रोवाइड करने में सरासर नाकाम साबित हुई है। और कश्मीरी पंडित तो अब कश्मीर छोड़ के जाना चाह रहे हैं। हमने और आपने देखा कि वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे रोडों पर आकर, उनके एनक्लेव्स को रातों में पुलिस बंद कर दी थी कि वो निकल कर ना जाए कहीं। तो ये मोदी सरकार की नाकामी का एक और मिसाल है कश्मीर में, और इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनकी सरकार पर आती है कि उन्होंने वो कश्मीरी पंडितों को उनकी जान की हिफाजत करने में नाकाम साबित हो रहे हैं।
अब बिहार और प्रदेश के जो मजदूर हैं, प्रवासी मजदूर हैं, वो भी कश्मीर में काम कर रहे हैं, उनको भी निशाना बनाया जा रहा है।
तो ये सवाल जो है देश के प्रधानमंत्री को देना चाहिए था। इस बात का जवाब जो है गृह मंत्री को देना चाहिए, रक्षा मंत्री को देना चाहिए, बीजेपी को देना चाहिए। आपने बड़े बुलंद बांग दावे किए थे, अब क्या हुआ उन दावों का? पूरे कश्मीरी पंडित आज डर और खौफ के आलम में जिंदगी गुजार रहे हैं, वो कश्मीर छोड़ना चाहते हैं, मगर सरकार ये नाकामी है, बीजेपी की नाकामी है।
कल प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने भाषण में बहुत कुछ कहा, पंच प्राण को लेकर के 5 बातें जो भारत के लिए हमें आने वाले कई सालों तक उसके बारे में बात की। और जो हमेशा आप बोलते थे कि एक भी मुस्लिम फ्रीडम फाइटर का नाम नहीं लेना पड़ा, उन्होंने 2 नाम लिए। और दूसरी बात ये कि औरतों की सुरक्षा के बारे में बात किया।
सुनिए, भारत की जंग आज़ादी के लिए प्रधानमंत्री सिर्फ 2 मुसलमानों का नाम लिए तो क्या करूं, मिठे बांटूं मैं? ऐसे हजारों नाम हैं प्रधानमंत्री को।
Reaction has come in from Kavinder Gupta, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir.
हर घर तिरंगा लहराया जा रहा है। वहाँ पर जिस प्रकार से रैलियाँ निकाली जा रही हैं, कुछ लोगों का फ्रस्ट्रेशन होना स्वाभाविक बात है। उसी आधार पर इस प्रकार की घटना को अंजाम दिया गया। हमें ये मानना पड़ेगा जो घटना हुई है ये इस सभी चीज़ को मुझे लगता है थामने के लिए, रोक लगाने के लिए हुई है।
Abhishek Balla continues to be with us. Abhishek, as far as the politics around this is concerned, we also heard from a South University is clearly saying that, there was a long-term effort, and this was done over the years to try and bring back the Pandits to the valley where their home really is, and all these efforts have gone down the drain with one single stroke. Essentially, the abrogation of Article 370, which has ruined all the effort, which has ruined all the work that has been done in this direction. We'll just try and reconnect with Abhishek Balla in a moment from now. But remember, the opposition has come out and said that all of this is because of the policies of the BJP-led central government. We have, in fact, some news coming in. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has reacted to the murder of the Kashmiri Pandit. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has responded. Attackers deserve strongest condemnation is what he has said. Remember, there have been concerns among Pandits that they have approached the administration. In this case, the governor saying that at least for the time being, Pandits should be allowed to move to a safer place in Jammu and Kashmir. The governor has responded saying that the attackers deserve the strongest condemnation. Targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir continues, and the governor has responded to all of this, and this comes at a time when many of these pundits have been saying that we should be allowed to move to safer places until the situation improves in the valley. Abhishek Balla is with us, the opposition and many members who are in fact members of the opposition, Abhishek, have come out and said that all of this is all only because of the abrogation of Article 370 and the wrong policies of the BJP-led central government in Jammu and Kashmir, that the benefits of the long-term efforts that have been made in the past to bring back Pandits into the valley, there has been a reversal of that trend.
That's right. Every time an incident like this has taken place, there is politics played over it, and very often we see how politicians from the opposition parties target the central government, they target the policies of the Modi government, and this is not the first time. And it's always linked with the abrogation of Article 370, because when the special status of Jammu and Kashmir was done away with, the central government and the BJP were very vocal about the fact that, you know, in the long term, this will help in curbing down terror activities. But that's not really happened. Things on the ground have been completely opposite. So every time, you know, there is an incident like this, you will hear political voices targeting the central government, saying that Kashmir is a union territory now, and it's been governed by the central government under the Ministry of Home Affairs. So this keeps on happening every time we see an incident like this take place in Kashmir.
The governor has responded, talking about how the attackers deserve the strongest condemnation. But the fact of the matter, Abhishek, is that there is an accusation that is being leveled by Pandits themselves, that they have appealed to the governor and the administration that allow Pandits to move out at least for the time being. And that is something that is not being adhered to.
Well, first official
Abhishek,
reaction
I'm just going to be coming back to you on that question in a few moments from now. Some news coming in. The Falcon squad likely behind the targeted killings is what we are learning. Small firearms like pistols are being used, something that Abhishek was talking about. Big terror groups are sounding small modules. Essentially, small firearms are being used by small-time terrorists, younger people in the valley, and they essentially are being funded and sponsored by Pakistan. The Falcon squad is likely behind the targeted killings is what we are learning. Abhishek Balla has more details on that. Abhishek, talk to us a little about the Falcon squad.
Well, as has been the trend, you know, once again it's suspected that small firearms like possibly a pistol has been used in this instance as well. And, you know, really this is not taking responsibility by any big group. You know, you can have these names like Falcon Squad, etc. But it's still not clear which terror group, because this is part of strategy. It ensures that there is deniability by Pakistan, by these terror groups, and you know, these smaller groups which are essentially subsets of the larger terror groups that are active in the Kashmir Valley, backed by Pakistan, like Lashkar-e-Taiba, like Jaish-e-Mohammed. These are the ones that have cropped up, and members of these smaller groups have been carrying out these targeted killings. This has been the trend for over a year now, and this is part of what security agencies call hybrid terror. It's not a big terror group that will take responsibility. It's something like you know, which is handed over to these smaller groups, younger terror recruits, fresh terror recruits. And this trend has been worrying, because while if you just look at numbers, the number of terror incidents might have come down, but it's this kind of recruitment which is disturbing, and which is a bigger challenge for security forces, because earlier you would know if there was a recovery of a sophisticated weapon or an AK-47 rifle, that, you know, some big terror group was involved. But in these cases, these people function more like petty criminals who get their hands on a small firearm, and that's enough to do the job, to kill somebody, create panic, create fear, and you know, make sure that the valley is always on the edge.
You know, Abhishek, talk to us a little about the modus operandi of these offshoot groups that you mentioned. the manner in which they function. No major attacks, but small firearms are used essentially. Younger people have been recruited, and the way they go about doing what they're doing in the valley, essentially being sponsored and supported from terrorists in Pakistan.
So these people chosen to carry out these killings are not, the terrorists that are part of the lists of security forces. These guys are new recruits, fresh recruits, and really less suspected to be carrying out something like this. But this has been the trend for the last year or so, and a big challenge for security forces, for intelligence agencies, and intelligence agencies need to widen their list of suspects because it's very difficult to pinpoint and to sort of zero down on these kind of recruits who've been carrying out these attacks. These targeted attacks have been part of a larger strategy that terror outfits have been carrying out, and every time a targeted killing like this takes place, it has the imprint of hybrid terror, the new ploy, the new strategy of park-based terrorists.
These offshoot groups are now believed to be working in the valley, functioning in the valley. Abhishek.
Yes, Neha, go on.
I was asking you, how many such offshoot groups are believed to be now working in the valley? Is the Falcon Squad one among many?
Well, there could be several because, this is a disorganized kind of a nexus. As I said, you will not hear the name of the big terror groups that you usually do. Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. It could be any recruit from any locality. Just one single recruit is enough to go and do the job. You don't need a big group coming together. You don't need a lot of planning behind it. You just have a target in mind, any kind of a small arm in your hand, and you can go and kill the person. In this case, one person we have been told is dead. The other is injured. Sunil Kumar Bhatt's brother. They were residents of Shopian. They were probably working at their apple orchards there. Shopian, as we know, is in South Kashmir, a very vulnerable area, a hotbed of terror. These are the places, Shopian, Pulwama, Anantnag, from where a lot of fresh recruitment of these kind of terrorists is happening. In a while from now, we'll get clarity whether the security forces, whether police have more information, whether they've been able to zero down on any terror suspect. But largely, this has been the trend where one or two people get together, get a pistol in their hand, and go and carry out such targeted killings.
Be with us. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments from Jammu and Kashmir, where once again there's been a targeted killing of a Kashmiri Pandit. For the moment, I'm now going to hand it over to my colleague, Chaiti Narula.
For that, it's a barbaric act there in the valley that continues to remain on the boil. In fact, we have some reactions that are coming in from the victim's skin. Listen in.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया। उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम। इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा, पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनल फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को। उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला, यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ।
Well, that's our top story right now. Really barbaric act of humanity right there. Barbaric, to say the least. Another Kashmiri Pandit shot dead in Jammu and Kashmir. 45-year-old Sunil Bhatt shot dead by the terrorists. The brother is also critically injured. A spate of targeted killings is what we are witnessing in Kashmir of Kashmiri Hindus. And staying with news coming in from the valley, a tragic incident in Jammu and Kashmir. 6 ITBP Jawans lost their lives after the bus that they were travelling in fell into a riverbed in Pahalgam. The bus that was carrying 39 security force personnel, 37 from Indo-Tibetan Border Police ITBP and 2 from Jammu and Kashmir Police, was on its way from Chandanwadi to Pahalgam when this incident took place. The troops were on their way from Chandanwadi to Pahalgam and were returning from Amarnath Yatra duty. The police and other officials have rushed to the spot and rescue operation is currently underway.
जवान आज वापस लौट रहे थे चंदनवाड़ी से पहलगाम की तरफ और लगभग पहलगाम से 6 किलोमीटर पहले जो बस थी उस पर चालक का नियंत्रण खोया। कारणों का पता बाद में लग पाएगा, लेकिन लगभग 40 लोग सवार थे, जिसमें कि आईटीबीपी के 37 जवानों की मुझे सूचना है जो उस बस में सवार थे। और ये बस नीचे गिरी है लगभग 60 मीटर रिवर बेड पे और बस काफ़ी क्षतिग्रस्त हो गई। बस के साथ जो आगे पीछे हमारे जवान चल रहे थे, जो बसें चल रही थीं और बाकी का भी जो हमारा कॉन्वॉय था, उसमें जवानों ने रश किया और लोगों को तुरंत निकाला और लोगों को कोशिश की कि कम से कम नुकसान हो। उनको ऊपर सड़क मार्ग पे लाया गया और वहाँ से एम्बुलेंसेस के माध्यम से हॉस्पिटल्स में भेजा गया है। दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से हमारे 6 जवानों की इसमें मृत्यु की मुझे अभी सूचना मिली है और जितने भी बस में सवार थे ऑलमोस्ट 30 लोग थे, उनको कुछ न कुछ इंजरी हुई है, जिसमें कि ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि ऑलमोस्ट 7 से 10 लोगों की जो स्थिति है वो उस पर नज़र बनाए हुए हैं डॉक्टर। स्थिति उनकी जो क्रिटिकल है, लगातार हम लोग स्थिति पर नज़र बनाए हुए हैं।
All right, that's the latest coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the bus was carrying 39 security forces personnel, 37 from Indo-Tibetan Border Police and 2 from Jammu Kashmir Police, was on its way from Chandanwadi to Pahalgam when this incident took place. Injured are now being treated at the Pahalgam hospital. The SDM police, SDRF at the accident spot at the moment. Jawans were returning from Amarnath duty when this gruesome incidents took place. ITBP bus has plunged into a river in Jammu and Kashmir. Tragic incident being reported from the valley. 6 ITBP Jawans have lost their lives after the bus that they were travelling in fell into a riverbed in Pahalgam. It was carrying 39 security forces personnel, 37 from ITBP and 2 from Jammu and Kashmir Police from Chandanwadi to Pahalgam when this incident took place. The tensions are rising in the Indian Ocean as Chinese research vessel Yuan Wong 5 reached the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka this morning. India had earlier raised concerns with Sri Lanka on moves to allow what it called a Chinese spy ship to enter Sri Lankan waters. The vessel, with some 2,000 sailors on board, had facilities to track the satellites and intercontinental missiles and is slated to remain at the port till 22nd of August. The ship was greeted by the officials of the Chinese embassy in Colombo and officials of Hambantota port. The Chinese embassy in Colombo had informed the Indian Foreign Ministry about the Hambantota port visit for the replenishment purposes. Indian Foreign Ministry now is concerned about the possibility of the ship's tracking systems attempting to snoop on Indian installations from the Sri Lankan port. We also spoke to Dr. Aruna Kalatunga from Colombo regarding the significance of the Chinese spy ship in Lanka, and here is what he had to say.
Dr. Kalatunga, what is Sri Lanka's strategy really here? Because considering the timing of this, the tensions in Taiwan, the United States very publicly taking on China, India voicing concerns also over this Chinese ship in Sri Lankan waters. What's Sri Lanka's diplomatic strategy here? Because it will mean angering so many countries in the process of placating China.
No, we are not placating China. I don't think that is the case. We have simply asked India and the United States, who in fact, as was said before, raised some concerns. But then we asked, give us concrete reasons for the ship not to be in Hambantota. And there were no concrete reasons given. And under our conventions that we have signed up, the Maritime Convention, various other laws of the sea that we have signed up, we cannot refuse a ship which is asking for replenishments and docking in Sri Lanka. So unless India or United States or whoever could have provided concrete evidence to the contrary that it is a spy ship, that it is inimical to the security of the region, we have to basically allow the ship in. Now, keep in mind, it's not only the Indians. We have the Pakistani warships that were in Colombo port, they left yesterday. We always also accommodate Indian warships as well. So, and this is not the first time Chinese warship has been in Sri Lanka. It's a very normal occurrence over the last so many years. So, right now, I understand the concerns in Taiwan and elsewhere, but as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, we have to maintain what I would say the best position for Sri Lanka. And the best position for Sri Lanka is in these terms to comply with the laws of the sea, comply with the conventions that we have signed, and also keep our non-aligned policy firmly in the middle. So that's what we have done. And so we are being extremely middle of the path in this. We have consulted with India at the official levels. I know that there were very long consultations. The Indian High Commissioner met the President at least 3 times on this issue. But at the end, India basically said, look, it's okay. We don't have any concrete facts that we can say that we have to stop this ship from coming in.
Slipping into a break. When we return, 4 arrested for stabbing a man over Savarkar versus Tipu's poster row in Shivamogga. Karnataka Home Minister rushes to the city, prohibitory orders in place.
Should cannabis be legalized in India? Is it obscene for celebrities to pose semi-nude? To know the answer of several such other questions, read the latest edition of India Today's exclusive Mood of the Nation poll. Subscribe to India Today magazine now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Tensions in Karnataka, Shivamogga only rising after massive face-off over Tipu Sultan and Savarkar posters. Amidst the tensions, there's huge twist in Savarkar poster stabbing case. The person who stabbed Prem Singh and the key accused in the case, Nadeem, is also linked to communal clashes of Ganesh Utsav in 2016. He was one who threw chappals at the procession. Shortly after police arrested the 4 key accused, revelation about Nadeem was made amidst the unrest. BJP alleged that SDP and Congress are being the violent clashes taking place in the state. BJP even said that they're in favor of banning SDP and PFI in the state, and the process for the same is on. Clashes have broken out in the city after 2 groups clashed over a banner featuring the image of Savarkar. Section 144 been imposed in Shivamogga, and all schools and colleges are currently shut.
Nadeem, in 2016 there was an incident, a communal incident in which some sleepers were thrown on the Ganesha procession. So Nadeem happens to be accused in that case. So he has got the past history of being involved in communal incident. So this A1, that Jabiullah, he is a HBT offender, and he has been involved in some cases of HBT, and he is the person who has attacked with the knife. And other 2 persons, they have no other as such criminal background. So now we'll try to find out that if they are associated with any organizations or their friends or anyone, they are associated with some organization, that will take care.
Update is that 4 accused persons have been arrested, and in the meantime there was firing in self-defense by our sub-inspector. So 1 person's leg has been injured and he's been admitted to the hospital.
हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा है, क्या कर रहा है ये लोग ऐसा। इसलिए मेरा ये मुसलमान लोगों में कौन सीनियर्स है उसको मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, आपका यूथ राष्ट्रद्रोही काम वो कौन कर रहा है, उनके ऊपर आप उनको क्या बोलना बोलो, नहीं तो ये हिंदू समाज है और पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट है, उनको क्या हम सिखाना है हम सीखेंगे।
2 दिन पहले वीर क्रांतिकारी स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर को अपमान किए हुए देशद्रोही मुस्लिम युवकों को उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता। आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है।
No, CPA was patronized by the Congress party in this state. They had even electoral alliances. They even withdrew the cases against them. It is they prompted them. Now they are out of control and they are indulging in violent act. And it is very unfortunate. We should the CPA preaching patriotism to people of Karnataka and deciding who is the patriot, who is the paedophile. Nothing can be more paradox about this.
Unfortunately, they have nothing more to say other than blaming the Congress for everything. The state today is witnessing a complete collapse in the law and order situation. There is no governance happening. You know, their own minister, Mr. Madhusami, has said that, you know, I don't know whether you've heard that audio or not. Somehow we are pushing it. So it's an open acceptance by their own ministers. So I don't think Mr. Prakash has anything to say. But what has happened is very unfortunate. I only hope that the Home Minister, takes up this issue very seriously. BJP should stop doing this blame game and get into serious action.
India Today's Priyanka Rudrappa spoke to Prem Singh's relative as he narrated the whole ordeal, explaining how was not even involved in any protest regarding Tipu versus Savarkar posters. He alleged that Hindus are being targeted and Prem Singh was stabbed because of the same. He also urged Chief Minister Bomai to take stringent action possible. Listen in.
कल दोपहर को वो कल 3 बजे की बात है। कल हमारे यहाँ थोड़ा ये हिंदू मुस्लिम का गलाटा हुआ था। सावरकर का फोटो उतारने के बाद दूसरा गलाटा हुआ था। वो गलाटे के हिसाब से दुकान मार्केट सब बंद हो गया था। बंद होने के बाद में वो भी दुकान बंद करके घर पे आ रहा था। घर पे आया तो उधर ये बाजार में गांधी बाजार में उसको पकड़ लिया और उसको यहाँ उसके ऊपर अटैक कर दिया है। वो अभी बच्चा है 20 साल का है। उसका मम्मी और पापा दोनों राजस्थान रहते, इधर रहते नहीं है।
जब पोस्टर्स का वो प्रोटेस्ट हो गया था उसमें ये पार्टिसिपेट किया था क्या?
नहीं, उसको कुछ भी मालूम नहीं है, उसको कन्नड़ा भी आता नहीं है, उसको कुछ भी नहीं है। वो तो दुकान बंद करके घर पे आ रहा था। ये टारगेट खाली ओनली फॉर हिंदू को हो रहा है इधर। और हमें गांधी बाजार में बोलो तो सबका दुकान गांधी बाजार बोलो तो बड़ा बिजनेस है, बाजार है वो, इसलिए उधर से तो आना जाना ही हमारा होता है। अभी मंत्री से हमें भी वही मुख्यमंत्री से बीजे हम विनती करते हैं कि उसको आप कुछ मदद करें, और उसका अभी थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे, उसका मदद करें। उसका आने वाला कोई नहीं, अभी 5-6 महीना तक तो वो रेडी होते नहीं, 6 महीने तक तो अभी उन्हें बेड रेस्ट है उसको।
Priyanka Rudrapa is joining us from Shivamogga in Karnataka. Priyanka, how's the situation there now?
The situation is calm on the ground. However, prohibitory orders are in place. Section 144 will be imposed here. It's still here till August 18th. The police have said that security personnel have been deployed in large numbers. As you can see, most of the shops and establishments have been shut down. However, there is movement of people in the city as well. So far, 4 people have been arrested in connection with the incident which took place yesterday afternoon. The situation on the ground, while it is peaceful, that tension is still palpable in sensitive areas like the Gandhi Bazaar, the Amir Ahmed Circle and the mall where the incident took place. The victim's family also blames the communal clashes, the protests which took place just yesterday for the stabbing. His family also said that Prem Singh, the 20-year-old who was stabbed in the incident, did not take part in any of the protests and was shutting down a shop and walking in the area in Gandhi Bazaar when the incident took place. The police said that out of the 4 accused, one of them has also been involved in multiple incidents of communal clashes in the past as well. In 2016 in Shimoga, when the procession of the Ganesha idol was taking place, he had also hurled slippers at the procession, and he is a habitual offender is what they're saying.
All right, there's breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it. All right, we're getting you the breaking news in moments from now. There's breaking news coming in. Another Kashmiri Pandit shot dead in Jammu and Kashmir. 45-year-old Sunil Bhatt shot dead by the terrorist. Brother Partimbarnath critically injured. It's a spate of targeted killings of Hindus in the valley. The Pakistan terrorists have killed another Kashmiri Pandit. Jammu and Kashmir targeted killings are top story at the moment. Sunilji Bhatt is now joining us for more details on this. Sunilji, walk our viewers through the spate of targeted killings of Hindus in Jammu and Kashmir, and what does the administration have to say about this at this point?
In another tragic, incident, terrorists have once again carried out attack on a Kashmiri Pandit. One Kashmiri Pandit has been killed in this terror attack, while his brother has been seriously injured. He has been taken to a hospital, and the identity of this Kashmiri Pandit who has been assassinated has been confirmed as Sunil Kumar Bhatt. He belongs to South Kashmir, Shopian district, and his family did not flee the valley in 1990. So in 1990, there were a handful of Kashmiri Pandit families who did not leave, who stayed back, but unfortunately now that even these Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted, so another life has been lost, and the minuscule minority of Kashmiri Pandits continue to remain on the hit list of the terrorists. Their presence, they have sent out a very clear message. These terrorists have sent out a clear message that they don't want the presence of the Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. That is why even those Kashmiri Pandits who stayed back in 1990, they are being killed. And this duo of Kashmiri Pandits who had gone to their orchards in South Kashmir's Shopian district, then the terrorists suddenly opened fire, and one of them unfortunately lost his life, while another one is battling for his life in the hospital. We have accessed the images of this attack, and you can just see how horrific these images are. While the government on one hand is claiming that things are improving in the valley, on the other hand,
innocent people are becoming, are losing their lives because of terrorism, and terrorists continue to strike with impunity. There has been improvement in the law and order situation in the Kashmir Valley post the abrogation of Article 370. There is no doubt about it. But as far as the Kashmiri Pandit community is concerned, things remain the same for them as it existed in 1990. And that is why we are seeing that even after the abrogation of Article 370, there have been many Kashmiri Pandits who have been assassinated by the terrorists, whether it was Makhanlal Bindru, Rakesh Pandita, Ajay Pandita. So many Kashmiri Pandits have been killed in the last 2-3 years. And these killings are being carried out by hybrid terrorists. That's what J&K police sources say, because top terror commanders have been eliminated already. So now hybrid terrorists are carrying out these killings by using small weapons like pistols. So it's a big challenge for the security agencies, although they have been able to, neutralize many of these hybrid terrorists also. They have been able to crack down on it. Many of them have been arrested also, but still killings continue to take place.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us with the details right there, Sunil ji. We leave it at that. We're slipping into a break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Brokerage Kyun Dena, nobroker.com hai na.
Very good afternoon. You're watching Lunch Break with me, Chaiti Narula. Let's begin with the headlines first. Another Kashmiri Pandit murdered in Kashmir Shopian district. 45-year-old Sunil Bhatt shot by Pakistani terrorists. Victim's brother injured. Family claims mega security lapse.
हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ. मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया. उन्होंने एक बात ही हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम. इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है. यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ.
ITBP bus carrying 37 jawans and 2 policemen plunges into river in Kashmir. 6 dead, 30 severely injured in bus mishap. It is a Mega India Today exclusive. In a mega provocation to India, China sends spy ship to Lankan port despite opposition from New Delhi. Team Nitish Kumar takes over in Bihar. 33 ministers including Lalu's son Tej Pratap sworn in. Depleted Congress gets only 2 berths. 4 arrested for stabbing a man over Savarkar versus Tipu poster row in Shivamoga. Karnataka Home Minister rushes to the city. Prohibitory orders in place. Breaking news coming in. Karnataka Congress attacks BJP over Savarkar Tipu fight. Siddaramaiah says BJP making false allegations against the Congress party. Siddaramaiah says BJP, that is Bharatiya Janata Party's planned bid to display Savarkar. He also further goes on to say that the Bharatiya Janata Party is making false allegations against the Congress party and are trying to put the onus on them. And he goes on to further say that this is a planned attempt by the BJP. They put a Savarkar photo and look where they chose to put it up. They did it particularly in a Muslim area and they refused to put up a poster of Tipu Sultan over there. They do everything and then blame the Congress party. So that's the big attack coming in from Siddaramaiah against the BJP. On the back of all that is going on, the Tipu versus Savarkar row that you're seeing in Karnataka at this point of time, Siddaramaiah makes a scathing attack on the Bharatiya Janata Party, has attacked the BJP over the Savarkar versus Tipu fight, going on to say how BJP is making false allegations against the Congress party. He says, and I quote, BJP making false allegations against Congress, BJP's planned bid to display Savarkar. BJP makes false allegations against Congress and tries to put the blame on us. This is a planned attempt by the BJP. They put a Savarkar photo and look where they chose to put it. They did it particularly in a Muslim area. And then they refused to put up the poster of Tipu Sultan and do everything and then blame the Congress party, unquote. Siddaramaiah slammed the BJP. Listen into what he has to say.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕೂರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದನ್ನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿರೋದು ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಮ್ದು ತಕರಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಯಾವ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಬಟ್ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಏರಿಯಾಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಆಯಿತು ಅವ್ರು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಮೊದಲು ಕಿತಾಪತಿ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇವರು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಆರೋಪ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಏನು ಸಂಬಂಧ
Nagarjun is now joining us for the latest on this. Nagarjun, first up, tell us the lay of the land. What is the situation right there in Karnataka right now? And of course, the Congress has made a scathing attack on the Bharatiya Janata Party. Over to you for the latest coming in.
Well, that's true. The Congress was blamed by the BJP state president Katil, saying that Congress is trying to create anarchy by putting up such communal forces in the front face with SDPI. But right now, Siddaramaiah has hit back at BJP, saying that it was the BJP who's put Savarkar's photo in Amir Ahmed circle, where Muslim-dominant community are there. And why would the BJP put Savarkar photo when they know it's a communal sensitive issue? And that's why, thus instigating the communities of minority to make sure that they fight and protest. And that's why the BJP is trying to make false allegations against the Congress, is what Siddaramaiah is saying.
Thanks, Nagarjun, for joining us with the very latest details. Tensions in Karnataka, Shivamogga only rising after a person was stabbed over Tipu Savarkar poster yesterday. Police have arrested 4 accused. Amidst the tension, there's huge twist in Savarkar poster stabbing case. The person who stabbed Prem Singh and the key accused of the case, Nadeem, is also linked to communal clashes of Ganesh Utsav in 2016. He was the one who threw chappals at the procession. Shortly after the police arrested the 4 key accused, revelations about Nadeem were made amidst the unrest. BJP alleged that SDPI and Congress are being the violent clashes taking place in the state. BJP even said that they're in favor of banning SDPI and PFI in the state, and the process for the same is on. Clashes have broken out in the city yesterday after 2 groups clashed over a banner featuring the image of Savarkar. Section 144 has been imposed in Shivamogga and all schools and colleges have been shut.
Nadeem, in 2016, there was a communal incident in which some sleepers were thrown on the Ganesha procession. So Nadeem happens to be accused in that case. So he has got the past history of being involved in communal incident. So this A1, that Jabiullah, he is a HBT offender, and he has been involved in some cases of HBT, and he is the person who has attacked with the knife. And other 2 persons, they have no other as such criminal background. So now we'll try to find out that if they are associated with any organizations or their friends or anyone, they are associated with some organization, that will take care.
Update is that 4 accused persons have been arrested, and in the meantime there was firing in self-defense by our sub-inspector. So 1 person's leg has been injured and he's been admitted to the hospital.
हमारा सभी शिवमोगा लोगों को बहुत गुस्सा है. क्या कर रहा है ये लोग ऐसा? इसलिए मेरा ये मुसलमान लोगों में कौन सीनियर से उसको मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं, आपका यूथ राष्ट्रद्रोही काम वो कौन कर रहा है, उनके ऊपर आप उनको क्या बोलना बोलो, नहीं तो ये हिंदू समाज है और पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट है, उनको क्या हम सिखाना है, हम सीखेंगे.
2 दिन पहले वीर क्रांतिकारी स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर को अपमान किए हुए देशद्रोही मुस्लिम युवकों को उनको कार्रवाई किए होता तो आज का घटना नहीं होता. आज टिप्पू सुल्तान का फोटो लगाकर अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं. हु इज टिप्पू सुल्तान? टिप्पू सुल्तान एक देशद्रोही है.
No, CPI was patronized by the Congress party in this state. They had even electoral alliances. They even withdrew the cases against them. It is they prompted them. Now they are out of control and they are indulging in violent act. And it is very unfortunate. We should the CPI preaching patriotism to people of Karnataka and deciding who is the patriot, who is the freedom fighter. Nothing can be more paradox about this. Unfortunately, they have nothing more to say other than blaming the Congress for everything. The state today is witnessing a complete collapse in the law and order situation. There is no governance happening. You know, their own minister, Mr. Madhusami, has said that, you know, I don't know whether you've heard that audio or not. Somehow we are pushing it. So it's an open acceptance by their own ministers. So I don't think Mr. Prakash has anything to say. But what has happened is very unfortunate. I only hope that the Home Minister, takes up this issue very seriously. BJP should stop doing this blame game and get into serious action.
Taking this straight across to my colleague Shiv Arur, who's being joined exclusively by DK Shivakumar. Over to you, Shiv.
And on this big unfolding story in Shivamogga district of Karnataka, where restrictions have been imposed, Section 144 has been imposed as well. Joining us live is State Congress President DK Shivakumar. Shivakumar, sir, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your time. A political blame game, sir, has broken out. Before I come to the politics, your opening comments, your view of what has taken place in Shivamogga as you understand it, sir.
Shivamogga, what is taking place is not right. I blame both of them. Both of them are responsible. They are just creating a bad atmosphere in the entire state. No investors will come. BJP is trying to have its political gain. Initially, the Chief Minister promoted moral policing, and the Minister, ex-Minister there, Ishwarappa, he made a big right. No cases was being registered against him when a death of a worker was being done. And ultimately, the other section also tried to plan. So whatever is there, the law has to take it down. The government is supporting only the one section of the society. They are not seeing that the constitution belongs to everyone. But whoever does wrong, whoever has taken the law into the hands, whoever has a criminal act, they should be punished, according to me.
So the
BJP, mercilessly.
The BJP is pointing a finger at the Congress party. Are you saying that the BJP is responsible, sir, for what has happened?
It is the BJP's government. BJP has to handle this. It is the BJP's duty, government duty. They have failed in it. There is no law and order in the state.
One of the accused who's been arrested among the four, Mr. Shivakumar, is known to be a history sheeter. He's been in, these controversies in the past. A few years ago, he had thrown a shoe at a Ganesha procession as well. Are you saying both sides are responsible or only one, sir?
Let anyone do a blunder, let anyone do wrong. The law has to take it to force. We don't want to protect anyone. We are not with anyone. We don't want to side anyone. The law has to be protected. Peace has to be restored.
What are you saying to the government in Karnataka, sir? The Home Minister of Karnataka has now dashed to Shivamogga, where restrictions have been imposed in the city right now. Are you saying that the government is not doing enough? Because the Congress is saying that the government is responsible, actively responsible for this incident. Not negligence, but complicity.
Yes. Including the minister, Home Minister himself had given such dirty statement earlier. He said that the police people are taking the bribes and they are not acting well. He said that common man should not have walked when there was a rape. All these things, the sitting Home Minister, and he is from the same district, he could not manage well. And he is showing a party line. He is not a Home Minister. He is acting like a party worker there. That is the biggest problem in that entire belt.
All of this has taken place on August the 15th, sir, our Independence Day. Do you think there's a deeper conspiracy? We keep hearing about groups like PFI, SDPI being responsible for certain, provocative incidents of this kind. Do you think that is the case here, sir? Because every time something like this happens, a finger is pointed at these groups.
See, we conducted a very big freedom march, where more than lakhs of people, nearly more than 2 lakh and odd people participate in it. They wanted to disturb it. We had decided in Rajasthan, Chintan Shivar, to have this great movement, and we conducted. So the BJP and other people could not digest this, so they just tried to create a confusion by using all this type of people. But ultimately, the people turned out. They came, they participated in this historic freedom march, and it was a great event for the country. We did it for the sake of this unifying this our country and the youngsters.
DK sir, in 2018 we remember seeing a Hanuman procession versus the Tipu Sultan celebrations. This year we're seeing, for now, we're seeing Veer Savarkar versus Tipu Sultan. Do you think this is all linked, sir, to the upcoming elections? Atmosphere being created before the upcoming elections, sir?
Nothing. Let they create anything, let they do anything. Last year also they did this. They used Tipu and everything, but we don't want it to involve it. We don't want. Our line is for peace for the state, progress of the state, development of the state, good governance for the state. We don't want to use all this. Let BJP do whatever they want. We are only focused on the historic legacy what Karnataka administration has. We have to see that it has been maintained, which has been lost. The state has gone back more than 20 years. Now we want to bring back the glory of Karnataka on all fields.
Is this polarization, in your view, sir, just two more questions, this polarization which has dominated this year in Karnataka, it started with the hijab controversy, then we saw halal, then we saw azan, then we saw the Muslim traders. We've seen several other incidents also about Hanuman Chalisa, etc. And now we're seeing this. It seems like it's a pattern, sir.
Sir, the BJP is losing its base. They doesn't want to look at development. They could not promise what they had promised in the manifesto. They could not deliver their promises. They have gone back. People are not accepting it. Even the COVID also was the biggest corruption. 40% corruption has become a big standard here. So in order to close all those issues, they are taking up this polarization issue, which was nowhere. And with this, they feel that they can win the election. That is what BJP is doing.
I know that the Congress is putting a lot of pressure on the Bommai government as the opposition. Do you believe Mr. Bommai himself as the Chief Minister is under pressure from within his party, as recent reports have suggested? Sir, last question to you.
No, see, he could not deliver what was being promised by the BJP party and the manifesto. Ultimately, he has failed in all fours. The minister himself, as yesterday, as you rightly seen, that Mr. Madhusami himself has agreed that they are trying to push the government, not pull on the government. They are pushing the government to see that they complete their term. I think that they will be successful. And what is going on the corruption issue also, he has been accepted on the tape speaking to a worker. He himself has had to pay some bribe to see this, to settle that issue. That is what he has come out on that issue.
Is polarization going to be one of the big planks on which the Congress approaches this election, sir? Only 8 months to go for the Karnataka election. Is this polarization going to be one of the issues on which you are fighting this election?
Yes. That they are trying to do this polarization, but I think people are very enlightened people in Karnataka. They will not go to this circumstance. They will look at the peace of the state, they will look at the development of the state, they will look at the employment problem which has to be sorted out. I think that the Congress will do a better job than the BJP. We have confidence that we will convince the people of Karnataka. We will give a good administration and governance.
Sir, one final question, sir, because, since I have your attention, DK, sir, the audio clip that is doing the rounds of Madhusami, the BJP versus BJP, the internal audio clip that has gone viral. What are your comments on that, sir? Because it has added to a great deal of speculation about what's going on within the party.
No, whatever is said is right. Whatever Madhusami has spoken is right. He is a very senior man, experienced man, a long legislator in the BJP and anti-Congress party. With his experience, he has said the right thing. There is nothing wrong in it. What he is telling is wrong. It is a known fact in the state of Karnataka.
Do you believe that Mr. Bommai is going to be replaced as the Chief Minister before the election, sir?
I don't want to involve with their political activities. Let they keep him or let they change him. It is left to them. We are least bothered about it.
DK
But we are very sorry that Karnataka is taking a very bad shape.
Okay. DK Shivakumar, thank you very much, sir, for your time, and thank you for speaking to India Today. That was DK Shivakumar, State Congress President of Karnataka, at a time when there is a great deal of turmoil in the state that goes to elections just 8 months from now. Chaiti, back to you now.
Breaking news just coming in. Shinde Sena MLA's thappad of arrogance. Shinde Sena MLA slaps catering manager. He slaps the catering manager over food quality. Brazen VVIP high-handedness caught on camera right there. Shinde faction MLA slaps the manager of a company providing midday meals. His VVIP arrogance has been caught right there on camera. MLA Santosh Bangar slapped the manager of a company that was providing midday meal to building construction laborers. Bangar alleged that the contractor was providing substandard quality food and visited the site. He alleged that the flies were found in the food. An angry Bangar then went on to slap the manager of the company. Bangar is an MLA from Kalamnuri Assembly constituency. Initially, Bangar was with Uddhav camp, but later, at the very last moment during the trust vote, went with the Shinde camp. Listening to what's going on over there. Can you put the map up, please?
कलेक्टरला फोन करा रे, कलेक्टरला सांगा हे सगळं बंद झालं पाहिजे म्हणा. गोरगरिबाच्या जीवाशी खेळायला हे रात्री हे सकाळचा मेनो, हे रात्रीचा मेनो, हे काय धंदा आहे काय? हे मिळेल का तू मॅनेजर आहेस? हा कसं काय चाललंय खेळ आहे? हा कसं सॉरी हा गव्हर्नमेंटचा पगार गव्हर्नमेंटचा माल आहे ने असं लुटता. कलेक्टरला फोन करा रे, कलेक्टरला सांगा हे सगळं बंद झालं पाहिजे म्हणा.
Well, brazen VVIP arrogance and high-handedness that was caught on camera right there. We'll wait and watch to see what Chief Minister Shinde has to say about his MLA behaving in this manner. Moving on now, Pakistan-sponsored Islamist terrorists have shot down a Kashmiri Pandit in Chotigam area of South Kashmir's Shopian district. Excuse me. Terrorists opened fire on civilians in an apple orchard. Sunil Kumar Bhatt has succumbed to injuries while his brother Partimbarnath has been critically injured and has been shifted to nearby hospital for treatment. The Chotigam area has been cordoned off to nab the attackers. Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha and Omar Abdullah have condemned the attack, while OAC and Mehbooba Mufti have slammed Centre for failing to protect minorities in Kashmir. BJP has slammed Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism in the valley. There's been a spate of targeted killings in the Jammu and Kashmir valley over the past few months in which both the Kashmiri Pandits of the valley and other civilians have been targeted.
जब हमारा वाक़ा हुआ मेरे भाई के साथ, मैं 4 बार ड्यूकॉम के पास गया, डीसी के पास गया. उन्होंने एक बात ये हमारी नहीं सुना, बोला अपने गांव में बैठो, उधरी मारो, उधरी करो अपना काम. इसीलिए आज हमें ये देखना पड़ा. पहले उनको लाओ, इनको यहाँ से दफा करो, टर्मिनेट फ्रॉम सर्विस करो डीसी और ड्यूकॉम साहब को. उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, उनको बोला यहाँ हर जगह सीआरपी डाली, हर जगह पुलिस डाला. यहाँ क्या दिया हमें? कौन सी सिक्योरिटी है? यही सिक्योरिटी रखी हमें यहाँ.
Pakistan wants bloodbath in Kashmir. We won't allow Pakistan to fulfill its nefarious designs. All those involved in targeting the Kashmiri Pandits in Chotegam area of Shopian in South Kashmir will be taken to task. They will definitely be punished.
हर घर तिरंगा लहराया जा रहा है. वहाँ पर जिस प्रकार से रैलियाँ निकाली जा रही हैं, कुछ लोगों का फ्रस्ट्रेशन होना स्वाभाविक बात है. उसी आधार पर इस प्रकार की घटना को अंजाम दिया गया. हमें ये मानना पड़ेगा जो घटना हुई है ये इस सभी चीज़ को मुझे लगता है थामने के लिए, रोक लगाने के लिए हुई है.
ये उन लोगों के, तमाम लोगों के मुंह पे तमाचा है जो कश्मीर फाइल्स में हुए फिल्मों को काल्पनिक बता रहे थे. उन 500, 1000, 5 लाख लोग जो अपने घरों से निकाल दिए गए थे, उनके बारे में जो बोल रहे थे उनको कि ये तो हो नहीं सकता, ये प्रोपेगेंडा फिल्म है या इस फिल्म को यूट्यूब पे वगैरह देखना चाहिए. पहली बात तो मैं उनसे कहना चाहूँगा कि आपसे बड़ा पाखंडी मैंने दुनिया में नहीं देखा है. और आप उस ट्रेजेडी पर काम करते हैं। बहुत सारे लोग भी मैं देखता हूँ सोशल मीडिया बोलते हैं अनुपम खेर अब कहाँ हैं, शोपियान के। अरे हमने कश्मीर फाइल्स बनाई तो आपके दिल में दर्द जागा और आपके पास वो व्यंग बातें आई कि ये सब हो रहा है। ये बिल्कुल शर्मनाक बात है कि अभी भी कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ वही अत्याचार हो रहा है। मतलब कश्मीरी पंडित क्या, वहाँ पर तो अपने ही लोगों को मार रहे हैं, जो भी हिंदुस्तान के साथ खड़ा है उसको वो मार रहे हैं। लेकिन कश्मीरी पंडितों का तो पिछले 30 साल से ऐसा हो रहा है। और
जो बीजेपी के अपॉइंटेड लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब हैं और वहाँ पर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की सरकार है, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन चलता है, तो वो नाकाम साबित हुए। 370 इसलिए हटाया देश को ये कहकर के पूरे पंडितों को फायदा होगा, कश्मीर में अमन हो जाएगा। तो ये तो पहला हमला नहीं है कश्मीरी पंडित पर। जो बरसों की मेहनत के बाद उनको लाकर वहां पर वो आ रहे थे, रह रहे थे, आज वो उनको आप उन कश्मीरी पंडितों को आप बिल्कुल ही अनसेफ कर दिए। और वो इसलिए अनसेफ हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी सरकार ने उनको के सेफ्टी प्रोवाइड करने में सरासर नाकाम साबित हुई है। और कश्मीरी पंडित तो कश्मीर छोड़ के जाना चाह रहे हैं। हमने और आपने देखा कि वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे रोडों पर आकर। उनके एनक्लेव्स को रातों में पुलिस बंद कर दी थी कि वो निकल कर ना जाए कहीं। तो ये मोदी सरकार की नाकामी का एक और मिसाल है कश्मीर में।
This is another chaotic act of these the jihadi terrorists who are cowards who don't have the guts to face our army, and they are resorting to this you can say the genocide once again. But you must see, we must see that yesterday we were celebrating this Independence Day in Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen that's how average Kashmiri was on this hoisting flags on their houses in Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra program, and average Kashmiri, he was joining the government programs everywhere in the valley. But these cowards, they always look for easy targets, and they found Surendra Kumar in there amongst that. So ultimately they have succeeded. But you will see that very soon he shall be eliminated. He was tracked down and eliminated.
It's very unfortunate, but if you see the pattern of last 3 days, 3-4 days, you had an attack in the Rivalry army camp, then you had 2 grenade incidents yesterday, one on police control room Srinagar and Chadura. We lost 2 policemen and then 4 Faujis in the Rivalry attack. And this unfortunate incident today morning, I think now since Yatra is over, they are trying desperately to step up level of violence, and the deep state of Pakistan is also apprehensive about announcement by India that there would be a G20 meeting in Kashmir, and obviously for them it is do and die situation. Today or never, because they have invested for last 3 decades in this Kashmir violence.
Slipping into a break, lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now, even after 4 days of its release, Lal Singh Chadda and Raksha Bandhan made no breakthrough at the ticket counters. While total collection on day 4 for Aamir Khan's starrer remained at nearly 38 crore, Akshay Kumar's film raked in around 28 crore. Reports suggest that distributors and theatre owners are cancelling shows of both the films and instead re-releasing other films. Here's the complete story.
जो भी हुंदा है वो हम कर दें या फिर हम हवा विच एवं ही उड़ते फिरते हैं यहाँ से वहाँ।
तुम्हारी बहन को क्या हुआ? कुछ भी नहीं, मैं तो बिल्कुल चंगा हूँ। कहाँ रहते हो? अपने घर विच। बुद्धू हो क्या? नहीं जी, मैं तो बिल्कुल चंगा हूँ।
Amidst the middling performances of Aamir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda and Akshay Kumar's Raksha Bandhan,
जैसे ही मेरी बहनों की शादी हो जाएगी मैं ले आऊंगा।
इनकी शादी? Karan Johar's family entertainer Jug Jug Jio has been brought back to selected theatres across the country.
से क्या चाहिए?
Divorce. This comes after distributors and theatre chain owners are cancelling shows of both the films as they suffered losses.
कौन से पापा अपने बच्चे के डिवोर्स के बारे में सुनने के लिए जोन में होते हैं?
मैं बात कर रहा हूँ ना।
कब?
The makers of Jug Jug Jio announced the same through this post that read #JugJugJioIndia. You asked, we heard. They are back on the big screens. Celebrating the strong bond of family starting from this Independence Day and through the festive week as the Jug Jug Jio Parivar comes back to the big screens.
तू समझ रहा है ना?
Hi,
हम दोनों पापा की गोद में बैठ के बड़े हुए। अब वो टीचर आके पापा जी की गोदी में बैठ गई है। अब पापा जी बड़े हो रहे हैं। जितने भी नचते ने सारे कोई नहीं हो तेरे जैसा लगदा।
The Raj Mehta directorial, which is also streaming on Amazon Prime Video, talks about two couples belonging to different generations and their relationship issues post-marriage.
कहना बेटा, अगर तुझे कुछ टिप्स चाहिए ना, तो अपने पापा से ले लेना। पुराने खिलाड़ी हैं, अच्छी सलाह देंगे।
मेरी माँ मीरा से मिलना चाहती है।
मीरा कौन है?
पापा जी की गर्लफ्रेंड।
The film features Varun Dhawan, Kiara Advani, Anil Kapoor and Neetu Kapoor, Manish Paul and Prajakta Kohli in key roles and was a blockbuster hit since the day it was rolled out in cinemas on 24th June.
रिश्ता टूटने की कोई एक वजह नहीं होती। बहुत सी अधूरी लड़ाइयों की थकान होती है बस।
That's not all. Theatre owners are also adding new shows for Arjun Kapoor and John Abraham starrer Ek Villain returns in some parts.
One-sided love story. दिल टूटे आशिकों का मसीहा बनना चाहता है।
छोड़ मुझे मत छोड़।
ऐसे केस में बोलना बहुत मुश्किल होता है कि कौन हीरो, कौन विलन।
As approximately 1,300 shows of Lal Singh Chadda have been reduced.
मेरी मम्मी कहती थी कि जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले